I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone watching from across the world / UK. Waking up, it's the Interservice Rocket League Championships 2025, brought to you live from the National Esports Performance Campus in Sunderland. What a facility. What a bunch of people who also helped us bring the event. Massive shout out again to BFBS Esports. We would not be here without them. Wow, today it is Business End Day. Before we get into it, I have to introduce my wonderful co-commentary partner today. For this first series of 7, it is none other than Rocket League legend, Cypher.
Well, thank you very much, Stel. It's great to be here once again, and we are really looking forward to today's affairs. It's been a long week for these guys in the best of ways, ever since Monday when the players first turned up, got involved in the 1v1 inter-service competition on Tuesday, and the group stage portion yesterday. It's all come down to this, Stelios.
It has indeed. The business end of the tournament. Best of 5s all the way through to the semi-final segment of the double in bracket, and at that point it's best of 7. And as the teams start to go out, as they start to get eliminated, that room downstairs is going to populate and populate up until the point where there are 2 teams left, and that the atmosphere in that room at that point is going to be electric. But to kick us off today, it is an RAF derby between the Shadows and the Tempest, and well, they have played each other a lot in the last couple of days. Off-stream in token matches for RAS standing, obviously in the round robin yesterday as well. And there's a bit of a rivalry brewing there, a friendly one, of course. But how do you see today going?
Yeah, so Shadows and Tempest especially, we had the pleasure of looking at yesterday through the group stage. And there was a bit of calamity for the RAF teams, namely the British Army teams who were troubling them and tripping them up yesterday. If I look back towards that final series of the day, the electric finale between the British Army Esports Merlins, I believe, and the Shadows, which was the British Army 3rd team and the RAF 2nd team, respectively, coming into today. And it was actually the British Army teams to take it yesterday. Shadows had their confidence knocked, but Tempests, by the same token, of being in that sort of midfield battle, I think it's fair to say, and it's very, very difficult to call.
Agreed, and that may rest in the minds as we take a look at yesterday's ending result for the round-robin stage. So this is your seeding for today, and I thought, just from my rough memory, that Kestrels would have been 3rd, but you can see on your screens there, by game differential, one single game differential. As you can see, -1 for Kestrels in 4th and Shadows in 3rd. Shadows maintain that 3rd seed position. And it's Falcons and Storm Shadows in 1st and 2nd. That Falcons side again, 7-0. And of course, the notable 7 rather than 6 of the Storm Shadows came against Storm Shadows in a dramatic reverse sweep scenario. But the game difference is both +17. So not much to separate those two sides. And will we see them doing battle today? Time will tell. And in the bottom half, it is the Merlins, Tempest, Orcas, and Hammerheads who are all fighting for their double elim lives straight from the off with some very tough matchups. I wonder what we'll see them. I wonder the battles that we'll see through their games in the potential lower bracket. Time will tell, Owen, but it's going to be a fantastic bracket ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be really spicy competition for today. And of course, our first matchup being the RAF derby between the Shadows and the Tempest. That is the one on everyone's minds at the moment, myself included, Stelios. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how close this series can be in this best-of-5 length. British Army Esports, Kestrels and Merlins. I do think it's going to be favouring the second Army team in the Kestrels for that particular matchup, and undoubtable favourites in your sort of first and fourth matches being the Falcons and Storm Shadows against their Royal Navy counterparts.
I think as well, another thing today we have for you is hopefully nice walkouts. So we've got players doing a little bit of choreography. The players are also in lobby and set to go, and it can't be much longer now. The Shadows, I wonder how they're going to respond after that dramatic defeat yesterday to the Merlins. I mean, what a series that was to end the day. It was a phenomenal display from that Merlin side, who really and truly, I was speaking about it with Fezzi, overachieved. And now that sounds like a bad word, like a negative word, but I think it's completely fair as the Army 3rd team to say that. They have been phenomenal. And I want to highlight as well, I know this is not in the series, but Lord Padius, I mean, he's becoming a fan favourite for me. But the Shadows will have to contend and play their first series with that in the back of their minds. The Tempest, I think they're going to be playing with, hopefully, free spirit, to be free-spirited today. And without so much pressure. They'll know they've got 2 lives. They've got a lot of history with the Shadows. They'll know what their strengths are. They'll know what their weaknesses are. And interesting again, Owen, is the Shadow side that we'll see. A Shadow side that we'll see starting, because they do change as we see the players begin their walkouts.
Absolutely, and this is our wonderful room camera live in Sunderland, the British Esports Performance Campus. And to Roma's handshaking a bit of thin air there, of course, coming into this particular matchup as the coach, as the supporter, as the substitute in what is a 4-man Shadows roster, and I'm sure that's going to be rotating thick and fast throughout today's events.
The venue looking good. The pitch is ready. The players are in lobby. You can see them going through their final comms checks and just rough warm-ups and all that. It's going to be interesting. Shadows on the other side of the stage. We'll have Roman behind them, who is, as you all know, a very passionate individual. He'll be cheering on his team from the minute go to the end of the series. Captain Curtis, right at the top of your screens there. A phenomenal captain. He has led the Shadows phenomenally across 3 years. As we get the action underway, it is the RAF Tempest against the RAF Shadows, kicking off the double elimination bracket on Championship Thursday. This is Interservice Rocket League.
And let's get those engines revving. Players on the pitch, ready for kickoff. And we do have a go, Prop RL. One of the newcomers to this RAF Tempest side, and someone who I've had the pleasure of playing with, competing against, and also looking at in recent history, is going to be looking for an early chance here, and he's tucked it in the back of the net. Wonderful start for that man.
Excellent play already by the Tempest. And I was speaking to Jonesy earlier on in the day, and actually last night as well, and he was saying that he felt quite good yesterday evening. He felt like he was playing good, he felt confident, and he's going to be bringing that in to this double elimination bracket. It's all about now how the response from Shadows. It's a lovely fake by Logan. So it is going to be a Logan, the Grey Man, and Kurt first game. There's Logan! And an instant equaliser for the RAF Shadows. They're back in it.
And let's not forget LW's performance just days ago in that magical 1v1 competition we had. He came through as the 4th seed in that competition, qualified for the finals as such an unlikely competition underdog. You cannot give him space on the ball.
LW, nice challenge early. It's going to pin the Tempest back temporarily inside their own defensive third as Asher knocks it into the defensive third of the Shadows. Quite a quick transition there. Can they make the most of it? No, Asher has to rotate out, trying to get some full boost, knocks it high, and Asher's there again. Asher's such a quick player. Lovely first touch as well, and he will just free up the ball for Jonesy. He'll put it high again, deep inside the Shadows' half. Cross will maintain, but this is better from the Tempest already. Already I'm seeing play from them that I didn't see at all yesterday. They don't look as close to each other. It looks like they're communicating a lot and more efficiently. And I, for one, I'm pleasantly surprised at how the Tempest are starting the series.
Absolutely so. It's been brilliant so far. It's been very calm, cool and collected, as if these players have been really warmed up for the last couple of hours or so, and they're really just finding their stride as the grey man's going to go whizzing past that ball and look for a bump on that squishy saving defender. Kurt to bury one to the bottom right-hand side of the net, but it is blocked away by Prof.
LW challenges Asher. It's awkward. He rises high, looking to set up the grey man who was lurking. Kurt takes over the play, slots it home. Asher couldn't come across in time. The shot from Kurt was far too precise. And actually, if you look at the pace of it, for the boost he had, maybe he even slowed down the ball to let Asher sail past it. Smart play by the RAF Shadows captain. The Tempest fall behind.
It's still early doors though. Not just in this one game, but in the series and the competition. And LW is going to be quick to try and get back on the ball and in possession. And Greyman has his work cut out for him to try and cut off that through ball, but he's well positioned for the chances. Greyman again just prodding the ball tentatively towards the midfield, and they're trying to spark some opportunities.
Ooh, it was a snapshot from Jonesy. Asher follows it up, and somehow the ball stays out. Jonesy in towards Kurt, who gets a nice in-depth clearance. Asher alert to it though. So fast, so quick is Asher. Definitely the bright spot, definitely the flair player. Alongside Jonesy, I would say. I think Prof is a nice anchor for the two of them, just as a bit of the third man. But for the first time in the game, they've done a bit of a double commit / aggressive play. They're chasing it. They're taking a few more risks now as the grey man gets the clearance. LW follows up on it, and Asher will take possession.
And it's a loose touch, and it's going to afford a chance for the grey man to get involved once again, as this Shadows back line is very deep-rooted at the moment. They're happy to just absorb these clearances and throw them back down the field. But that is a whiff from the grey man, and it does look a little bit challenging. Nobody there to follow through apart from that man in orange. Asher for the second.
2-2, and I have a feeling this series is going to be back and forth like this. And every time these two teams have played, in token matches, in the round robin, in previous encounters on the RAF streams, there never has been a proper standout in-control winner, in my opinion. It's always been back and forth. Yes, the series score at times might say differently, but the games are just like this, nice and close. That's a lovely first touch by Asher. Gets the double touch off the ceiling. Prof follows up. It's off the post and across the line. And eventually Asher comes across. Eventually the ball goes in. 3-2 the scoreline. The Shadows, for the first time in the game and indeed the series, are behind.
Oh, Kurt, I believe, went for a bump on the goal line on Prof, and I don't think he quite realised there was that extra man to feed through, else I think he would have gone for that ball. Try to push it to the left-hand side of that net and try and get rid of that danger, but it is going to be a 4 open in itself for Asher, and that is such a quick comeback.
That is the power of momentum, and a good kick-off as well from Asher. He forced Logan into making a ridiculously awkward save. He had to try. He had to try and go for that ball. But in the end, he missed. And it fell to the Tempest player, Asher. He puts it away. LW looks downfield. It's goal bound. Gets a really disgusting angle, really. I mean, he had no right to try and cut it from there, but did just that. And on the counter, Prof combining with Jonesy. Wonderful combination play between the two of them. Asher follows up into the top right. And I tell you what, the Tempests are looking different today.
The brilliant setup as well from Jonesy. He had all the space and time to work with, and he chose to pick that pocket of space on the backboard just past that final defender, making it really, really difficult for any significant touch to come through. And in fact, there just was none at all there.
I'm seeing such an improvement from Tempest, across this week. They started off around Robin, looking shaky, double committing every now and then, playing so close together, almost right behind each other at times. But all of a sudden, they look a different team. They're rising to the challenge. There's Jonesy in towards Prof, and Prof RL into the right side corner of the net. 6-2 the lead now for the RAF Tempests. And if you said to me at the beginning of the day that the game 1 scoreline would be as it is right now, I would have called you crazy.
I think I would be laughing as well, but 6-2 to the good now for Tempests, and they are just repeating that formula of just smack it over to the backboard and exploit the high options. And at the moment, it is really paying dividends. Shadows yet to really formulate a response, and I'm sure it's going to be something that their coach has to discuss between the 60 seconds between games. And just to spice up today's affairs as well, I do believe we're allowing a 2-minute sort of timeout period for the teams if they wanted that extra time to discuss. But it's not going to be the start that Shadows would have wanted.
Yes, timeouts must be called from a player in game, and the producer will make sure the game doesn't start. And in equal terms as well, with some of the technical timeouts and problems we've seen on stage as well, you know, there's also a technical pause available to all players to make sure that everyone's on a level playing field for as much of this tournament as humanly possible. And that's for all players, all services involved, as the Tempest will be looking to close out this first game in the series. Best of 5, of course, so not that much margin for error, as much as will be later on if both teams can, of course, make it to those stages. And it will be LW to knock it down too little too late, though, as an attempt, and the Tempests with an incredible start, an incredible finish to game number 1 as well. And like I said, that is a big, for me anyway, a big surprise. A pleasant surprise for the Tempests anyway, because of how they've played at the start of the week to now is really different.
Yeah, and it's Asher who had the highlight performance for me. Just looking statistically, 4 goals to his name out of 5 shots. Placement has been perfection for that man. 709 points leading the charge for the Tempests. And on the side of the Shadows, I think struggling a little bit. And it's going to be something they chat about.
I've been really impressed with Asher, but namely as well, Jonesy and Prof are having a really good start to the series. If they can continue momentum like this, you know, they could be surprising a fair amount of people. And the Shadows still looking nice and relaxed, in good spirits. This team never know when they are beaten, and I say that with any level of competition that they play against. Simply, they don't know when to quit. They will keep coming at you, and they will keep coming at you, whether you're 4-0 up, whether they're 1-0 up or 2-0 up. They don't care. And you ask any team that they've played against in the past, the Storm Shadows, the Tempests of the old, and they'll tell you the danger that the Shadows present. You must never count them out.
And they are sure to amount some sort of a comeback, as they always have something in their back pocket. And I think we were saying yesterday on the broadcast, the Shadows always seem to make things look difficult, especially when they have an advantage early on. Sometimes the series can slip out of their favour, but it's always close. And that is something the Shadows can guarantee, as Kurt now is going to weave his way through that left-hand flank, beat 2 defenders, and he's got 1 final to go in Asher, but allows it central there.
Interesting to see now the response from the Shadows and how they go about responding to that emphatic win in Game 1 by the RF Tempests. And again, I'm seeing a level of organisation from the Tempests that I haven't seen before, as Prof cracks that one high, and it took a fantastic save from the Grey Man to keep it out, but the ball will ricochet straight back into the penalty area. Low shot by Prof and away by Logan.
Another shooting chance now for Jonesy, and he's tapped it towards the net, and Grey Man afforded a chance to get to grips with that save as the ball floats high, and Kurt able to shuffle it to safety once again. Grey Man was 0 boost to challenge, but he's forced the defenders into thinking he had a chance, and so they've let that one go.
Logan getting an audacious skim, and now, for the first time in this series, for the first time in this game, the Shadows looking to turn the screw, up the pressure on the Tempest defense. But it's broken immediately, and back inside, Shadows defensive third, a nice 50, falls the way of Asher. The Grey Man rises high, beats Jonesy to it, and it's away down the right-hand side as Prof cuts in. Awkward touch, though. Asher will have to come across for it. A good bump by Jonesy on Logan. This will mean there's a chance. A shooting opportunity here. Loop towards the net. Up goes Prof, and a phenomenal save again by Logan. The Shadows hanging on here.
There is a pocket of space for Jonesy on the left-hand side with 100 boost to work with, and so often has that backboard been exploited in Game 1, but now Shadows are beginning to cover those options. Make it so difficult for Tempest to gather meaningful opportunities now, and they're working for a bit of creativity. The sidewall attempts coming through from Jonesy, and the confidence still high for the Tempests.
I'll tell you what, he told me how good he felt yesterday and how well he thinks he's playing, and I'm seeing the evidence of that. He is, at the moment, I think one of the more dangerous players for the RF Tempest. But there's a chance for the Grey Man, and he skews it wide. You can see Domus' reaction there, willing it in, wanting it to go in so badly, but it fell just wide of the mark, and the Grey Man again, limited boost, loops the shot towards Asher, plays out to Jonesy, and you can see they're trying to find each other on the pitch now, the Tempest. You weren't seeing this yesterday. We know, though, this is a staple of the Shadows play already. Up goes Logan. The Grey Man couldn't quite read it. And a triple commit for the first time, really, from a Tempest, showing maybe that there's still a little bit of anxiety there, a little bit of settling that needs to happen. But all square as we encroach well over the halfway point in the game now.
It's an early challenge from the Grey Man, and W or LW rather, is going to be challenged into a difficult situation here. That one's going to float dangerously just over the goal mouth. But Asher in a deep third man position, able to keep the attack into the corner, and a booming clear there, Stel.
Jonesy looks back into the Shadows' half. A double commit. You can see the Grey Man backing out of it there. Good communication between the two of them. Sometimes you are going to go for the same ball. It's a lightning quick game, Rocket League, and sometimes comms can you can just simply comm at the same time as somebody else. And if you're alive to it and alive to the intentions of the other player going up, you can easily back out, retain your boost, and allow that first player to get on the ball. It's exactly what happened there. Good communication between the RF Shadows. Asher now will play it into Jonesy, and again, impressive combination play. Jonesy looking for the bump as well. Prof having a much better day one or a day two already. Prof, he's really impressed me so far in this series. We encourage again into the final minute of play. No goals yet, all square, and it's again fast becoming a chess game between these two sides.
Absolutely, and I think it's getting a lot more grounded as well, just generally speaking. Players are a lot more comfortable at this stage now that they've sort of settled into the live environment to play sort of these low grounded plays, the 50-50s, the things that you wouldn't necessarily think of when you're under massive amounts of pressure. Usually you just want that ball as far away from your defence as possible, and so it can turn into a bit of a ping pong style, but at the moment it's a lot more settled step.
It is 30 seconds. Are we destined for our first overtime of the series of the day, actually? Potentially, maybe. For those watching maybe Rocket League for the first time, when the score line hits 0 and no goals have been scored, or the scores are level, essentially it becomes a reset, back to kick off, and then golden goal. That, right now, is where we are headed. As the Tempest try to search for a last-minute winner. Always pitched, always towards the car. Asher flicks it back towards his own net slightly, collects the boost, and just slows it down for his team. And it will hit the floor, and we do have overtime.
Tense moments then in game 2, and RAF Shadows have done just so well at thwarting all opportunities. If we reflect back to game 1 situation, I think it was 6-2 the final scoreline to the Tempests, who have really just picked out their spots, especially using those gaps on the backboard. It's not been the case this time around, as Asher's going to try and float one central. A nice dunk to come through from Jonesy, and LW is very happy to find the Grey Man on the flank. There's good spacing between the Shadows now to make the most of this defence.
Logan, oh, it's dropping all quickly. The Grey Man reacted well. Jonesy looking to put the pressure on. Logan, oh, it's a double commit. And now the Tempest net wide open. The Grey Man to the left. Logan looked for the inside shot. Kurt might look to creep up, but no. It's Jonesy away. Kurt beats Asher to it. The game now really finding its rhythm. Kurt across to Logan. Will he leave it? No, he does actually leave it. Logan goes round one, and Asher clears. And Jonesy looks in field. It's a great looking ball. Asher gets there! And you can see the roars of delight from the RAF Tempest. You haven't seen that this week. They've been relatively nullified. But today of all days, in the business end of the bracket, they are started off with perfect results against the Shadows. 1-0, 6-2, match point.
And a mighty punch into the back of the net from the goal scorer, who made the highlight reel in game 1, Asher. Every single time he's had an opportunity to his name, he's been converting, and he's been concise. And it's an impressive display from the Tempest player. Asher, I've been familiar with for a long, long time now. I think you could even go as far as to say he might be an RAF Rocket League veteran at this point. I know he's been around for sure, ever since I started casting some of the show matches.
Before I was even in the RAF.
Some of the show matches on the RF Storm Shadows channels. So that man has the veteran nature to him. He has the experience to his name, and it is showing.
I mean, a fun fact for those watching at home as well, Asher was involved in the very birth of RAF esports for Rocket League, 5-6 years ago, before I was even in the Royal Air Force. And actually I watched him play with a man who played for the Storm Shadows, actually, called Pierce, or P as you may well know him, in a virtual air tattoo esports show back when COVID meant that there was no air shows going on and stuff like that. That's the first time I saw RF esports was a thing, and was partly the reason why I joined, Owen, if you can believe it.
Well, there you go. It just shows how much of a difference just a single individual can make to the paths that some take. And Asher has led the charge for this team so far, and he's making a difference to the journey of the Tempest. And they are just within one game of pushing through to that upper semi-final slot. and it's going to be such an important final closing game for them to solidify that confidence against a team in that upper semis, which is sure to deliver. But Jonesy has no hesitation off the rip, 6 seconds in to that top left-hand corner.
And Prof making the chance again. Jonesy, who I know will be so delighted with his performance so far. He was telling me time and time again how good he felt, how much better he felt he could do. And you can see now he is delivering, making good on his word. Jonesy looks incredible, but so do the Tempest as a whole. It's not what I've seen from them over this week. I've said it countless times now. The improvement, massive. And if they can keep this up, it won't just be the Shadows that they get through today. There's the bump, and Kurt, what a save! Somehow getting round the bump. It looked like he almost went through him to save that ball. They're beginning to enter last chance saloon in the upper bracket already, the RAF Shadows. They need to find something, some kind of a fight back. There's the first double commit in this game for the Tempest. They're still not perfect, but they are largely improved. The shot from Logan, Kurt flying in. And another save by who else but Jonesy. Jonesy at the moment is player of the game so far.
Wicked shot though from LW, and it's rattled the crossbar. And Shadows wish they would have been able to take that one again. They have another chance here for another shot on target, but Asher very quick to block as the ball ricochets dangerously in front of the goal mouth. It's a massive whiff from the final defender, and it's just seeped on in from the corner.
Prof collected the boost, and it can happen, and now it's about how you react. You can see Prof there smiling about it, not too concerned, good. That's how you move on from these situations. You can't let it get to you. Mechanical errors happen in any sport. Football, Rocket League, it's there. You know, people misplace passes, people miss flips sometimes. It can happen. I'd rather lose from a mechanical error than being carved over by the opposition team. And it's Prof again. Can he make up for it? Just wide of the mark. And look, he rotates out, leaving it for his opposition. Before, you may have seen a cut and a miscommunication. This time, they're a lot more composed. But still, the Shadows respond. Asher loops it back. Jonesy goes high, flicks it into the back of the net. And he spares the blushes of his teammate, Prof. They're back. It's 2-1. Look at this play from Jonesy. Beautifully done. Kurt had to try and get to it. Didn't have the boost. One pad would have helped there. And the Shadows behind again.
And you're absolutely right. It could have just been that one pad that made all the difference. And RAF Shadows really encroaching with such a high line just to try and get something on the board. They're desperate moving down the pitch, and just off of the kickoff, they think they need all or nothing. They think it's do or die, but there is plenty of time left on the clock, and I'd love to see a little bit of relaxation from this team, albeit a team that's down heavily in Game 3.
What has happened to the RAF Tempests? This is not the same team I've been seeing all week. There's the response. Can Kurt get there? He can! And you can see, this is smart play from Kurt. Look at this. He knew he couldn't get the angle. He couldn't cut properly here to get round the ball. Instead, he plays it off of the defender. And it's 3-2. Huge goal from Curtis. Huge goal for the RAF Shadows. They respond. They are still alive here.
Is it luck or is it genius? That's going to be a goal that a few people reflect on with different opinions on that one. I think myself, I suspect Kurt just turned a little bit too hard there, but he got the job done. The ball is in the back of the net, that's all that matters. But they do need something more. It's a lovely double demo there from Prof to clean up that left-hand side of the pitch as Greyman's going to take to the skies, surely tuck it in the left-hand side. And there was so much space for him to attack from, and he is never missing at that kind of range.
Phenomenal stuff from the Greyman, phenomenal from the RAF Shadows. They have fought back, and we're all on level terms now for the Shadows. These next few moments are of vital importance. They must push on. They cannot afford to sit back and get pinned back inside their own half again. They've got to be first to these balls. They need Logan to play to his potential, which he is trying. You can see it. It is early, of course, in the day. This is only 9:30 a.m. roughly right now. These players could still be warming up. There's a long old double limb ahead. Logan with limited boost had to climb to get that. He'll take the boost and he'll look to push out. But Prof, good first touch by Prof. And follows up with a whip, but he actually falls to Asher at the near post. And Prof again opening up the space. And Asher steaming in. 4-3 to the RAF Tempest. And the drama continues.
It's a simple misplay from the grey man on the front post. Trying to dive and scramble to get that clearance quickly. And his slippy fingertips just couldn't quite get to grips with that one, as another ball is just looped up high, and Asher with a big clearance opportunity. Prof now back into the corner, and Asher to drop it in field. There's not going to be a quick challenge here from the grey man, and so Asher's going to try and sustain the attack corner to corner. Rinse and repeat. They're happy to keep it in blue territory. And Asher to strike from the heavens to make it 5.
Excellent finish again. A slight bit of panic again in the defense of the RAF Shadows. And it was capitalized on superbly by Asher. He brings the flair for this Temper side. He brings the speed, supported wonderfully by Jonesy and Prof, who have been executing their job in this role perfectly. It's not the same. This is not the same Temper side I've seen all week long. They're kicking into gear right at the vital moment in the week, right at the business end of the double elim bracket. And they simply can't be too disheartened, Shadows. They haven't been far off it. Maybe slow out the blocks. And they're within a minute and a half of losing their first life in this double elim.
LW has made that one look very difficult indeed. And Asher just still swimming around those corners, trying to sustain that pressure wherever possible. And Prof has gone on to just not be able to make contact there. Greyman and Kurt midfield waiting to strike when the iron's hot. Wasn't an opportunity there, quite concise enough. As this ball just settles down in the corner, so does this Tempest roster. They're fully in control of this match now, and they could have an opportunity to make it 6 now that they're coming from the corners once again. It's going to be a big clear from the grey man surely here.
Just so surprised with the difference in composure levels. That's going to creep towards the back of the net. It will be Temper 6, Shadows 3. The second time that they've scored 6 past the RAF Shadows. It just simply hasn't happened for them this series. On the other side of the stage, they are elated, smiles all round, and I can't help but notice the difference. I mean, do you see it as well? Like this isn't the same Temper side.
It's a confident Tempest, and it's a Tempest who are putting their strongest foot forward when it matters most, and Shadows are going to know that they've under-delivered on this game, but they can't be too disheartened. They're not out of the competition, and they have a chance to look forward to the next matches to come in that lower bracket end of the competition. And they're going to have that sort of 4th man on the team that they can swap around. DeRomus lurking in the flanks for the Shadows, I'm sure a valuable asset to come forward for the Shadows if changes are required. It'll be up to that captain, I believe, in Kurt, to call those final shots. But RAF Tempests 6-3 in the final game, come out with a massive result on their end, a sweep against the 2nd seed from the RAF Shadows coming in to this Interservice Championships.
Wow, wow, wow. Genuinely a massive surprise for me. That Tempest side, different gravy to what I've seen from them this whole week. They have found their form. They have found their mojo. I barely saw any double commits. I saw a couple here and there, but largely so much more improved. There seems to be a game plan with their play now. They seem to be finding each other on the pitch as well, and for them, it's come at the perfect time. For the Shadows, it's back to the drawing board. They're still alive in the double elim bracket. And for them, it's about recovery now. How does Kurt manage the next couple of series, or the next series? They've got to take it game by game, goal by goal. The Shadows, beaten now, but they won't be giving up. They are a dangerous animal when kicked. And right now, they have been just that, kicked.
It's been an absolutely brilliant performance, and I have to again give credit to who I believe has been the star man all series long in Asher. Unbelievable performance in that final game, converting another 4 goals to his tally. He's on double digits, and it's only been 1 series so far today, Stelios. It's such an impressive feat.
Indeed, and the bracket takes shape. Other games playing off stream, which we'll bring to you when we come back from a commercial break very shortly. But I mean, oh my God! I mean, what a way to do it! What a way for the Tempest to announce themselves in the double elim bracket. And for them, they must kick on. They must continue this momentum. I wonder who they'll face. But anyway, Series 1 of the day is done. We are going to head to a shortish commercial break whilst we set up the next series for you all. And for now, take care, and we'll see you very shortly.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on this ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the Interservices. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries this forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed, get into that one. NB tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here, 1-0.
Frazic, though, does some nice defensive work. But P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
Approximately a minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. And they are shining through here after the Army. They've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff. And P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage
Didn't
again.
have a lot to work with, didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at, but he put it in the one place that it was going to go to, and Cedric makes it 3! And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst, and now they've just got to hold it, or even go for more.
Air power wins the matches in Rocket League, and you can't tell me otherwise. As Ed will tuck that one away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed, and Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since game 3. To control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tuck this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal. They've done it again, and it's 2-0 now, and it's 3-0 now. The lead looking unassailable.
Gives Ed some time here on the sidewall, gets it up. P is on the backboard lurking. Is Ed going to get this one away? No, but Envy's going to be there. Envy's going to tuck it away. It's 4-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. Rose-tinted glasses are on, and I don't care. It is game over. The RAF have trampled the Army. 4-1, could be 5-1. I don't care what the scoreline is. It's going to be game over with 1:06 left to go. You're going to have me in the commentary box. I'm going to be hyping the boys the entire time, not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well, as this game comes to a close with almost P tucking away a very nice shot there, just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3, the Army Sparrows 1, and well, the Storm Shadows did it in fashion late on.
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I am known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G-Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussyweight, otherwise known as Cedric in-game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing the Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I've finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do.
From my end, the leadership were outstanding, no issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks after playing them. We think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
The second Air Force team, emphasis on second there. We're a solid team, really good players who could do some damage for sure.
Although we are in different forces across NATO, we are colleagues, so it's nice to meet them in person and just to have a laugh and play against them and hopefully beat them as well.
You ready? AFG, you're washed.
Coast Guard, you ain't as good as you think you are. We're coming for you.
Space Force, stick to mini golf.
We're going to win it.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Interservices Championship 2025. You join us live from Sunderland in the British Esports Performance Campus. I am alongside the wonderful Sir Pegasus once again. How are you doing today?
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure to return. It's the final day. It's the big one. I believe the last best of 5 as well of the bracket. And with the 2 teams that we have got ahead of us as well, what isn't there to be excited about?
Yeah, it's a really exciting time for all of the players, all of the management, and everyone who's been involved. And we are slowly beginning to whittle down the competition. Of course, day 1 was just a group stage for seeding purposes moving forward to today. And I think it's important we have a quick look about the results as they stand. Here we are with the bracket. The upper bracket semis is where we find ourselves now. The British Army Esports Falcons, top seed from the group stage, taking on the RAF Tempest underdogs in that first round matchup. But the one we're here to watch, Pig, is the British Army Esports Kestrels and the RAF Storm Shadows. Do you have any sort of inkling as to how this might go?
Well, Storm Shadows are the Storm Shadows. I believe they're actually our 2nd seed heading into this top 6 stage, but it's always going to be a really hard team to bet against. But if there were a team that were going to step up to the plate and pull off these kinds of performances, I do very much believe that Kestrels are well within their right to take some games here, and even the series if they're able to find their groove and catch Storm Shadows off guard.
Absolutely. And the British Army Esports Kestrels are not to be slept on. And I don't think yesterday they showed their absolute truest ceiling, if I'm completely honest with you, Pegasus. They had glimpses, and they did indeed take a game off of Falcons early on in the first match that they played against them. They took game 1. They proceeded to go to game 2, took the first 2 goals from that one, and then got absolutely eviscerated. And I know they've got more left in them, and they're going to be willing to get involved, get stuck in, and give a little bit more today. But entering the field, we do have our 2 teams, RAF Storm Shadows on the left, and the British Army Esports Kestrels on the right. And a good bit of banter between the lads as they get settled in.
Yeah, a little bit of respect as well, though. Everyone with a bit of fist bump, but some conversation there as soon as, I believe it was Cedric, accidentally bumped into a chair. Hopefully, all those missteps are all outside of the game, and once he finds himself on the pitch, he will be able to get his hand-eye coordination in place, because the team is going to need it, especially with the kind of form that Kestrels have found themselves on. Both teams enter this point off the back of a sweep, so the first loss today is looking to be given to either one of these teams.
Absolutely, and I think they're both riding on huge amounts of momentum, each of these rosters. On the right now, we see JDN on the left, Padster in the middle, and Frazix on the right-hand side. Frazix, I think, being the core storyline here as a returning player to this British Army Esports roster, a player who's been around for quite some years, but only recently just got back, I believe, from a deployment and has been able to join us here today.
Frazix is a little bit early for even my time in the involvement for the Interservices. It hasn't been all that long, but it looks like our wait is going to be coming to an end, Psycho, and the upper semi-finals can get itself underway. Storm Shadows versus the Kestrels.
And away we go then. Frazix and Cedric, I'm sure good mates off the pitch. They're certainly not going to be sharing that same love on the pitch for the next 30 minutes, give or take, as we enter a best-of-5 series to test the wits of both. See the sort of storylines that might unfold from it.
There is definitely going to be a clear audience favourite, I feel like, for the Storm Shadows, with the kind of history they've been able to build up in the Interservices team, but they've got to be able to keep those shots underneath the crossbar, yet warning shots already thrown against the Kestrels. This is going to be the kind of game that the Storm Shadows like to play. A very offensive side. They like to string a few passes together, but Cedric definitely can be that game changer when you find him in front of the sharpshooter. Envy, of course, definitely no stranger to the score sheet.
Absolutely not. And on the side of the Storm Shadows, Samez stepping up for today's competition, playing in the Storm Shadows today, but otherwise would be finding himself within the lower ranks of the RAF rosters. I believe Pierce, you might recognise from the BFBS Pro League finals is a massive, massive name to try and come in and replace on the pitch. But I know Sames for his absolute solidity, especially when it comes to the positioning game and just everything that you could need from a teammate, he is able to deliver upon.
And it has to be shown out early here. JDN puts that ball out easy. Sames looks for that inside pass, but Padster does well to step up and get there first. A little bit of a boost steal as well. Cedric, though, should still have enough in the tank to escape from his defences, but that high press that Kestrels are looking to implement early, already causing Storm Shadows a little bit of trouble. No real shots towards that net. That inside pass looked to make it happen, but it's well cleared out, and now all chances favour the Storm Shadows. Down low for Cedric. Great dive and bow from JDN.
And Frazix is going to need a big booming clearance here and has somehow managed to keep it close to himself for a follow-up touch. And Cedric now is going to go for a cross-map air dribble, as he often does in this sort of a situation. One of the most mechanical players we have in this Interservices Championship competition. Envy, of course, with a bit of flair himself. We saw him really flourish within that 1v1 competition. We know that when he's given an inch, he certainly takes a mile.
Absolutely, Padster though, just a few centimetres to play off that pass. Padster's going to follow again on that backboard, but Envy gets there first, gets that catch with a flip reset, just uses it to recover himself and looks for that bump as well. If JDN was cleared, that would have been space opened up for the Storm Shadows to potentially grab that first goal. And even when they don't hit early in the game, if you can instill that threat early against your opponents, it just gives them that other facet of the game to worry about in the back of their mind when you already have to play perfect.
Envy with a soft touch in field is going to grant Padster an opportunity to wrap that one across the goal mouth. There's another shooting chance now for Frazix, but it's a timid touch that he wanted to play quickly, and potentially a missed opportunity at a 1-goal advantage now for the Kestrels. The Storm Shadows have done well to push past the halfway point, and Sames to keep the pressure alive.
Envy ignores the boost, straight for ball. Cedric, though, jumped a little bit early there and couldn't recover himself in time for a second jump. Sames off his own lines, boom balls forward. Cedric's looking for those redirects, and he scored plenty of those in these Interservices leagues. This time, though, gonna have to be rotating back for that third man position. Sames looks to try and take over. JDN taps into the corner, still goalless, almost 4 minutes having gone, and say it's been a bit of a closed affair quick out the gates here. Storm Shadows definitely had their chances early and are building them up yet again, but for a majority of this game, both teams have done well to shut down any real threats.
JDN just able to push that ball to the right-hand side of the field there, past that pre-jumping defender, and RAF Storm Shadows are known for their aggression in those first-man positions. Often you'll see that really, really high dive early on, the pre-jump plays to try and create a little bit of pressure for themselves, but Starman Cedric is able to put across a burst.
Oh, and I wish that replay was just a second longer so you could see that catch from Envy, that assist, creating that entire goal on its own. You think he's going to boom it forward, and the defense played as such. You had that first man trying to challenge, and second and third were sitting rather deep behind that back post. But once he got that first control touch, that's when a bit of panic started to settle in. This was against the game plan. This is not what we were expecting. And then, of course, when you do have Cedric available to knock those balls into the bottom corner, it's going to be a fantastic time. It's going to be even better now Sames has added himself on.
Stoic expressions from the Storm Shadows as they're going to find themselves a bit more comfortability. 2-0 is the scoreline now, and the British Army Esports Kestrels yet to really challenge. We've seen 1 or 2 opportunities come their way off of the backboard and potentially a little bit of space to work with, but they're going to really need something quickly.
Absolutely, coming off this backboard, it was actually on target. Cedric gets that clearance, 5 seconds still stand, and every second increasingly favours the Storm Shadows. This is game 1 secured, and Kestrels, they fought hard for 4 straight minutes, but in the final dying seconds, Storm Shadows showed us what they've done for multiple years now. But you spoke about stoic cams on the side of the RAF.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, did you see the British Army after those 2 goals? That didn't really seem to shake them whatsoever.
Not at all, Pegasus. And I thought you were actually making a reference to yourself. I believe your camera has frozen and you'd look as if you're somewhat in confusion and somewhat in excitement. You're sort of a happy medium. There we go. The glorious locks are back for all to see. It's good to have you back, Pegasus. But the timing on that comment was incredible. You said, I don't know if you've seen the cameras on the British Army esports roster. I was thinking, my co-commentator is frozen here.
Did you not know I enlisted? No, of course not. JDN, no. From the top corner. Over 50 with Envy. Frazixvo so fast as that second man. And like I said before, seemingly unfazed from previous performances. But now JDN's on an island. Just Cedric to beat. But that is a wonderfully placed flick to just get its way over that final man. And he just saved that perfect amount of boost. Had a little bit of a shimmy beforehand as well. I feel like that's when he worked out that his opponent did have 0 boost left in the tank. He stayed still, didn't really try to echo any of those movements. And anyone that's played once for any kind of time knows that's a dead giveaway.
Absolutely so. And JDN, I think, just needed to bite the bullet and go as quickly as possible in that last man position. And that's a brilliant shot from Padster. A mechanical menace on the side of the Kestrels, able to plough home a beautiful shot there.
Dust off your shoulders and play on like it's still 0-0. It doesn't matter anymore. The Kestrels respond so fast. Storm Shadows were still celebrating their last goal. Frazix already looking to allow that goal to come in pairs, and that's how quick it changes.
Belting yell from Frazix. And it's a gorgeous little flip reset underneath Envy, who thought he was going to go high, maybe play the double touch there. And it's a genius bit of thinking from the Kestrels, and it's not often I get to see that flair from Frazix, and I'm so glad we had an opportunity to there.
Well, this is what the playoff stage can bring. It boosts players to another echelon if they can handle the pressure, and so far, both of these teams have proven themselves worthy of the position. JDN looks to try and pass it back to Frazix. That one, though, somewhat wayward. Envy sacrifices his life for the save. Cedric, though, gets that play off the back wall. A pre-flip reset for the assist inside to Samez, but he can't get that shot off. Instead, acting as that dummy for Envy. He'll tap it back down. Samez gets that second chance. It's a wonderful save coming from Frazix. Overall, an extremely well-worked offense from Storm Shadows, which still has not seen its end. Envy bails away. Samez looks to cut in first, but now the resources are low. And you can see the Storm Shadows start to back themselves back. Kestrels, it's your turn to strike. Back to Cedric, though.
Resets and tries to sneak it to the right-hand side post, but Frazix is up early, and he's going to try and duck and dart and get a nice 50 infield. There's another one against Samez in the third man spot, though no defenders really pushing too far from the Storm Shadows here. They're in a great position, absorbing all of this pressure.
This is the Storm Shadows you see in every poster they make for themselves. Super mechanical, highly offensive, playing off those inside passes. This is a lot closer to what many people were expecting to see here in the top six stage now that we're here. But still they sit behind, and despite all the offense they found themselves, they haven't scored outside the first 30 seconds.
Oh, it's a good chance from Samez. Pushed over to the backboard, though no instant follow-up, no instant shot towards goal. Means that Kestrels still in fine shape as Samez pushes one infield once again. JDN demoed away from his troubles, and he's going to need a little bit of support to help him out here as the ball loosely chipped up high, and Frazix really has to shy away from it with no boost.
JDN very confident to go up for that first ball. Cedric does well to 50-50. The second one is stronger. The third man is just completely beat, and now there's got to be an option inside. Envy's already jumped, and that's the equalizer they were waiting for. A lot of it coming from the favor of Cedric's run corner to corner. But I spoke about the confidence of early jumps. It was JDN to create the attack. But look at Envy. He had nothing to worry about, and he knew that was the case. It doesn't matter the position. Envy reads them perfectly.
And I think Cedric had the goal covered for himself, but Envy just wanted to get involved. They came together in a 150 kph team pinch doomsy, which isn't a phrase you usually hear, but Storm Shadows full of energy moving forwards.
Post that on Twitter, say worlds first, and you might find yourself in Pulse.
You might also find yourself in some hot water because people are very sensitive on that topic, Pig.
Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of people have always told me that I wasn't the first for, you know, the thing. And they would be right. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. Wow. But, you know, you made it popular. I mean, I'm sure these are arguments you've had before.
Once or twice, Pig. But alas, 1 minute 20 left to play. And we're yet to see any of that particular play on the pitch yet so far in the Interservice Championships. Thank goodness, because I'd be quite embarrassed just looking at it on the field, knowing full well what's going on in my head as Cedric is going to push the ball infield towards Sames, but he's just decided against pushing for that one straight away and instead shadow around and attack another time. And it's really smart play at the moment from Storm Shadows in terms of how they're absorbing the pressure. They're not just quick to blast the ball forwards, they're keeping control wherever possible. Although that shot from JDN did look a little bit troublesome.
And Vivo able to beat past Frazix, but didn't quite read that. That was going to be the case, so instead had already bailed away from the position. Maybe a slight break tap. He would have been available just to tap that one inside. Cedric break tapping a little bit more, reversing towards this ball. Gonna have to turn on to this play if JDN can keep it low, but Envy already had those pockets filled. Cedric now can take those touches. 19 seconds remaining. Real potential here for the game to end in regulation, especially after that double commit, but it's on that awkward corner. Patience, though, is a virtue that Cedric has. The third goal comes in, and this looks like it might have been the decisive mistake. And, of course, the decisive strike as well.
That was heartache for the Kestrels, who left that one well and truly open, pushing a high line, and I'm not sure they realised the risk they were pushing into the play there, and they've been punished for a lapse in judgment there, and they are going to have a little bit of time to work with as JDN shoots towards the right-hand side. It's a difficult save, but a brilliant touchdown. Saved away by the Storm Shadows, and it's now 2 to the good in series. And it does sort of beg the question for me, is this now the time for a timeout? If there's ever going to be a time, it has to be now, potentially, for the Kestrels.
Psycho, I love a timeout, and I really do hope they call it, but I've seen some very early ready-ups from all of the players, so I'm fear that that might not be the case. Maybe they watch the kickoff land, where I don't know if you're aware, Psycho, the timeout buff has been nerfed. Either way, though, Frazix is still calling it. He actually was one of the players who had already readied up, but he ended up changing his mind about it. Padster was the last one to not press that check button, so I feel like there was a little bit of convincing there to make that happen. But Psycho, this is where we like to pick apart your mind in these kinds of positions. Of course, a former coach in the scene, having to put out a reverse sweep. Were you ever a fan of the timeouts called on match points?
I think they're very, very useful for a team that has a lot to say. And especially in these situations, the emotions are going to be high. And I think that's one factor that is so valuable about the timeouts, because it gives you an opportunity to express them, whether it's misfortune, it's distress, it's anger, potentially frustration on the field. That is that time to decompress as a roster and think about your next steps forward, your next approaches for the games to come. And it's so crucial to get those thoughts out there before they sort of explode on the pitch. You don't necessarily want to be going in with any extra thoughts in your mind outside of the play. And now is the time for those to come out, Pegasus.
And as strong as the Storm Shadows were offensively, Kestrels, for the most part, had them held down in defense. It actually did require their very own mistakes to allow those first two goals to come through. I think about that whiff from the third man after Cedric had already beaten two, which left a completely open net for the inside pass, which, of course, Envy did end up stealing. But then for that final goal, a little bit of a double commit, maybe that countdown timer being on screen, perhaps causing a little bit of stress there for some of the players, which made them so jump happy here. But now, game 3 is already gone underway. They called that timeout early. And now the Kestrels, it's all about that reverse sweep. We've seen plenty on the main broadcast, and we might have another one for the history books in the biggest of stages.
Kestrels reorganised, reshaped and refocused for the third game in a series which could potentially be their last in this best-of-5 length. And they so desperately want to be that team to qualify through to the upper finals. What a statement that would be for the British Army second seed, but they have a lot left to do as Frazix working out from the back all by his lonesome to give chase in the corner. A good idea to bump that third defender as well. Great shot from JDN and looking very positive with the play.
Absolutely, ball back up to that backboard though, and Samez was able to get there first. There was no real high positioning player of Kestrel's that was willing to try and take on that strike, and that feels like a little bit of a difference between these two teams. You can imagine if Storm Shadows had one of those cloud-lifted balls up into the centre, there's always going to be a really tight second man available, but Kestrel's like to play it a little bit more safe. You see them deeper set, and potentially that's just due to their strength of opposition.
Yeah, deeper set with the positioning, but it can also cause a couple of problems in itself because Storm Shadows love having a bit of space to play with, especially if they're against a team with a deep third man, and JDN just can't quite get back in time. By the skin of their teeth, Storm Shadows have eked that one through.
But this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at the pace of Cedric. There was a defender ready, available, jumps up early, but still Cedric was just that beat ahead. And Storm Shadows are such a tough team to beat in pace. Envy already well and up for this ball. Bumped off is that player on the backboard. Padster still able to recover themselves well. We'll have that second chance, but no one wants to commit. And Samez just leaps towards it. At worst, he gets to rotate towards the back post. At best, you double your score sheet and potentially secure your sweep.
And it just seemed as if the defence decomposed at that front post. Frazix went a little bit too late, had to bend really awkwardly for a difficult touch, and his teammates beyond the front post couldn't have anything to do with the play. And it looked a little bit clumsy from the Kestrels as now they're hunkered back, and this is when you really start to worry for them. You've got to get a little bit aggressive to get some momentum going as that ball's going to come off the corner. Samez doesn't quite beat the orange defender, and now Cedric back on target. Brilliant save by Padster to keep the Kestrels alive.
Frazix gets that clearance as well, has Padster close behind for the second, and he's going to be required, but he's on that awkward back wall. And there's a reason the coaches I talk to call that a dead zone. If you're facing the wrong direction, those kind of mistakes where he just dribbles past you are all too common. Cedric makes it free, and it's a team hat-trick for Storm Shadows.
So unfortunate. And now Kestrels are put in a difficult spot where they have to think everything they do needs to be a risk. Everything they do needs to be a little bit more aggressive and pushy to even come up with some opportunities. Now Padster's going to almost double commit with JDN to that play. Samez tips it to the corner, and it's going to be an infield touch surely from Frazix, but no contact found.
It's down here to Samez. Let's try and sneak it through once more. That Storm Shadows offense looks constrictive of the Kestrels. They haven't been able to find any real vessel of escape even when they have time in those other half. It looks like it's still a turnover of possession. Cedric, 2 touches, might get a third as well on the dunk. The fourth one doesn't come for that 50 with JDM, but he's been forced to completely commit. Samez, my goodness, I would fear that if he got that touch, Psycho, that was going to be in the back of his own nets.
It was an impressive display of elegance from Samez in a situation where they are comfortable in series, and we're starting to see the flashiness from the Storm Shadows really emerge. The sideball attempts, the psycho attempts, the double touches, the air dribble resets, the whole shebang from this roster, and that is the Storm Shadows that can be so fearsome, especially in an upper finals. And they're going to be looking forward to whoever their next teammate or team to play may be. Potentially the British Army Esports Falcons, the first team from the British Army, next up for them, but remains to be seen, Pegasus.
It really does. Envy gets it off that back wall. 3 goals required now for the Kestrels, not just to hold down this game, but to keep this series ongoing, otherwise it will be that relegation to the lower bracket of the series, where they certainly played well in the first 2 games, but after that timeout, they may have gotten refueled, but I fear that they haven't exactly been reignited. There hasn't been that explosiveness out the gate, and Storm Shadows very much nullified a non-existent flame. That's a wonderful save from JDN. Defensive efforts are certainly there, and they have been there for this entire series. It's about that consistency in the offense. It's that bravery to step forward, which Storm Shadows are leaps and bounds ahead of.
Absolutely, and Kestrels are a defensively natured team, so I think, just generally speaking, coming into this game, there was always going to be a little bit of fear in the air in terms of the possession game, how many opportunities they could squeak out, but it's the RAF Storm Shadows, ultimately, who have worked and earned their position in the upper finals of this double elimination bracket, and what a statement to everyone else in the competition, Pig.
That was a series of pure consistency. They squeezed out those first 2 games by simply not making that final mistake. And Kestrels, a little bit of the inexperience came up in compared to the ever so experienced Storm Shadow side. And that's ultimately what ended up making all the difference. But I feel like it's not all doom and gloom as well for the Kestrels. You can very much say that was a statement for the Storm Shadows, but anyone who was watching the stream and not just checking out the results and challenge would know, especially out of those first 2 games, Kestrels really made them work for it.
They really did, and I have to say, if that first game was slightly different and some of those backboard opportunities were converted by the side of the Kestrels, maybe we could have seen a completely different affair, as I know how momentum-driven they are as a team. They like to see the early impacts and thrive from them. We saw it against the likes of the Falcons from yesterday's matches as well, and I know that moving forward into the lower brackets, they're still going to be great contenders.
Absolutely, but that's what you get with a physics-based game. Those dominoes certainly do run deep, and just in competitive sports as well. One small difference, and who knows where this could have ended, but for sure, Storm Shadows will be going to that upper finals. It is definitely a guaranteed top 3 for this roster, but we know historically, Psycho, that bronze and silver is never what this team settle for regardless.
Absolutely not. But whoever lifts that final trophy remains to be seen. We are going to move across to a small break as we prepare for our next series, and we will see you in a little while. See you later.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad. And there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
EFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this stream. And whilst it's a welcome for all of you guys at home, we unfortunately have already had to say goodbye to some of the competition. Hammerheads and Orcas lost their spots in the losers round 1, and we are unfortunately going to have to say goodbye to another by the end of this series. However, first, allow me to welcome in my co-casters. Myself, Sir Pixels, joined by Fezzy.
Good morning. It's great to be with you. Not casted with you yet, so this is a big achievement for me. Yeah, we've got British Army Esports Kestrel, so my second team, against the RAF Shadows. Obviously, we've seen a few losses in this series before. Hoping to see a little bit of a difference from Kestrel's. They've played really well today. We've just seen the game against Storm Shadows. Hoping to carry this momentum into the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot to be desired out of that last series. They performed so well, but they just about couldn't get it over the line. It was one of those performances that, Fezzy, should they play like that against any other person, except bar maybe the Falcons? Those are the two top dogs at the moment. Surely that was going to be a series victory for Kestrel. So if they keep up the pace here against the Shadows, they could lose to one RAF team and knock out another. But here are the walkouts, ladies and gentlemen. Instant signs of respect here for the Grey Man. Unfortunately, no one to fist bump on this occasion. It is a 4-man roster on the side of the Shadows, which definitely has had its conversational pieces behind it. But it looks like it's going to be the Grey Man rotating out for Daromas.
Yeah, it's we seen Shadows in yesterday. Obviously, Greyman was playing. I don't understand why Shadows have done that. The three of them, with Darren Mass on the side, speaking to his team, letting them know what to do. It seemed to be working, but let's see what game plan they've got, and let's see how Kestrels can manage it. And it seems like everyone is in the lobby and they are all good to go. They're raring for this game. It's the British Army Esports Kestrels against the RAF Shadows. Pegasus, I will take it over to you to lead the start.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited about this matchup. The players have been handed their go-go-goes. All 6 enter this lobby. Only 3 get to leave alive. It is the losers bracket. It is the final life. It's the RAF versus the British Army.
And that's a good kick-off strat from Kestrel straight off the start. Daramas dropping it down to Kurt. Kurt is there, and it's a beautiful pass. Kurt waiting, he was patient, but he had the speed to beat. It was 3 of Kestrel's going towards the backboard. Drop down, pad with the miss. And Fraz just didn't read it. Didn't read that Padster was about to miss that. That was unfortunate, but amazing play from RAF Shadows.
Really composed from Daromas as well. Doesn't use his jump too early. Instead, moves towards that ceiling for the intercept. He has got to be a little bit composed yet again on his own lines. But instead, JDN, with the immediate counter punch against the Shadows, looks to be the tail of the series. I love that demo as well from Padster. Acted as that little bit of a smoke screen for the final 2 defenders. And now immediately we can say back to 0-0. 16 seconds gone. Both teams vote. Able to already have a stand in the game.
Yeah, it seems we've definitely got 2 very aggressive teams here. They don't want to be pinned back, they just want to go on the attack, and we've seen it from both now. That's Daramas with a 50, Fraz is up, Kurt's got it straight over him, Jordan's back with a full boost. Padster's rotating underneath, LW to the backboard, it's good read from Fraz there. Shadow's trying to keep it in play, Pad straight to the corner, Daramas is no boost, Jordan with the bang, it's a good bang, but it's going to take straight to LW, Jordan's sticking with it, it's a good 50 to Pad, but unfortunately he can't get it round. LW taking his time now, good force from Frazix there. Daramas gone for the flick, I thought Frazix was straight through them, Pad's going to take a nice little touch here, read it to himself, Padster to the side. Ooh, LW straight in it. You can definitely see both teams do not want to leave this tournament just yet.
Absolutely not, and they took no time either to warm themselves up into the game. You can see once they've gotten themselves both that first goal, it's been back to regular Rocket League. We speak about first games commonly being one to feel each other out, but they've already had that experience against each other, and it was a victory for the Shadows last time, but Kestrels look to rewrite history on the biggest stage.
Yeah, Kestrel struggled yesterday. There was an upset within the mental game, and I think that got to him. But We've sat down, we've spoke to them, all three of them have sat together. Their mental state today is so much better, and look at what happens when they are. The aggressiveness, the demos, they're all working together, and it's a beautiful thing to see for one of my teams. LW, he's not one to, you don't want to give that guy time. We've seen him in the 1v1 tournament, and he is unreal as a solo player. His defensive skill, it's popped straight up to Kurt. Kurt's got the read, but Frazik's going to have to take a touch. LW's ready, Jordan's there. Kestrel's all bunched up in one corner. Pad's got, he's missed the boost, he's going to go for the boost stab. Kurt with a good save, it's up. Can he Fraz 50? He can. Daramas got a bit of time, Jordan's pushed straight up and down. LW's read that really well. Padster's gone for the pre-jump, but he's whiffed it a little bit. Jordan's on his own, he's misflipped. Straight off the post and
That's unfortunate, but the ball spills back out. LW has this other opportunity back inside, blocked there by Frazix, who's going to go for more after that 100 boost was picked up. That preset doesn't use it, goes low instead, sets up off the crossbar, and Daromas is able to get that goal line clearance. That should have been goal free for Kestrels, but Shadows, despite their history as a very offensive-sided team, still have that efficiency on their own lines for survival. It stays within one. It's a very flexible score sheet, and Kurt gives it that stress test with a Doomsy dish.
Yeah, Shadows are very good at switching it up. Their defense, they've got it on point. Their attack, they've got it on point. They're very good at splitting Kestrels apart and forcing the 2v1 situations. It's just Kestrels need to hold their own here, and they need to maximise the boost. Don't waste it all at once. Like, if they need to keep these gaps small. That's a bit of a miss-hit from there. That's a double commit with Praz and Jordan. That's open, but a good bump from LW. Kurt's popped it high. Pad's got to take the read here. He's dropped it straight down to Kurt. That's not a good pass. And that's Kurt. He's just picking the corner out. That's an unfortunate hit from Padster there, but it was all caused by the double commit with Jordan and Fraz. That's unfortunate.
But as well, off the back of that double commit, you could see that there was a bit of a step up there from the Shadows. They smelled that blood in the water, and you see the instant jumps up. They know that they're going to outnumber them no matter what. Even if that whiff does come through, then it just becomes an equal game. And this is something that the Shadows are so good at recognising. When an opportunity favours them and they all of a sudden just come alive and make it impossible for the defensive team to handle them. JDN over to LW instead. Does well to keep this ball in this half, but feels like it's inevitable that Kestrels will be able to find that space. That looked like the opportunity, but Aromas able to reach towards that ball first. LW booms it forward, looks for that top corner, will find it. And despite what has been a Kestrels dominated game, Shadows look to establish themselves at the opener.
Yeah, I think Jordan was looking for the infield pass there, and he was behind him. It was a bit of a weird play from the Kestrels there. There was just no one to cover it, and LW, he's just got to slot that home. That's a good kick-off. He's going to let the ball drop. Pad's got a little bit of time. 50s with Daramas. Jordan pops it up. He takes the hit. Frazix is on his own. It's now a 2v1. Daramas is there. He pings it over, and it's straight in. Fraz just couldn't reach it. Definitely, Shadows are forcing Kestrels to be in 2v1 situations, and like you said, they're just capitalising on it, and unfortunately Fraz just couldn't get the read on that.
This is what happens when Shadows start to catch pace. I've called them a very constrictive team. It's the same with all the RAF teams, frankly. They put yourself in a position where you do start to panic a little bit extra. They play for some of these bumps. They play for a lot of these beats, and it makes you try to step up to their pace, play a little bit faster. But then now you're the team out of book, playing against how you would typically fancy yourself. And that is just one of the many ways Shadows likes to take control. And it's also the reason we start to see so many scorelines start to tip towards their favour so heavily, despite how closely they do start out. There's goal number 6, and it was a little bit messy on their lines for some time, but with all of that pressure that Shadows are able to apply, and that miss even from Daromas acting as part of it, how are you supposed to keep up as that offensive side instead?
Yeah, spot on. That was a perfect analysis. You are right, Shadows, they force you to play quicker, but with Kestrels, you don't want to be on the same playstyle as the other team. They're very good at being patient. They're very good at the passes, the redirects. We've got players like Padster that can be the speed demon, and Jordan and Fraz can sit back and wait for the passes. And I think they're just not doing it at the moment. They are being forced to match the Shadows playstyle, and in effect, Shadows are just slowing down and being in the correct position. It's unfortunate, but it's very well played from the Shadows at the moment. And that's Fraz. He's got a good touch up. It took a bit of a bounce off the wall. LW to read. Jordan with a touch, and we're gonna get a third. We are dribbles it straight into the net, and that leaves the game at 6-3. That's unfortunate for Kestrels, but outclassed by the RAF Shadows there.
Absolutely. 3 goals for Kurt, 2 for LW, and 1 for Daromas. That was an unbelievable team performance from the entire roster. They were just able to catch themselves a pace, and once they get going, they are such a tough team to stop. That is what you would definitely call a statement opener, but if Kestrels can come out the gates and establish themselves first instead, like they did in the early stages of this game, this is definitely one of those series that can be turned around, but a lot of that is decided in that first half of gameplay.
Yeah, we've seen this from Kestrels. They've tried a strategy. It's not worked. Pad is a very good in-game leader, and the playstyle will be amended now. And as we go into Game 2 of British Army Esports Kestrels against Shadows, are we going to see another storming by Shadows, or let's hope for my sake that Kestrels start locking in? But that's Pad straight to the corner. JDN's going to take a touch. He's hit it infield, but Fraz is a little bit too far forward. LW with a good block, he's gone straight to Fraz. Pad is up as last man. JDN's gone for the bump. Fraz isn't going to make it in time. Daramas low boost, Kurt low boost, LW half boost. Jordan's going to take a touch. He's got full boost. He's got the mech, so we're going to see it. It's a pass to Padster, but unfortunately it was blocked. That's Fraz out of position as third man. Daramas popping it up. Kurt is there. Jordan's going to take with full boost. That's weird. It straight to the backboard. Pad is up, hits it straight back, but Jordan had been demoed. LW to the side wall. Padster's going for the boost dive. He's got the boost dive. Going infield for the bump. He got the bump. That's a double bump. That's a 3v1. Fraz straight over. That's a beautiful save from Kurt.
3v1. But when the one man is Kurt on his own lines, that's worth a lot more than any other player. Such a great defensive effort. So well to read that pass inside. Now a game which feels like it should be in the Kestrels' favour. Leaves you begging for more. Padster can't get that one on target. The second man is already there, though. Kurt has to get that clearing tower, but now that 100 boost being conceded to Frazix could cause some more danger. They're not looking to stop their offensive barrage this early, but LW forces that to be the case. Kurt towards the corner is stopped by Padster, but these heavy balls are just going to find the deeper set players of Shadows, and I know it's a rare occasion, but it does sometimes exist. Jordan over again here to Kurt, and it does stay somewhat of a midfield battle. Shadows have had a few moments in those final thirds, but ultimately none of quality quite yet. But no mistakes coming out of Kestrels will be that reason.
Yeah, their play styles changed now. They're playing more composed. The demos, the bumps. We can see Padster there in the attack, going for the bumps, and that's what we need to do, as well as Daramas getting the bump on Jordan there. That was a perfect bump, but both players were stuck in the back of the net, and they just couldn't reach that in time. It's a good block, good Daramas bumping Jordan straight to the back, and Fraz just hits it. He couldn't get the touch he wanted. It straight just top bins. Hopefully Kestrels can come out on the kickoff goals here. This Padster, he's won the kickoff to the left, but LW's read that perfectly. Jordan with the hit down centre. Fraz to the ball now, pops it over, but LW's going to take the touch to the backboard. LW, he's going to stay on this. He's got Kurt in the infield. That's another demo. Fraz the demo in Daramas. That's Pad straight over to Jordan, but he's a little bit too off. Pad's now in the back. Jordan's going to hit it up. Daramas with the hit, but he's landed straight to Fraz. It's gone to the corner. Fraz is on there for the direct, but he's not gone in. Jordan's there with full boost. He's got to put it back in. Paddy's there straight to the backboard, but he couldn't. Daramas got the bump.
W up here to Frazix. He'll get that block off. We'll have a second touch available as well, and I saw a first man hunting for some more bumps and demos on those goal line. It's been a wonderful introduction into their gameplay. But Kestrels are a team that are very used to playing in defence, but I can see their potential as a more front-footed team with a lot of the spaces they have been able to create themselves, but some old habits have definitely formed in their gameplay here with those demos have come through, but as a second and third man are still not available to just tuck away those easy balls that have been provided off the back of them. And that has definitely been the difference between the Shadows and the Kestrels so far, how tight the rotations are for Shadows and how a bit more open it is for Kestrels, but double save coming through. Now made triple, but Jordan doesn't have enough boost to find that bottom corner. It's well placed by Kurt. The scoreline is double. It's actually, and I don't get to say this very often, a rare opportunity for Shadows in this game, completely capitalized.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan was he was in the wrong position. He just didn't have the boost to get anywhere near the save, and it was, I tell you what, it was brilliant from Shadows. They put it into the one place that we couldn't get it. Kurt with a touch there, straight to Padster. They need to come out a little bit more aggressive, and we're seeing it. Fraz straight to the sideboard. It's going to bang it off. It's backboard, but two of the Shadows players straight on the backboard. Daramas with the bump. It clears a bit of space, but Jordan's going to hit it dead centre. No one is there. It's a shot from Kurt, I believe. LW with a touch. Pad's now he's got the boost. He's got the mechs, and it is straight over the two players. Beautiful play, and this is what we need to start seeing more. We need to. Pad has got the speed, he's got the ability to take it over two players, and he just needs to keep capitalising on this and get the goals back for the Kestrels.
That catch was not easy as well. It was so far forward that it's sometimes tough to get yourself underneath that ball without losing control, but he's done so well to get to that point, and it was instant respect actually shown by Daromas, handing over the nice shot as soon as that one came through. Now this really does keep hopes alive for them. What a save coming from Padster. That will continue the case for the Kestrels, but now they need to find that other half of the pitch. Shadows will be happy to maintain this offense. They don't even need a goal anymore. Possession will be enough, and Kurt looks to maintain it after that fake.
Yeah, 15 seconds to go now. We just need Kestrels to just get the ball down the field, bang it, just shoot on target. LW with the read straight over. Jordan's there full boost. He's gone for the 50. Fraz is there lifting it up. Paddy's going to be reaching the ball, but Daramas beats him to it. Is anyone going to get there? He's going to drop, and that is 2-1 to the Shadows, taking a 2-game lead in the series. Not looking good for me. Not looking good for Kestrels. I've banged this chair a few times. I tell you what, Kestrels are playing unreal. However, Shadows, they've figured out Kestrel's game plan, and do you know what? They're taking it really well. And I believe Kestrels have done the right thing, and we've gone to a tactical pause. I'm hoping that Padster, as the leader, he's sitting with Jordan, sitting with Fraz, calming down the nerves. There's a lot riding on this pig, we both know. I'm hoping he says the right stuff, and I'm certain that he will. We need to say a little bit more from Jordan, a little bit more from Fraz, and they've both got mechanical skills. They're both very good freeze player, but they're sitting back a little bit too much, and we need them to push.
Absolutely, because they were getting it so right until that final product was required. They were getting all of these wonderful demos in the offense. There was no second and third man there, and I pointed that out on numerous occasions. And if they made that small change in their gameplay, that could be it to make all the difference. I mean, Fezzi, there was still a lot to be proud of from that second game. It was certainly better than their first, but I feel like the real fears now for the Kestrels is this pause is not just for them. On the Shadow side, they've got the Grey Man as a fourth right behind them, an experienced player in these regards who will be keeping them in check as well.
No, 100%, 100%. I think Shadows, I don't know what game style they're going to use or if they're going to switch the sub in, but right now I think what they're doing is 100% working. What you mentioned about, there's a lot riding on the Kestrel shoulders right now. This game they want to win, they want to stay in. They are the Army second team, and they are good enough to do it. However, Shadows they're putting on a fight with Kestrels, and well, have your water break, have your 2-minute break. Let's see Kestrels fight back.
And it is now guaranteed who the winner will play in that losers round 3. We have unfortunately had to see the end of the British Army Merlins. Oh no, I'm so sorry to say, Fezzy, but the Tempest did deal with them in a sweep. And it would just be cruel if we had you here on the broadcast not witnessing something here for the British Army. There has also been a tech pause called now by the players. So they're getting all the time in the world right now, and I would definitely take it for the sake of the Army survival.
Yeah, I think I need to go take a pause as well, because I didn't realise Merlins had just been knocked out. But I tell you what, Merlins, an incredible run. Upset three teams. 3 teams yesterday that got upset with Merlins. 3 young players. I say young, but they've got Paddy here, so it's the granddad of the server. But 2 young players and grandpad. They did exceptional. I'm so proud of that team. They've come so far, and to lose to RAF Tempest are a solid team, and I don't think Merlins will be hit hard with that. I think they'll be walking into the main stage now, with their heads held up high. But well played. So proud of my third team, and yeah, hopefully Kestrels can pull this back. We are very well known as reverse sweepers. We've seen the reverse sweep from Falcons to Storm Shadows. We've seen Merlins do 2 reverse sweeps yesterday. I'm hoping Kestrels, let's get the 4th now. It's just down to Kestrels now. We have got Skids in the background speaking to him, and one of the best players that you can have at the back of you, telling you where you're going wrong. Keep your motivation high and crack on into the next game.
And it's been a bit of a conversation point yesterday about why we have, BFBS partnering, why we have all of these inter-services leagues and the storylines that come with it. And I feel like the British Army overall is a fantastic storyline right now. You've had Falcons as that sole team at the top, and that was definitely the tale for RAF for quite some time. But now they've got a little bit of competition from their own rosters brought into play. So maybe something to look out for in the future. But in terms of the British Army versus that RAF, this is where they've got to step up. And unfortunately, straight after the break, the Romus has brought us back to regular viewing.
Yeah, that's a good kick-off from Shadows there. Unfortunate from Kestrels. Literally caught out of position straight after the kick-off. But it's 4 seconds in. Don't let that one goal get to you, and let's get the kick-off goals. Let's get it back. Pad with a great kick-off. Daramas has read it perfectly though. Jordan's there. LW missed it. Daramas is up. Hits it straight to the corner. Pad's going to push. Beautiful little 50 there. Jordan is in the infield waiting for the pass. He's not. He's got the flick on Pad. Still goes for the double. Unfortunately, can't get it. Fraz to the corner. Full boost. Pad. Fraz and Jordan both in the corner. That's a miss from Jordan and Fraz. Leaves it in a 2v1. LW's there, net is open, but Pad makes an incredible jump to stop that from going in.
Pad's bumped off the play, but Jordan's ready behind. He'll rotate round for this one. Frazik's able to hold down that 50 cut. So look for that pass back. The Romus calls it off early to get that ball forward. Unfortunately, only reaches an orange car for him. Frazik's will to take some space here. Pasta gets it off the corner. The 1-2 comes through, but Aromas is up early for that one. A second longer. That was going to be a shot on target. Kurt goes for that doink. And here's the press that we've spoken about on numerous occasions. Once Shadows are allowed in, a very hard team to kick out of your half. Frazik's, though, will try his best there with that pinching ball. That boost not spawning for LW. JDN able to get that clearance, steals that boost as well. It's now a clipped wing for the Shadows, but Kestrels have to now sort themselves. Jordan takes it high.
Oh yeah, flip reset over, that's perfect from Jordan. They're the mechs we want to see. Pad to the back ball, Fraz is there, and he whacks it straight in the net. 1-1, Kestrels and Shadows. I'm getting a little bit nervous now. I'm so far lean forward, it's unreal. That's beautiful from Pad. Fraz had read that he was going to the back ball. Jumped, tilted his car straight into the net. That's beautiful from Kestrels, and that's exactly what we want to be seeing. There's a lot of pressure. Let's keep this up. Fraz with a kickoff against LW, takes it to the side. Jordan's been beat. He's got no boost. Pad is there. He's going to have to force the 50 in the corner. Kurt's read that well. Jordan with a cut in. Jordan's pushing it to the right. He's got a little bit of boost to play for. Not a lot to do with it though. LW's up. Fraz is underneath. Hits it to the back ball. We've seen this already. Pad's up, but beautiful defence from Kurt there to get the block. LW's got a little bit of time in. That's a double commit. LW and Daramas LW's got back. Kurt's going to hit it to the corner. Pad's going to be there. It's infield. Frazic's there, but a beautiful save from LW.
Back onto him though. DeRomus is tight inside. All three players of Kestrels stood up for that one. This time though, it will go unpunished. Those 50s came a little bit later. Padster was patient and now has earned his time on this wall. It's going to be a musty flick. Still self-control onto this play, but DeRomus has done so well at getting these blocks in before a play is too dangerous.
That's
that one extra touch is going to be the pass. That's dangerous both for Jordan. Now drops down, but Kurt gets that clearance. And it was a moment of definitely held breath for the Shadows, but now the same can be said for Kestrels. Isn't that right, Bezzy?
That is indeed. Oh, God, it's end-to-end at the moment. That's a beautiful shot, Daramas. Jordan with a beautiful save to the backboard. He's going to recover onto it. Jordan's got a little bit of boost. It's blocked by LW. It's getting tense. We're just waiting for one of the teams to make a mistake, but they're holding it quite well. Fraz is going to bang straight down centre. Kurt's going to be able to read that. No, Jordan is there, hits it to the corner. Straight to Kurt's car though. Pad's forcing the 50. He's straight there. Daramas is there. Frazix has been a little bit faked out there. Pad has lifted it up. A nice demo from Fraz straight onto Kurt. Jordan's going for more bumps. Paddy's there with the air trouble, but he just couldn't get the flip reset. Fraz straight to the corner. LW's no boost. Daramas half boost. Kurt is there with 50 boost. Popping it up. Padster is going to read it. Hits it to the sidewall. Bit awkward for Frazix there as the third man. Jordan's going to rotate behind him. A little mistake from LW there, but Fraz has passed it straight to Kurt. Going straight to the sidewall. Daramas with a big pop. Padster's got time, but he leaves it for his teammate. Fraz straight to the backboard. Jordan is there. Fraz going for the demo. Fraz got the demo, but Kurt's going to get back just in time to stop. Padster's still there. Don't let the pressure off.
Frazix. Here's that 60-second call. It could be the final 60 seconds of their tournament if Shadows are able to pick up a goal in regulation, though currently very much favouring the Kestrels. This is the offense that we've called for. Frazix felt called off by Jordan, but Jordan bailed away as well. That's a chance got to arrive, and a double commit on the side of Shadows will open up the space. That bump does as well, but a post will deny the first play. DeRomus denies the second. How have Kestrels not scored? LW somewhat stabilises the position for the Shadows, but that 50 still goes against them. It's pure chaos, but a lead still gained for the British Army.
How Kestrels did not score then. That was either horrendous from Kestrels or amazing defence from Shadows. But what Kestrels didn't do, they didn't let off the pressure, and Pad had to come in. And luckily enough, he forced it into the net. Shadows just couldn't defend that anymore, and they've just got to hold it off for the last 15. Daramas goes for the block, couldn't get it. Jordan challenges LW. Kurt's got a little bit of time. He's already faked one out. He's up to the sidewall. Fraz is going to jump it. It's over Fraz. It's going to drop straight down for Daramas.
Oh! It's complete heartbreak. But when it comes to these final seconds, a team like Shadows never lets off. I spoke about them being that team that's so good at that punishment, at weaving their way into those little gaps that their opponents let out. Kestrels did in that occasion. And from celebrations to overtime, how is your bottle?
Kestrels have got to lock in now. Shadows are playing amazingly, but we need this to take it in. We need to start getting the wins, getting the motivation, take it into the next game. It's just how quick is someone going to score? Are we going to see a bit of a long overtime because they're playing defensive, or is the team's just going to go all out? Shadows is going to want to finish this, but Kestrels want to stay in it. This is where it all comes down to. Jordan's with a pop. LW with a touch, drops it straight to Pad. Pad has got full boost. We've seen him. He's got the mechs. He goes for the flip. Unfortunately, LW's out. Fraz! Oh! Straight into the bottom corner. That's a brilliant force from Fraz. That was unlucky. He jumped straight to the ceiling. He got the flip. LW with a save. Fraz said no. It's going in. Let's take it to a next game. And we have Kestrels take victory 2-1 with Padster. With Padster forcing that goal and Frazic's taking the shot. That's beautiful from Kestrels.
And a moment which you believe should be full of jubilation was just a complete lock-in for the Kestrels. Did you see their cameras, Fezzy? They were completely unfazed about that final goal. They know the job's not finished, and Shadows actually have called a timeout after that game, Fezzy. So how do you feel like the emotions are on that side of the pitch? I know how they are for you at the moment, but that was a huge game from the Kestrels.
Yeah, I'm glad they've called a timeout. My voice hurts. Do you know what? Shadows held that together, but Kestrel, they wanted it. Kestrels wanted that more. The moment they had 4 or 5 shots in, Shadows, how did they keep that ball out the net? Fortunately enough, it went up, and Padster was there to get that ball in the net, get the winner, and unreal from Kestrels. I think Shadows have done the right thing to take the time out. It's a 2-game series to them. It's 1 to Kestrels. All it is 1 more, and we take it to the final game. And I think Shadows want to get this over with, but they don't need to be forced to make the wrong decision. And I'm hoping that, well, for Kestrels, I'm hoping they come into the next game. They've got the motivation. They've got Onza, who's is our best player in the server. They've got Onza behind him. They've got the information. They just need to perform. They need to carry on and do it, Pig.
They had 12 shots in that last game, which is rather uncharacteristic of this Kestrels roster, which is so known for their counterattacks, especially against the likes of the Shadows. They've been able to find themselves some control. They've got their first win against them for this tournament, and you said it during the last time out, Fezzy. Doesn't the British Army have a reputation for these reverse sweeps? Is it going to happen again?
I did. We love it. I don't know why we do it. We just put ourselves under all this pressure just for the fun of it. I think they just want me to get my heart pumping. I think that's what it is. No, we have got it in us to reverse sweep. We've proven it, and I hope to God the boys do. But with how Shadows are performing, it's gonna be hard. They are on form. LW in the defense. His 1v1 game sense, bringing that over to the 3v3 is holding their defense line together. And let's not forget about Kurt's speed. How quick is that guy being in the air? And it's just hard for the Kestrels to match that speed. And as we take it into the next game, Kestrels trying to stay in it. They've already shown us a good performance, and is this one going to be another great victory from the Kestrels, or is Shadows, can they take the win and knock the British Army Esports Kestrels out of this tournament?
Padster takes that first touch. Kurt has to make the work from his own lines. The Romus will pick this ball back up, and speed is definitely the name of the game of the Shadows. It's what they do better than most teams in the Interservices. There's very few that I could definitely put ahead in that regard. But still a little bit of a lack of efficiency, struggling to break through the brick wall that has been the Kestrels, but the Shadows definitely fancying themselves in that own regard as well. It has been some end-to-end action, and of course it would be a shame for it to end this early. But that's all up to the gameplay on the pitch, and Shadows, after this timeout, are going to be looking for their own buff.
Yeah, I wonder what's being said on that timeout, because Shadows are playing very, very defensive here, and they're thinking about what to do with the ball instead of just hitting it straight to the Kestrels, and it seems to be working quite well. The game is slowing down a little bit, but that's Padster with a pop. Kurt with a touch to the backboard, a little bit awkward. Paddy's there, he hits it infield, he goes for the pop, but he couldn't get it. Fraz is going to call it for his ball, he pops it over. LW is there, he's got to try and force a 50, but LW hits it straight over Fraz. Does well to get that 50 there with Jordan. Padster with the ball, he's got the touch, he hits it straight up to Curtis. It's going to be an awkward touch for the Shadows here. LW leaves it straight for Kurt. Now Padster with full boost, force a 50. Jordan sat in net with full boost. This is a good play. Padster's up, he gets beat by LW. Fraz is there to recover the ball. Jordan behind him, Padster rotating back for the right hand boost. But that's going to drop for the Kestrels. However, Jordan hits it in the backfield, but Kurt is always there on the backboard to get it. That's brilliant defence from the Shadows. Has a pop over from Kurt. Padster there with a great save. Kurt's going to keep it in the Kestrels half. He's going to force it through with him. Fraz up, Hits it. He's got the mechs. He's got the boost. He goes for the flip reset. He goes for the fake. LW out of position. Jordan has pushed it, but he's faked. It's an open net. He's gone wide. Padster with a no boost though. Daramas with a following shot, and it's a beautiful block from Frazic there.
And that could have been it. That could have been the first goal for the Shadows. And like we've mentioned before, a team that when they catch pace are so tough to stop. Daromas goes for the inside pass. LW is lurking, and that's ingenious. All Castrol's players camps down in their own line. Daromas notices that that's going to be space outside the 6-yard box. And of course, there's always a player prepared for Shadows. A deserved first goal in game 4.
Yeah, that was clever of Daramas there to realise that his teammate was to the right, and all he had to do is not be selfish, take the pass, and you let the teammate have the better shot, and that's exactly what Shadows did, and it caught Kestrels out massively. However, Kestrels are coming back with a little bit more aggression. Braz's third man, no boost. Daramas takes it off Kurt, he pops it over to the sidewall, he didn't get the read, it leaves it bouncing. Padster's there with a shot, LW couldn't reach it, that was unlucky. LW was just a little bit too back, but Padster, he read that the ball was bouncing there, he read that Kurt didn't have it. Braz with the bump and he hits it just enough that LW just couldn't reach it. And you can see on the cams there, Pad is happy with that, he's locked in. His team just wants to carry this momentum and kick off and just get the other goal.
And you saw on the other side of the cams, shake of the head there from LW, who'll be looking to shake that one off, but Frazic is not going to make that easy. Lead goes to the Castrals. It is a gorgeous setup again from Jordan. This is not going to be a series won by individuals. It's that extra effort in amongst the rosters, and Shadows have got that 4-man roster, which has definitely been a point of conversation, but still having that chemistry. But the established 3-man side of Castrals have really been able to prove themselves this tournament. Stairs free, no! Crossbar hit, and LW have to make a save instead. I was so sure on that one, Fezzy. That one, though, will make sure that scoreline is added. My goodness.
Yeah, they're taking a trick out of Daramas's, but they've said, you pass to your play, I'll tell you what, we'll pass to ours. That's Padster straight down. He sees Jordan's there, puts it perfectly so Jordan can get the right amount of power, and there was nothing that the Shadows could do there. That was great play from the Kestrels. Kick-off shot with Shadows, though. He takes it straight left. Kurt's there. Fraz with a great read, but it's going to drop to Daramas. Bit of an awkward one to the sidewall, but Kestrels are going to reach it. Jordan's there, goes for the fake. Kurt's read that perfectly. That's Fraz and Pad reaching for the backboard. He's got it, pops it up. He's got 74 boosts. He's going to try and force the 50 with Daramas. Daramas whiffs it a little bit. Fraz is going backwards. Get out of that reverse gear, Fraz. LW with the ball. Fraz has cleared it to the right. Beautiful positioning from Jordan there. Forces Pad for the shot. Jordan's going to keep this aggressive. Fraz straight back to Jordan. Jordan's no boost. He's going to try and 50 it in. Potentially go for the boost dive. Let's keep Shadows on minimum boost, and I think it's working for Kestrels here. Pad with a shot. It's saved by Daramas. It's a really good save. Daramas is definitely being more aggressive, especially in the defence. He's trying to clear the ball and allow the team to get a little bit more boost. You can see on the camera that every player is locked in, but Kestrels are locked in a little bit more with Jordan coming in for the shot. That was he tried to force a 50, had followed it up, and he just left an open net for Jordan. Beautiful play. He takes the Kestrels 4-1 lead with 22 seconds to go, Pig.
And that's got to be the one. That's got to be the ticket stamp to Game 5. The British Army returning to that spot with a potential reverse sweep on the cards. They'll have to wait 10 seconds and a little bit extra between in-game time, but something is in the air once more. A little bit of British Army magic. Fezzy, are you feeling it again?
It's a reverse sweep. It's a reverse sweep. Merlins, they've done it twice. Falcons have done it one. Kestrels haven't. They want this. They want the win. They want the reverse sweep. They don't know that Merlins have been knocked out yet. They don't know that they've got an additional amount of pressure now on their shoulders. But I tell you what, they are making me proud. They keeping my heart beating. I'll tell you that. Like, this is stressful. I've got Owen sat here. I've got John. I've got the production team, and we are all we're stressing about this game. What an amazing, amazing game that Shadows and Kestrels are producing for us. And I think the teams are nearly ready. It's going to be stressful for them. It's stressful for us, but wow. Brilliant. And we move into the final pick, the final game.
And that last game was 12 shots to 2. It's not very often that I see the Shadows reduced to so low of a shot list. Of course, they were able to pick up a goal with one of those opportunities they gave themselves. That goes to show you the efficiency that they have if they are allowed that space. The Kestrels did not allow that in the previous affair. They also proved that they could come back from behind. It was an early lead from the Shadows, so that should be every single test passed bar one. The test of Champions Field. Jordan, though, looking for that shot. A double commit comes in, but it's enough to get that save from LW. Keeps it high onto this wide wall. Wants that extra touch. Aromas, though, has proven that he's typically faster in those kind of positions. LW sends it to Frazix, and that should fall once more to a Shadows man. And we've seen passes from Aromas. That's not going to be the player he was looking for, though.
No, that's miscommunication there from Pad and Jordan. Jordan popped it up to get the flip reset, but I think Pad thought that he had a shot on. He should have just left that for Jordan, but it has followed to... It has gone to Pad, but Jordan wasn't there. He went for the demo instead. That was unfortunate. Fraz is going to keep it alive. He pops it up. Pad is there, gets the flip reset. He goes for the shot. That's a good block from Daramas. Jordan keeping it in. It's came off someone's car at speed, and somehow Kestrels have managed to keep it into the Shadows half. Fraz with the infield pass. Jordan with the shot, and he's bottom left. That's a beautiful pass from Fraz. The eyesight to have to know that Jordan was there, and Jordan with the accuracy from that shot was fantastic. That is beautiful play from Kestrel to take him a 1-0 lead in the final.
The dream lives on. The British Army might do it again. The last team that was left off that magical curse against their opponents looks to inflict that damage in the playoff stages on their final life. All stress against them, and such a tough team to beat as well. But it's still 3 more minutes to hold on to, and Shadows are going to throw the kitchen sink at them. Frazix throws the simple pass instead. A bump comes through, though. The first man completely wiped away from the play. Aromas gets that save, and LW hasn't found that target, but he's progressed that ball forward. Shadows are looking to try and tighten that vice, but Kestrels just have not given them that privilege. This is not the 3 men locked down of a goal line team that we've been so used to seeing during that group stage. But this is what we're used to seeing from the Shadows, Fezzy. It's never going to be that easy.
No, it was a good 50 there from LW to cause the ball to just sit dead, and obviously Jordan, he had to pre-jump that shot, and he did, but unfortunately it was just behind him. But this is, Kestrels are not letting off the pressure, and this is what they need to keep doing to win. But the Shadows are just, they're defending amazingly and counter-attacking perfectly, and they're matching the aggressiveness of Kestrel's shooting ability, and it's working. It's 1-1 in the grand final as Pad pushes that up to the sideboard. Jordan hits it back up. It's going to hit the backboard and drop down, but Pad's couldn't read it. The boost stab is there from Pad. He's going to force the 50. Fraz was behind it, but Daramas hits it forward towards him. Jordan is sitting in the... He's sat in the net. Kurt shoots. Daramas pops it back up. Passes to the sideboard. He's got no boost. His teammate needs to take this. He's gone in field. Jordan has faked it. Fraz hit it up. LW to the side. Fraz has got time now. He can drop it down. Is his teammate going to be there? They're not. Jordan's hitting it back up to sidewall. Padster has jumped to force the 50. And Fraz with a shot. We can see another goal here. Daramas hits it away. Padster gets ceiling, hits it down. Daramas he's waiting for the touch, but Jordan was there. Jordan, he goes for the 50 but couldn't reach it. Padster keeping it in there to keep it alive. Shadows on minimum boost at the moment. We've got Kurt on 100 boost and the other two on less than 20. Oh, they just need to... The Kestrels need to go for the demos here. They need to go for the shot. Daramas hits it down. That's straight to Jordan. He hits it straight to Fraz. Fraz with a shot. It's a crossbar and down. LW misses it. Padster crossbar and down. What is going on? Jordan's keeping it alive, but Kurt's now got full boost. Shadows have been allowed a little bit of space and they've managed to get the boost from somewhere. Pazda hits it up, he hasn't got the boost to maintain it, but Frozen's there, and he goes for the fake! Daramas couldn't read it! And that's 2-1 to the Kestrels, and Pick, I need to hand over to you because I need to take a break.
The third could be final. Kestrels had so many opportunities. The fourth man was there. The fourth man is there on screen as well. And you can see it. Players lean forward, all locked in. 45 seconds left to stand. The Shadows need this. They need this ball to fall on their lap, but instead, look at the confidence from Jordan. Steps up first. It's not the greatest of hits off the ceiling, but it is recovered by his teammate. Aromas has to bail out the defense of Shadows. LW allows that ball to trick past him, and now it's Kurt on that counter. He doesn't control it. That's when he had to keep tight, and every single turnover is crucial seconds lost from the clock. The backboard is here. Padster pinches it out, and it is the final 10 seconds. Fezzy, take it away.
Oh, British Army Esports Kestrels, let's keep this going. That's Kurt he goes to the roof. Padster is there. Double commit from Padster and Jordan. Just drop the ball. Kurt's go. He's dropped. Kestrels reverse sweep. Fourth reverse sweep from the British Army. Fourth reverse sweep. That is unfortunate from Shadows. They played that so well. But Kestrels, what a series. What an absolute fantastic play from each player. That was unreal from the British Army Kestrels.
That was unbelievable. I have never seen so many reverse sweeps come from one sect before. The British Army, there's just something about them. They've got it locked down, and the Shadows were a team that I expected, frankly, to go further. I saw them as winning this series. I saw those first two games going in their favour, and I thought that, yes, this looks to be the series that many people would come here to expect. But the Kestrels, third game and onwards, even through a timeout of their opponents, were able to get themselves back in the action. And you've given a very professional opinions on the game at the end of that, Fezzy. But come on, let it all out. These are your boys. Let the broadcast
honestly,
know what this means.
That's unreal. Like, for Merlins to be knocked out, it was unfortunate for Merlins, but they knew they performed to the best of their ability. Kestrels have had it a bit rough. They've struggled, and they've come together as a team, and they've just managed to sweep RAF Shadows. Unreal from the Kestrels. They'll be absolutely excited with that. They'll probably be outside getting a bit of fresh air because I bet they're sweating as much as me. But I'm so proud of my teams. And when picking the Army first team, when picking the second and third, it's hard, and it's clear that, God, I picked three strong players that do not want to give up, and it's unreal. And I'm over the moon for them. Over the moon.
Well, there is some good news for you, Fezzy. Of course, the Merlins did get knocked out, but now you don't have a British Army derby in that losers semi-finals. You can just support your Kestrels because they will be taking on the Tempests with that final life once more. You're running the RAF gauntlet somewhat at this point. You lost to the Storm Shadows. You've beaten the Shadows. Tempests now are that final test. What a storyline to be able to witness. I'm not too sure what the results were in that semi-final between Falcons and Storm Shadows, or if that is upcoming. But ladies and gentlemen, that was an unbelievable series of Rocket League, and that is not even the end. We're going to be cutting to a break very shortly. Thank you so much for watching, and be back for the next round.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on this ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see, on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the Interservices. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries this forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed get into that one. Envy tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here, 1-0.
Frazic though does some nice defensive work, but P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
Approximately a minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows, and they are shining through here after the Army. They've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff, and P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage
Didn't
again.
have a lot to work with, didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at, but he put it in the one place that it was going to go to, and Cedric makes it 3. And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst, and now they've just got to hold it or even go for more.
Air power wins matches in Rocket League, and you can't tell me otherwise, as Ed will tuck that one away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed, and Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since game 3. To control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tuck this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal. They've done it again, and it's 2-0 now, and it's 3-0 now. The lead looking unassailable.
Away, gives Ed some time here on the sidewall, gets it up. P is on the backboard lurking. Is Ed going to get this one away? No, but Envy's going to be there. Envy's going to tuck it away. It's 4-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. Rose-tinted glasses are on, and I don't care. It is game over. The RAF have trampled the Army. 4-1. Could be 5-1. I don't care what the scoreline is. It's going to be game over with 1:06 left to go. You're going to have me in the commentary box. I'm going to be hyping the boys the entire time. Not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well. As this game comes to a close with almost P tucking away a very nice shot there. Just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3. The Army Sparrows 1, and well, the Storm Shadows did it in fashion late on.
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I am known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G-Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussyweight, otherwise known as Cedric in-game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing the Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I've finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do.
From my end, the leadership were outstanding, no issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks. After playing them, we think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
The second Air Force team, emphasis on second there. We're a solid team, 3 really good players who could do some damage, for sure.
Although we are in different forces across NATO, we are colleagues, so it's nice to meet them in person and just have a laugh and play against them and hopefully beat them as well.
You ready? AFG, you're washed.
Coast Guard, you ain't as good as you think you are. We're coming for you.
Space Force, stick to mini golf.
We're going to win it.
No, we're not.
We're going to win it. We're going all the way.
I thought it was good until I saw them play. The Americans will never hear the end of it if we end up winning somehow.
Look, I'll shake on it. You know me, I don't drink. I will drink heavily if we win.
That the pressure put down. Stelios with no boost thrown into corner will be wildly out of position. G-Wood needs to put it to the air. Don't go towards net on this one. Instead, Cedric go for the double touch. It's a beautiful finisher. 19 seconds into OT, and the RAF already going to match point.
That's right, boys. Once again, I'm joined alongside none other than Stelios. Stelios, at the very start of that match, you pointed out the fact that the strategy was aggression, was confidence. Do you personally feel like you guys delivered on all fronts?
Yeah, it was
a series that we just stuck to the plan and executed it to perfection. I felt really good myself. I felt the other boys also played their part individually, and then we executed the plan as a team together. It was almost perfection, which means we've got to live up to that in the next round as well. So we can't just rest on our laurels. We've got to take it forward.
Well, for you, Pat.
Good afternoon, and we are back once again across multiple streaming platforms for the Interservice Rocket League Championships 2025. We, Psycho, are almost there. An excellent week of action across 3 services, across 8 teams, has all come down to this. 4 series left, 4 teams left. Who will come out on top? Right now, we're about to find out which team, I think is this got a place in the grand final?
Potentially so. In the lower bracket final will be where this either one of the teams progresses to after this match. So you're absolutely right. We are getting very, very close to the culmination of this tournament now. And honestly, that's a bit sad because I've been absolutely loving it today, Stel.
It's gone rapid, and as it has this double elimination bracket you can see on your screens right now, courtesy of our wonderful producer, Jonah. Let's start off then with one half of it. The Kestrels started off their journey today, beating the Merlins, and then falling short against the RAF Storm Shadows. And then they had a dramatic series with the RAF Shadows before progressing through that in a dramatic game. I think it was game 5. It was. They've done it countless times again. It was another army reverse sweep. I think that's 4. I believe that is 4 reverse sweeps that they've pulled off now across this tournament. And finally, they're in the lower bracket semis now against the RAF Tempests. Well, it is very much business time for both of these two sides. No more chances. Last chance saloon. I wonder what you make.
Yeah, so I do believe, Stelios, we have a couple of technical difficulties regarding microphones at the moment, which we'll be able to hear you soon, although I do think you're actually coming through mine at the moment, which is fantastic. But either way, yes, we are absolutely at the business end of the competition now. The BAEs, Kestrels, and the RAF Tempests shaped up for this next series, and the Kestrels had an absolute resurgence in the previous series. They had an incredible performance to reverse sweep the favourites of that matchup in the RAF Shadows. It was a monumental performance, and well, we could see the crowd reaction from those army teams. It was fantastic stuff, and the RAF Tempests are here to continue the legacy of the RAF teams. And of course, we have the Storm Shadows in the upper bracket finals kicking around still. They're going to be here until the grand finals. You could only assume with how they performed across the course of this weekend. But I do believe it'd be appropriate for us to go to a very short break just to give us a little bit of time to investigate this issue. So we'll be back in just a second. See you then.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King Squad. And there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the way of the warrior sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
Alright, very good. Hi. Welcome back then to the National Esports Performance Campus. We are down to our final 4 teams. It is the British Army Esports Kestrels, the second team for the British Army. It is the RAF Tempest, the game that we are about to follow, the the third team on paper here for the Royal Air Force, going at it in a best of 7. Every game now, Psycho, is best of 7. No more chances for these two sides. And at the other end of the bracket, still in the uppers, is a really tasty affair between the RAF Storm Shadows and the British Army Esports Falcons, which is next after this series. But for now, let's focus on what's in front of us.
Absolutely. British Army Esports Kestrels had an incredible performance in the previous series. They managed to get a reverse sweep, and it was truly impressive stuff against the third seed, the second seed actually on paper from the RAF teams. And of course, the RAF Tempest carrying on the torch as we see the players enter the arena. We have the RAF Tempests on the left-hand side of the screen. And of course, the British Army Esports Kestrels over on the right. It's sure to be a thriller.
It is, and the Tempests are coming off the back of not dropping a game in both of their series today, which is quite impressive. Now, I know Ash has been having some words with his teammates, leading them, coaching them almost on the fly, and Jonesy and Prof have really, really taken to it. On the other side of the stage, you can see Onza there in the background, the British Army Esports Falcons player, hoping to pick up his first Interservice title this year, today, hopefully. And the rest of his players that he's coaching are ready to go. It is the RAF Tempest versus the British Army Esports Kestrels. We are set to get things underway in our first of 4 more best of 7s before we end the action for this year's Interservices. Here we go.
And this, of course, is going to book either of the two sides and secure them in that lower bracket finals. And what a position that would be for either of the two sides to have 2 of their teams fully represented within the top 3 of the competition. That is what we're fighting for here.
Asher looking to launch it. Central though, Prof gets there. Prof actually having a really good series, really good day today actually. I've been a big fan of his third man play. He's almost the anchor that lets Jonesy and Asher free to do pretty much what they want. All he has to do really as that last man is pretty much stay on pads and take loads of boosts and make sure he can make a third man play. But there's a chance for JDN! And there is the opening goal for the Kestrels.
Huge, huge finish from JDN, and boy have we seen that player step up through today's affairs. A bit sluggish, a bit sleepy on the field potentially yesterday, but today those worries have been calmed.
And he's playing on a PC as well that has been the centre of attention for some technical issues, but he's dispelling that right now with that finish straight off the bat, looking very, very sharp. JDN, of course, appearing for the Army Esports Falcons in the Pro League not so long ago in September alongside Onza and Wormsley. Performed admirably, I thought, before exiting that tournament as Asher searches for an equaliser. 1 minute gone, and you have to say, other than early sparring, it's difficult to say which team is, other than the goal for the Kestrels, it's difficult to say that any team has taken full control of it. It just does feel like early sparring, which is typical in this kind of situation.
Absolutely, and I think it's a case of safety first for both rosters. Even though Kestrels have that 1 goal advantage, though, they're fighting for an early second, and it's a brilliant piece of work between all 3 players to make sure that that ball sticks in the back of the net. Padster with a double touch off the crossbar and a double commit from the remaining 2 just to put that one through.
Not the start the Tempest would have wanted. Certainly on the other side of the stage, the start Kestrels would have dreamed of. And they have had a big improvement since the end of day 1, and Padster making all but sure of game 1, I think, anyway, the rate this is going, with an excellent finish off that left-hand side wall. Watched it, knew Asher couldn't get there first due to the angle of the bounce off the wall. Prof and Jonesy not aware of it, couldn't get back in time. 3-0, and now it's clear that the momentum is with the Kestrels. They have now taken full control of this series, this game, and should they continue this way, well, hopefully they won't have to reverse sweep another team.
Yeah, and we've seen this sort of a start before from Kestrels, not just once, but a handful of times, especially looking back at that group stage performance they had. I think one of the first games that we had on stream was the Kestrels versus the Falcons. It was the Kestrels to establish an early lead, a convincing victory, in fact, in the first game. And it was only in the second where they began to taper off. And it's just about making sure that consistency is there for them.
Asher, limited boost, looks to play it across the Jonesy. Nice pass. And now the Tempest look to string together a couple of passes for the first time in this game. Just approaching the halfway mark now. Jonesy with a audacious looking read attempt. Prof followed up nicely, but Frazix with a beautiful cut, ensuring that there was no danger onto his own net in that particular attack. JDN looking for a musty fake. Was met well by Prof. Only as far as Pastor with a low driven shot. Lovely save by Jonesy.
And Jonesy had some electric pace yesterday in the attack, but we're looking to see a bit more firmness from them in the defence at the moment, as they have left a few gaps high up on that backboard, and the Kestrels have been very keen to exploit those as Asher gets a nice touch firmly to that right-hand side, but Padster with 100 boost in the tank is going to be saying goodbye to this one.
Can't believe where this week has gone already, down to our final 4. And after coming through the dramatic challenge that the Shadows presented to the Kestrels, another reverse sweep. I believe that's the 4th reverse sweep that the Army team has done. That seems to be the story of their tournament so far across all 3 of their teams, as Padster looks to add a 4th. Looking though to go the opposite way this time, the Army. This time they're looking to go 4-0 of their own and not have to worry about a sweep. That was I was chatting to Wormsley earlier on as well. That was certainly his intention later on against the RAF Storm Shadows, and his intention for the rest of the RB teams as well. It is only them and the Kestrels remaining, and I'm sure they won't want the stress of a reverse sweep. Right now, it certainly does not look like it's going to go that way. They look comfortable.
They look really, really comfortable, and I'd be so surprised if they were to even concede a goal here in Game 1, because Tempests just haven't had a real strong look at net just yet, as Padster is going to try and find a musty underneath one. Asher there to tip the ball high and try and disrupt that attack, but again we're seeing very, very audacious double commits from Kestrels to keep the attack going, and boy is it working.
They are. They're not doing anything special. They're simply playing normal, efficient Rocket League, keeping the Tempest unable to escape from their own penalty area. There's another chance there, bottom right, Padster. And just as we approach the final minute, there is the nail in the coffin of the Tempest in this first game. They'll need to regroup now, and of course, every game from now is best of 7, as previously mentioned, so they have an extra game's grace to deal with any problems on the fly. Will it make a difference? Will it be enough? Time will tell. The words of Asher Jonesy and Prof in the intermission between the games will be important as they look to get on the scoreboard at least, but no, Padster swats it away, and the scoreline remains 4-0.
And I think Tempest need to look towards one of their veteran Rocket League players in Asher, potentially to kickstart a new era for this team in the series. And we look back to his performance earlier, we saw 4-goal games consistently come through from that individual player. He's been so aggressive in his playmaking capabilities. I really hope we can get to see glimmers of that again.
An awkward looking whiff by Jonesy there, and Asher was on hand to clear it up. They're bumping each other. This is a bit more like what I remember seeing yesterday from the Tempest. A bit unsure, a bit panicky, a bit anxious to get on the ball and overcommitting, double committing. It's okay. It happens. This is sport. This is esports. Under this kind of pressure can cause you to do things like this. But they have a minute. They also have a timeout if needed as well to settle themselves. But for the Kestrels, they are in full control. Onza behind the Kestrels there, applauding the team. He knows what he's seen there is pretty convincing. And if they can retain that kind of level, I cannot see a Tempest fight back.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing, that we're saying that so early on in the series. We're worried there might not be a chance for a comeback. It's only game 1 of a best of 7, and we can see complete nonchalance on the faces of the Army Esports players, who are very, very content with their performance so far. JDN on the left, Padster in the middle, the dynamic playmaker, and Frazix, the veteran from this side on the right-hand side.
Padster and Jonesy doing battle then as we get game 2 underway. Prof slightly misjudges that one. Asher demoed for his attempt to dare to leave his own half. And it's a good touch by JD and follows up on it as well. Padster collects the boost importantly and centers it. This will be a shooting opportunity for Frazix. Can he get it on net? He can! And more anxious defending at the back for the Tempest sees the Kestrels utilize the opportunity again. They are looking very, very clinical. And if the Tempest aren't careful, this series could run away from them very, very quickly.
And I'm sensing a little bit of anxiety in the booth now from your end, Stel, because let's face it, I think there's going to be a favourite for you to take this one, and you want to see, of course, the RAF continue their legacy through this competition beyond just the Storm Shadows roster, and Prop is going to lead a charge downfield, saved away by Frazix here as Jonesy tips it above one, and JDN just needing to throw the ball loosely away, straight back into the arms of these hungry attackers. Now the boost numbers are beginning to dwindle, and it's looking like quite a tricky escape.
It will be Padster to continue the Kestrel's pressure. It's a rare whiff from JDN. Frazix follows up as third man, and JDN threatening the fake. Just sees, well, tries to rotate and collect the boost that would otherwise be of importance to the Tempest. And he gets it and he comes back across. Smart play by JDN. And for now, the first time we're seeing Tempest trying to apply some kind of a rotation and pressure on this Kestrel's net. The awkward bounce, so Asher gets there first. JDN with a nice interception. Can he centre? He can. It's a good pass, but Jonesy was there on hand to clear.
Opportunity now for Padster, who's just wide of his mark and extending the lead to 2. Now Prof has a chance on the other end. It's a brilliant diving pre-jump from Asher to try and block that defensive clearance, and he did find a touch. It just wasn't convincing enough past that last defender as Asher now through the skies for a soft touch and a brilliant one to continue the play.
Asher in field. It's a lovely looking ball. Jonesy will control it, and a nice smart soft touch there to set himself up to collect the boost, which he does, but he was beaten to the second touch by Padster. Asher again, away to his right hand side. Jonesy looking in field, misses again, and Prof now left in a 2 versus 1. JDN comes across, great effort into the bottom left, and the Kestrels 2-0 to the good. They are looking really clinical. They are looking almost unstoppable at the moment.
And it's just such a high line at the moment from Kestrels compared to every game we saw from them earlier today. In that last series, they were still struggling when it came to moving out of the defensive area and making sure that they had the confidence to step forward down the pitch. And so it's going to be a case of just stick to what you know is working, and they have found their rhythm.
Prof flicks it away to his left. Asher now dribbles it down the line, looks to 50 with JDN. He does an excellent job again. He's so good at just sweeping up the play for the Kestrels. Any kind of danger, usually it's JDN that will be the one to sweep it up, at least from what I've seen anyway. And Padster seems to be the aggressor alongside Frazix and creating chances. And JDN as that third man anchor will just almost Frank Lampard-esque late run into the box, just finish it off. Asher again, lovely touch. Only as far as Padster, another shooting opportunity. Can they get their Frazix at the back post? 3-0. And the Tempest at the moment are offering nothing in response to the Kestrels' onslaught.
And JDN is just laughing at what his team has been able to achieve there. Gorgeous infield pass, and the finish towards that right side post. It's all clicking for the Kestrels now, and I've been saying it since the first day they stepped on the pitch that they have so much more to give, and this game is still not done. They're hungry for more.
Another beautiful goal, this time off the back of a double commit from Asher and Prof. They couldn't quite get and reach the ball. And a fine finish again by Padster. Been a real fan of Padster's offensive play. He has looked dangerous whenever he's gone forward against any team that he's played against. And working alongside Frazix as that first and second man with JDN anchoring as third. It's an effective strategy, and the Kestrels are now honing in on it. They have really turned up and switched on at exactly the right time in the tournament. And this is the beauty of tournament play. Like, day 1 round robin seeding, you know, it can be a long day, it can be a stressful day, and you can end up with a bad seed if you're not careful. But day 2 is where it all matters. If you turn up for day 2 and execute your strategy in day 2, you end up like this. Now Kestrels had a rough, and I would say even underachieving day 1 in that round robin. I think that's a fair comment to make. But right now they are showing their quality. They are showing why they are the Army second team. They are showing why they are in this upper semi-final, and it's difficult to see how the Tempests are going to respond to it. They do have a goal on the board. It will be a lifeline, it will be a small psychological boost, but as they get ready and prepared for game 3, maybe a timeout looms, I don't know, but they must try something.
Absolutely so, and Tempests, fortunately for them, they have found a goal to put on the board, and that is going to prove some sort of a semblance of attacking credibility for this roster, who's been quite shy of creating opportunities at the moment, as they're now going to try and step out of defence, but Padster's there to immediately block, and Tempests are very keen to just get down the field. You can see Asher creeping forward in a redirect position to put that one high, over to the backboard, and a potential finish, drop down low for a follow for Prof, and it is just those little risks that you might need to take to put yourself back in the action.
Much better from the area of Tempest, slightly more enthusiastic in going forward. They took a couple of risks as they have to, being 4-1 down, and they got their reward. 4-2, the lead halved, but Kestrel still looking nice and relaxed, still looking unassailable at this point in time. Asher will try and turn on this. Frazix gets there too. Asher thinks better of it, leaves it for Jonesy. Jonesy knocks it behind JDN, but Padster calls onto the play really well and took control of it for the clear. And now Prof linking up nicely with Jonesy. Back to Asher, and I tell you what, that was a wonderfully worked attacking opportunity by the Tempest, and it didn't pay off, but that will offer them some kind of encouragement.
if you gave Asher that opportunity again, it is going in. It's just one of those moments where the ball is coming so quickly. You just had no idea the pass was going to fly over your head. And it's unfortunate for the Tempest, but they definitely have found some sort of a groove at the moment. And even Prof now has a chance to push this ball to space, potentially forge a chance from the sidewalls. Jonesy's just going to go straight for net, and I think very wisely so. So little time left on the clock, but ultimately the British Army Esports Kestrels are here to play. They're here with 2 games now on the board, and this is a team who historically we've looked at for those resurgent performances, those reverse sweeps we've seen so often, but they want to get this one done quickly.
They do, and that's exactly what they're going for. They've had enough of reverse sweeping everybody. They don't want the stress, they don't want the heart rate spikes, they don't want all the problems that come with having to reverse sweep. I think you can see Jeromus there in the background trying to, I guess, cheer on and slightly coach the RAF Tempest. And it's all about now how they respond. They have time to work with. They have the 1 minute intermission. And I think if they can get back to their formula of communicating well and taking a bit more risk and being a bit more firm in their challenge, a bit more aggressive, a bit more faster, like they were in the opening 2 series of their day today, they might have a lot more success. Over on the other side of the stage, though, for the Army Esports Kestrels, for me, more of the same. I mean, yes, they leaked a couple of goals there, but in the main story of the game, for me, they controlled it so well and they never looked like losing.
Absolutely, and I completely forgot that I'd muted my own microphone there, and I love the fact that you all got the glory of seeing that there, but Deromus we could see in the RAF Shadows ranks, just behind the players, I'm sure, giving some assertive but reassuring words to steer them back on the right track. And as they move forward to this next game, they are coming into it with a bit more momentum now. They know they are capable, especially given the last three minutes of the previous game still.
Yeah, they finished that game off the stronger of the 2 teams with a couple of goals in response. But it's all on the start now. If they can start better than before, and if they can attack the Kestrels better and more fast, that's a great effort across the face of goal. Frazix, how on earth has he snuck that across into the bottom left? It looked for all the will in the world that Asher had done enough to cover the angle, but it was smart, calculated play by Frazix. That's the experience he offers, a long-time player for the British Army, showing his quality.
It's just such a piece of brilliance from Frazix. It's one of my favourite goals I've seen all day, to be frank with you, and it was just a little flick, but to have the knowledge that that defender has momentum going across goal and to sneak it into that far post, even though the angle is so slim, is really, really impressive stuff. And now Tempests again are faced with a goal deficit. They really want to step things up here.
How will they respond? You feel that if the Kestrels get this game on the board, you just can't see at the moment anyway a reverse sweep happening for the Tempests. They've got to come out fighting here. They've got to give everything they've got, leave nothing on the pitch. That is a story for both sides. That's an awkward looking flick. Will there be a Tempest player following up? Asher eventually gets to the ball. Crossbar and down, away by Frazix. Super defending by the Kestrels. They are not to be beaten yet in this game.
JDM with a lovely touch to control to himself, puts it midfield, and it's going to force Asher up into the skies. It's a brilliant bump on the backboard, but surely Frazix is blocked here by Prop as Jonesy collects himself and absolutely goes flying into the distance. I'm not sure he knew how that quite happened himself, but it's showing her the nerves for the Tempests.
Maybe it's starting to get to them. Maybe the anxiety of this stage is beginning to creep into their veins. However, the scoreline does importantly remain at 1-0. It's already an improvement over the last games for the Tempests. If they can keep it stabilised, if they can keep it calm and sneak a goal here or there, you never know what can happen. But again, the Kestrels delivering on their strategy. They are so well synced up right now. It's coming off of that fantastic win against the Shadows. You can see what it's done for their confidence. They are firing off of all cylinders. And as we are just encouraging now into the 3rd minute of play, Frazix almost bagging, arguably could have been goal of the day. And Patster collects the pass from JDN, I believe it was, and they are combining superbly. 2-0 the scoreline. Beautiful work from the Army, and they are looking good for this.
Whatever words have been exchanged from the first half of today's tournament to now, for the Kestrels to have this sort of a performance compared to what they showed us earlier is ridiculous, quite frankly. Probably the best improvement we've seen from a team all tournament long comfortably, and the Kestrels are finding their own. And to be completely honest with you, coming into this competition, I would have probably ranked the Kestrels as 3rd seed overall in the competition. That's how strong I know they can be as individuals and as a team. But it's just making sure everything clicks at the same time. And here we are, showing that off.
It's happened at the right time for them. They've chosen their moment. They've chosen the time to turn up. And they are playing like a team possessed at the moment. 2 goals to the good. Not really suffering any kind of real pressure from the RAF Tempest, as that one loops dangerously though towards that Kestrel's net. But it's dealt with again by Pasta. Asher plays it inside to Jonesy, though, beaten to it by JDN, and it will go into the... Oh, I thought it was going into the empty RAF Tempest net, but it somehow stayed out. And had that gone in, for me, that's 3 goals and 4 series points right there and then. They survive for now, but the Tempest must try. There is a good shot from Jonesy. Pasta just swats it away. They are really not having it. They don't even like conceding at this point. This is a new Kestrels. They found their momentum, and they don't look like losing it even for a second.
And this last 1 minute 30 is do or die now for the Tempest. I don't want to see them go forward to another game and have a reverse sweep opportunity in a best of 7. It's just such an unlikely occurrence for them to come back from this. So this next 1 minute is crucial, as Prop has no boost to try and escape the defense. Another swarming orange player in Frazix to tip it over to the backboard, and such a supple touch from Padster to just pour the salt in the wound.
The Tempest at the moment are being hunted. There's no better word for it. They're being demoed, they're being hassled and harried out of their defense. They don't have time to breathe, they don't have time to get boost. That is the sign of a team that can put such a chokehold of boost and pressure on the Tempest, and it's really hard to break. And what a pre-jump! That is absolutely outrageous by Frazix, coming off the right-hand side wall, following his own touch. Knew Josie had to get a touch on the ball, and Padster was right behind him as well, in case Frazix missed it somehow. And the 4th goal, I mean, it is just a demolition at this point.
And it's so nice for me to be able to see the Kestrels look at their own performance at the moment with a beaming smile on their faces, because I don't think they could be playing this any better if they tried. I can't see any flaws in their approach at the moment, bar maybe a tiny bit of overconfidence at the back, as Frazix with a pre-jumping save. It's just going to be there to block any sort of momentum rolling into a potential game number 4, as JDM with another giant pre-jump to add a little bit of pressure, and Tempest staying grounded as ever, are just getting harassed here on the ball.
Nice save by Prop, and you can just see how aggressive the Kestrels are. They know they're 4 goals to the good. They can take a bit more risk, they can play a bit more aggression, and it ain't gonna matter, not one bit right now. They are set for 4 series points to take them into the lower final, and they will await the loser of the RAF Storm Shadows against the RAF Falcons. Well, that's an interesting name. The Army Esports Falcons. That one set to come to you live next after this series. There is a goal back again for the Tempest. They do find something on the board, but with 30 seconds to play, you just can't. If this happens, I might just knee slide across this commentary box if we get 3 goals here.
I'd love to see it, and you're very famous for your big "soo" when everything goes your way. So we're still waiting for one of those, maybe plus a knee slide. That'd be a wicked combo.
Fantastic performance from the Army Esports Kestrels. It will be 4 match points for them to work with now. And the Tempest, they have it all to do. JDN players. JDN, for me anyway, third man. He has really led that team well. He's almost the anchor for me that brings it all together for them. He lets Pasta and Frazix push up and play way more aggressive. He does it well, to the point where Frazix and Pasta can start taking a bit more risks, knowing that right behind them is JDN, waiting to sweep anything up, waiting to make sure that nothing goes into the back of their own net. They've done it well, they've got their formula, and they need to stick to it now. The Kestrels are headed for the lower final, not unless there is a drastic change for the Tempest.
Yeah, and that drastic change is going to be almost an impossible feat at this stage. Surely you have to think, and looking back at the stats in the last game, RAF Tempest weren't without opportunities. 6 shots registered in that last game, and that's sometimes enough for a team to come out on top. It's just a simple fact of Kestrels are approaching the game with confidence. Every single attacking play that they are going for it's fully committed.
Yeah.
You have to say that much. We're seeing pre-jumps across half the field, not just by one player, but two at any given point in time to try and dunk out defenders. And it's proving again just how regimented Tempest are playing, but also just how readable they are.
Yeah. There's no variety at the moment in their gameplay, so they're easy to read, as you said, and it's causing them all kinds of issues. They're being penned into their own penalty area, and at times into their own goals. They've got to find a way to break it, to break out of it. Whether it's challenging earlier, whether it's just finding each other a little bit more with passing plays, which we know they can do, as we've seen this morning. I don't know. I don't know whether it's possible, because at the moment the Kestrels aren't letting it happen. They're playing too solid. They're playing too, I don't want to say risk averse. They're taking risks when it matters, and it's calculated. And as you can see, another goal, and this time the opening goal from Frazix. It's risks where it needs to be. It's risks where it's heavily in favour of the Kestrels, and it's a minimal, it's a minimal negative impact if the play goes wrong, because they've got JD always at the back, sweeping up the play. I think they're onto a really good play style here, and even the Storm Shadows may struggle against this.
Yeah, definitely so, and I've seen the BAE's Kestrels take it to even the BAE's Falcons in the past, and I'm sure that they really would have a fun time playing the Storm Shadows if they were to approach that game in this level of form. And I know that's going to be sending shivers down your spine, Stelios, but ultimately we still want to see that knee slide from you, so we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. But there's 4 minutes to play now. BAE's Kestrels still with that advantage.
Well, we do have a knee slide cam on the bottom right. I don't think we'll see it, if I'm honest. I don't think we'll see it. We'll see. If there is a drastic reverse sweep, maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't. But for now, Frazix will be challenging Josie. Dusts him again. Asher comes across. Can't beat Padster. That's going to loop dangerously across the face of the Tempest net. Prof doing really nicely there to actually get it away and clear the lines. Limited booster has to get away from the ball. Padster, beautiful 50-50. It will be awkward for Asher. Doesn't quite get there. Forced to Frazix into the back of the net. 2-0 Kestrels. And if it continues like this, it is game, set, and match. I think one more goal and the damage is done.
And it was a routine clearance for Asher, and unfortunately he just couldn't make contact there to push the ball into space, and you would back him to strike that touch 90% of the time, but right now they're clinging on to any remaining shadow of a hope in this series, and Prof is going to step forwards here. He's committed as a third man quite heavily, and it's going to give space for Frazix once again. And I think all of these risks that Tempest are playing are from the back. It's just letting Kestrels come and encroach forwards even more than they already have been.
Asher, off the right side, will get the boost and a nice centre. Passer looking a little bit awkward, but he gets there somehow. JDN waiting on the backboard. Smart play by him. Asher's got to turn around and leave the play. A couple of players on the same side there. Prof plays it to the right. Passer again. Sorry, Fraz again that time. Intercepting. Straight back down the other end. And a pinched effort off the ground. Not quite sure how he's met the ball like that. As we take a look here, look. Off the left-hand side, we'll wait for it to land. And somehow meets it perfectly as it's touched the floor. And if you don't already know, it kind of pinches the ball and it rifles it into the back of the empty net again. And the Kestrels have 1 foot firmly now in the lower final.
And Padster's there. It's going to be 4. Who could have predicted a result like this in the lower bracket finals? The lower bracket semi-finals, rather, to progress a team forward to that later stage of the competition. You're not expecting a team to step forwards with this much confidence. Not when it's an elimination match in a tournament like this, Del.
Absolutely not, and usually it can play havoc with you, especially mentally. And if you're not on top of it, it can result in things like this. For the Tempests seem to have just collapsed at the moment, and Kestrels are opening them up for fun, finding space for fun, and 3 players coming off the backboard. It was never going to end well for the Tempests. 5 goals the lead now, and at this point the Kestrels are having fun with it.
Absolutely, and they cannot go home disappointed after a showing like this. And maybe, every time you step away from a high-level end competition, there's always things in the back of your mind that you think, that could have been a little bit better. But Kestrels have something to be really proud of, and I know that the mental game has been a challenge for this team, and this is going to be sort of that boost to them that they really so desperately needed. And for RAF Tempest's sake, I hope this isn't too damaging to their confidence. Of course, with the likes of Jonesy and Broth rounding out that roster, relatively new players to the RAF teams of recent. And this is just the start of their journeys, and it's been a pleasure to see them so far, Stel.
They've had a good run either way, making a top 4 in their first inter-service LAN. Not anything to be sniffed at, but it will be the Kestrels to progress on to the lower final to await the loser of Storm Shadows and Falcons. And that is one that we can now begin to turn our attention towards as Pasta makes it 6. And what do you make of that, the upcoming game? Because they'll be watching closely. The Kestrels will be watching it very, very closely. They can stay warm, they can sit in the car and watch. The choice is theirs. And as a player of your level of experience, Psycho, what would you do in the position of the Kestrels right now?
Well, I think the best thing they can do after a series like this is just take some time to gather your thoughts as a team, chat it out and have a bit of fun with it, because they're in a brilliant position now where they're going to recognise there is nothing that needs to be changed, and I hope that they don't take a result like this almost too seriously. I believe what you can do as a player is just think, okay, let's get straight back into it, play our game in ranks perhaps, play our game in scrims back just to keep ourselves warm. But then they might be psyching themselves out, and I just want them to appear in the next series as if it's entirely fresh for them.
That would be the way to go, a hard reset, because you can't really afford to assume the same kind of time and respect and space that you're going to get against the Storm Shadows or the Falcons. They just won't let you have it. They won't let you have this freedom. So you have to approach it, as you said, exactly right, with a fresh mind and an openness and adaptability to change with your opponent. And if you can do that, any team stands a chance against any team. And the Kestrels will fancy their chances as they go 7 goals to the good against the RAF Tempest. The Kestrels have been glorious in this series, almost perfect.
Unbelievable for a team who I think I was seeing 10-2 scorelines against just about 24 hours ago. Kestrels were being absolutely hammered at points in time when they needed strong results for the sake of their seeding coming forwards to today, but here they are, stepping up with a fresh mindset, a fresh attitude to play, and they've come away with 7 goals in this match. And I think it's just been a well-rounded performance as well. There's not any particular player who you can say has absolutely stepped up. It has been all 3 of them leading the charge from the very get-go, and the British Army Esports Kestrels have danced their way through to a lower bracket finals against pretty much everyone's predictions. And what a feat.
The plan was clear from the start for the Kestrels. Play clean, play effective, be aggressive when it mattered. And you know what? They executed it to perfection. That is a clinical performance from the Kestrels as they book their place in the lower final. And for the Tempest, they bid farewell to the Interservices of 2025 with a top 4 finish. Massive congratulations to them. And the Kestrels now, well, they have it all to do. They can reflect on what's just happened and how good it went. They can make their plans for the next fixture. Will they be watching closely? I'm sure they will. But wow, I mean, JDN for me was so impressive that game. So impressive. Sweeping everything up and allowing the aggression from Padster and Frazix. That is a trio to be very scared of.
Absolutely, and I'm fully in agreement with you. I think JDN has had a massive personal step up over the last 24 hours or so, but also Frazix as well. His involvement downfield in playmaking is a completely different factor.
Agreed.
We saw him almost hunker down yesterday and be a little bit timid in his approach. Today, in that final game alone, he scored 5 goals for himself. He's taken every single opportunity just by the scruff of its neck and just going for it. And I love to see that level of confidence. Throughout history in RLCS, there's very rarely been teams to win a championship, to win a major, who go through as the more defensive of the pairing. Usually it's the attacking teams who get the more opportunities on the board, who see themselves through. And honestly, Kestrels could take it to the top dogs here today.
They absolutely can. And they'll be looking to do that, I'm sure, as they go away and celebrate a phenomenal victory. But for now, we'll take a very short break as we set up and prepare for you the upper final. It's going to be good.
IES forces news, join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on this ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the Interservices. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries this forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed, get into that one. Envy tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here. 1-0.
Frazic, though, does some nice defensive work. But P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
Approximately a minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. And they are shining through here after the Army. They've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff. And P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage
Didn't have
again.
a lot to work with, didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at, but he put it in the one place that it was going to go to, and Cedric makes it 3! And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst, and now they've just got to hold it, or even go for more.
Air power wins matches in Rocket League, and you can't tell me otherwise. As Ed will tuck that one away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed, and Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since Game 3. To control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tip this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal. They've done it again, and it's 2-0 now, and it's 3-0 now. The lead looking unassailable.
Gives Ed some time here on the sidewall, gets it up. P is on the backboard lurking. Is Ed going to get this one away? No, but Envy's going to be there. Envy's going to tuck it away. It's 4-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. Rose-tinted glasses are on, and I don't care. It is game over. The RAF have trampled the army. 4-1, could be 5-1. I don't care what the scoreline is. It's going to be game over with 1:06 left to go.
You're going to have me in the commentary box. I'm going to be hyping the boys the entire time, not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well. As this game comes to a close with almost P tucking away a very nice shot there, just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Interservice Championship 2025. I'm your host, Aromas. Alongside me is Psycho for the upper final, where we have the RAF Storm Shadows versus the BAES Falcons.
Absolutely, and it wouldn't be an inter-service competition without true inter-service representation. It's a pleasure to have you here, Roman, with us in the commentary box, someone who I've had the pleasure of doing so with quite some number of times at this point, and we are so excited to get started with this matchup. This is the top dogs, the RAF Storm Shadows, the BAES Falcons, both of which in the pecking order number 1 and number 2 seed respectfully, and I think it's appropriate we have a quick look at our bracket.
Yeah, let's have a look at a rundown here where the Falcons basically start off with the lower seed of the Royal Navy Hammerheads and then progressive forward, took the competition to the Tempest as well. And this is the ultimate test for the Falcons. It's the ultimate test for the Storm Shadows as well. They've both been going absolutely back and forth with it, quite literally in the sense that the Storm Shadows in the group stages were 2-0 up and then got reverse swept by the Falcons.
Yeah, it's a bit brutal how some of these results have unfolded, and it has been a story of reverse sweeps typically for the British Army teams, aside from the Kestrels in that previous matchup, who really did have a quick victory there. But I think it's appropriate that we get ourselves close to being underway. I do believe we got some players to come through the tunnels and potentially deliver a little bit of a walkout, if possible. And we're just going to wait a touch as they come forward onto the stage. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen. On your left side of the screen, the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows and the BAES Falcons on the right-hand side. What a journey they have had through the group stage and through today's bracket. Undefeated so far in this competition.
Yeah, absolutely undefeated, but they have dropped games, and they are quite weak in certain areas as well. The Storm Shadows need to capitalize on. There they are then, all three of them, the mighty RAF3 of Envy, Cedric and Samez. Samez coming in as a substitute, but proving his worth quite well here.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job, and I think he's lived up to my expectations of him personally, as now we see Gids on the left-hand side, Walmsley in the middle, and Onza on that right-hand side, and backing them all up is the professional commentator himself, Fezzi. It's been a pleasure having you alongside, but it's going to be a great, great series for him to back up the boys.
Yeah, absolutely, and every bit of words of wisdom he can cook up here for the Army to get their momentum started as we head into the hype chamber. Then the RAF Storm Shadows versus the British Army Falcons, looking to get the first result and head to the grand final. It is best of 7, game number 1.
Let's get it started then. Onza at the back lines is going to be first to contest, a challenge which has gone in favour of the Storm Shadows. And for the RAF Storm Shadows, they've been rolling with every piece of momentum they've been given so far this competition, although we haven't seen too much of them. We, of course, got to see them in the semi-finals today, but we didn't get to catch any of their group stage matchups, and so this one's going to be a treat for the eyes.
Yeah, absolutely, and you've got literally the best two teams on the pitch looking to try and capitalise on each other, and I would have very much loved to have seen the group stage yesterday to see how the players shaked up their performances as the series went on, and that's quite an uncharacteristic miss there by Cedric, but they don't get punished for it. It's cleared away as Envy now on the sidewall, passed up. Onza has boost, leaves it for Gids, and Cedric quick onto that one to send it clear.
And Walmsley for a big thrash of a hit downfield, and Gids with an important demo on Envy to clear up a little pocket of space as the Falcons are now just encroaching out of defence with low boost numbers, but Onza is ever present in those defensive positions to strike forwards as he taps that one to the backboard. A difficult read for who I referred to yesterday as Edric. He's going to be very, very upset with himself here.
Yeah, a slight miss. Oh, well, a slight miss, a complete miss on the ball on the back lines. You're the last man in defence there. You want to be getting a touch on that ball, just edging away from him there, as it is tucked away for the Falcons. 1-0 on the scoreboard. 3 minutes 45 left to go as this kickoff is underway. Walmsley will have a chance here to send this one downfield. It is a wasteful touch though. Envy capitalises quickly. Flip reset active, denied by Onza. Cedric's there with a follow. Does not find it. Walmsley on the back line clearing it away.
That's a clutch save, but the ball was rolling pretty slowly, so it was comfortable in some strange way to see that ball away. As now Cedric with a demo midfield. He's going to be allowed, well, not much reprieve as Envy's bumped out the way. And Onza has somehow found a bump in such tight quarters here. A 1v1 repeat from what we saw yesterday. I sure didn't see a shot like that from Onza then.
It was a fantastic play. He set himself up perfectly. The backflip, managing to carry his momentum forward, getting the bump on Envy as well. It was just a solo play, which looked like it should have been done by 2 people, but that's the beauty of Onza in this army side. He can do multiple people's roles at once, and the Storm Shadows, they've come out and they're looking a bit shaky in game number 1. It's usually the case, especially when the stakes are so high here. You drop this, you go and play the Kestrels, which should be a chance to reset yourself and try and take yourself to the finals. Again, though, it's not the situation you want to be in. You can start fresh again heading into game number 2. There's plenty of wiggle room in it as Envy sends this one towards the backboard. It's bounced favorably. Samus is there and it's hit the crossbar. Onza saving it on the line.
That's such tight margins. But it really should be 1 goal to the Storm Shadows right now as Sames is going to go for a diving challenge and allow Envy to come forwards. He tips it infield. What a great pass that is. But Gids, very, very aggressive player in his own right. Quick navigating around the pitch. And he's sort of an offensive powerhouse in his own right as he strikes down to that left-hand post.
Yeah, perfectly slotted in the top left there, and the Falcons running away with game number 1 at the moment. The Storm Shadows need to find a bit of composure. Envy again with a miss. It's all very uncharacteristic from the RAF Storm Shadows. They need to find their footing. They need to get something on the scoreboard just to change their mentality. It was the same when we were playing in the Shadows, right? You were sat there, you had to gain momentum, and that first goal means everything for you because then you can start picking up the pieces and moving forward. But right now, the Falcons looking ever so comfortable in this game, and Wormsley now with a pass inside, Onza with a miss, and Envy with a 50. Sames picks up a boost and has a chance to carry this one forward.
And Sames has a chance to try and drop it in field. Couldn't quite make contact with that touch, but Cedric with 0 boost is able to deliver across, and Sames to try and feed back in field. But Envy is there, and BAE's Falcons now a very different approach. All 3 huddled up at the back, and they're trying to just solidify a victory here. And we saw the approach from the Kestrels earlier was relentless, even in sort of a favourable position. Right now, Falcons are trying to play to the game state, and I like that from them.
Absolutely. With a minute 25 left to go, still goalless for the RAF Storm Shadows. Still need to find something. Envy getting back, it's low on boost. Onza will send this one up. I was going to go to the backboard. Instead, it was denied by Envy on the goal line to get that one forward. But again, there's no meaningful touch by the Storm Shadows at the moment. There's no purpose with where they're placing the ball, and a double demo comes through. A free net is there, but Cedric will be there to pick up the pieces. But as I'm saying, there's no meaningful touch. That's a long ball downfield. You're hoping to capitalize on a missed touch, which has fortunately happened, but Wormsley is there to get that one clear.
Envy back in field. It's a double commit from Wormsley and Onza, and Gids is going to give chase down that left-hand flank. He's got time and space to pop it middle, but he's been dunked out by a very eager Envy who's able to read it off the post and put home a goal at an important time in game 1 that gives them enough, crucially, to potentially get some more.
Yeah, absolutely, and there was that confidence. There was a little bit of confidence shining through the Storm Shadows there, going for that challenge, getting the win, and then Envy, of course, positioned himself perfectly for that post bounce. Now, arguably, you kind of just want that one to fall in. It relieves a little bit more pressure than going for the follow-up and waiting behind. But Samus looking to capitalize quickly off the kickoff, and Cedric with a shot saved away by Wormsley in spectacular fashion, and is sent towards the backboard. Counter-attack enabled by the Falcons, and Onza's found it after a redirect.
I mean, it's the wrong net. You're in the colour blue, and sometimes it's just so difficult to do anything about a touch, and Samus was just caught in the wrong place, in the wrong time, and it's smiles exchanged between Samus and Onza there, as I think they both realised just how unfortunate that really was. Samus can't quite tuck it in by that left-hand side. Cedric with an almighty bouncer to put in a second.
Yeah, a bit scruffy though. I mean, Sames looked to redeem himself immediately on that kickoff, bouncing up, and Cedric thought he was just going to roll up high. Had to recover quickly and does well so in that process. 2-4 to the Falcons now at the moment. 20 seconds left. It might very well be a done game at this point, but we never know. This kickoff underway. Wormsley then has a full tank, but Envy's looking to challenge quick, gets beat out on that one. It might be a solo play by Wormsley. It's a miss by Sames, and Cedric has to send that one clear to the corner. Gids with a quick read back, and Sames now with a 50 out.
Cedric back towards his own goal mouth as well, and Storm Shadows, I don't think they can be too disappointed actually with game 1 after how they were able to reshape themselves, especially on the attacking front, and British Army Esports Falcons arguably only deserved a 1-goal lead out of this game, and you know, statistically relatively close. The play, it looks relatively close. The first 2 minutes were convincing for me for Falcons, but I'm not too worried for the Storm Shadows yet.
No, absolutely not. They share 9 shots each, 3 saves to 4. It's been a very similar game with both sides. Well, the Falcons were capitalizing their opportunities early. The Storm Shadows, they were struggling to really get anything forward in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, and it's all about that sort of tempered aggression downfield. You've got to make sure that if you're in those first man or second man positions, you're taking the opportunities when they're there, or at least trying to create something. That is often your role in those situations, but also make sure it's stable at the back and you have that platform to build from, importantly. And for the Storm Shadows at the moment, I wouldn't be surprised if this game is a change of pace for them.
Absolutely. We head into the second game then. Sammers will kick us off. Onza will pick up the ball. But Envy with a quick response on the mid-line. 50 through. Sammers sends that with Lakota up high. Looks for a pass inside or potentially a shot of his own. Onza clears that one away and Walmsley now has a chance with some boost. Doesn't go for any flick, but it will fall to Kids. Shot towards the top right. Doesn't find it. Onza with the follow. Cedric with a save. Low on boost. And it's another fantastic save by Envy. The defense at the moment in the first couple of seconds here for the Storm Shadows held up pretty strong.
Very convincing defense in what was such a difficult circumstance, but that's a chance for Walmsley to sneak a negative angle redirect towards that back post, and he almost connected with it. As now Walmsley on 0 boost is baiting forwards these blue players, trying to force some aggression and leave a gap to exploit behind, but Onza is going to be quick into this challenge. There goes the dive and Gids to filter forward. BAE's Falcons taking every bit of space they can.
You can see the method already from the Storm Shadows. They're trying to slow the play down. They're trying to keep possession of the ball, but again, the Falcons just relentless on the pressure as Onza try to find a cheeky little one there. Cedric denied that one without any sort of second thought. But again, the Storm Shadows are trying to play a slower game because we know the aggression can catch the Falcons off guard. One long ball, if they can get that long ball, you've all of a sudden disrupted the phase of play, and the Falcons struggle to really cope with that. But at the moment, Walmsley will take it by himself, and Envy saved once again on the goal line.
Well prepared from the first Tuesday's 1v1 championship. He's going to deal with those threats pretty comfortably now that his mind is shaped up for those situations. He's dealt with a lot from Onza personally, but also now Walmsley almost made that one work for himself. But out of defence now, he's going to carry that ball infield. No options in Onza as he shied away from that one, and Envy with 100 boost and plenty of space.
In the corner, it's not really too threatening just yet. 50 through by Walmsley. We'll get that one to Onza, and Onza misplaying the ball here. They're going to be uncomfortable. Does manage to get control. Beats out Envy, but Cedric is there with a quick follow. Now Envy's upfield after that miss. Didn't make connection, but it's through into the mid. Sam is up for this. Yes, he is. Into the corner it goes, and Onza now has to get this clear. Leaves it for Walmsley. Kids in 2 minds to go for that ball. It's an opportunity for the Storm Shadows. They find it after a perfect pass by Envy, and Cedric in the middle slams it home at 144 kph.
Great response from the Storm Shadows, and I'm loving their indirect play at the moment. Completely selfless in nature. And a lot of the time when we see the RF Storm Shadows at their weakest, they're relying on that sort of crutch of solo plays, and Envy to put home a lovely flick to just extend that lead a little bit more, but the team is operating at full capacity now.
I have noticed a lot the Falcons at the moment in this series, their kickoff game is weak. They're losing possession a lot early on and is allowing the Storm Shadows to come forward, but what happens after that is a quick pressure from the Falcons and it allows them to push forward. But here we are again, the kickoff given the way of the Storm Shadows. It's a misflip by Walmsley and it is 3-0 to the RAF Storm Shadows.
How quickly can the script flip? It was 3-0 in game 1, the complete opposite direction, and Falcons asserted themselves as the favourites comfortably. Storm Shadows had something to say in those final few minutes, and maybe it's time Falcons do now.
It's the first time we've seen a bit of discomfort from the Falcons, a bit of a major error, it has to be said, because now you're clawing back a 3-0 lead with 2 minutes 20 left to go. It's a tough ask against any of these two sides to come back with that much of a margin. but they are going to try. They're going to try and push forward, but what we see now is confidence from the Storm Shadows. You're seeing a higher press from them. They're trying to limit their mistakes, and that is a fantastic 50 by Samus to get onto that one. 50 lower, and Cedric will have to get to this, but there's a pinch downfield by Kids. Long and fast. And it falls to Onza, has an opportunity to claw one back, not to be Wormsley, with a shot. And again, cleared away, the defense still holding strong.
And the blue numbers rushing downfield to attack. There's another bump from Cedric, and he's trying to find one at the back post on Gids, as Sames is quite forward in his line as well and can only retreat to his back corner, but has safety behind him. And a big clearance afforded to Sames. Wormsley back in field. This should be a 4 for Onza, but he's played with his food just a little bit too much, but it doesn't matter for a team with this much of an advantage.
Yeah, really solid there to get to that ball, but no, it's a weird mistake by Cedric in that corner. A backflip. Again, just need to be a bit more patient with themselves. It just drove well past the ball, and it was just a mistouch completely. Gids finding the center of the net. So 3-1, it will not be a clean sheet to the RF Storm Shadows in game number 2. But however, there's still now, all of a sudden, a little inkling in the back of your mind that you think the Falcons can come back here. There's still time left on the clock for 2 goals to fall in.
And Cedric, the joint IC for the RAF Storm Shadows Rocket League community, wants to go out with a bang. His words, and he knows he can deliver under high pressure situations. BFBS Pro League Finals, he was my player. Who was the MVP for the Storm Shadows, at least in my opinion, under those spotlights when the going was getting at its toughest. Now, we're looking to see a little bit more of an impact from that player. We know he's got it in him. Sames is going to try and take this ball out of defence, pushes as far as Wormsley, and as this clock burns down, BA's Falcons still trying to push.
I'm going to be clinical here. I still feel like there was a wasteful touch by Sames in their own corner. Plenty of time on that ball and plenty of space. And now this attack has been thwarted by the Falcons, but the envy will go again here for Storm Shadows. Tucks into the corner. No real opportunity there. Zonza will pick that one up. Sames left a bit awkward as 3 players of the Falcons are in that same corner. Envy now has to trail back as a full tank. Will charge forward. Cedric catches it, and it's completely open, but no way, it doesn't find its own goal by Wormsley.
Wormsley! That's not how you want to end a game, is it? But there isn't too much he can do to change the tides of this game. Not with 5 seconds left, so that one's not going to be damaging to the confidence one bit. But BAE's Falcons have been forced to play a bit more of a tactical game in this one and play from the back. In that first game, they were given all the space and freedom and luxury they could possibly want, but Storm Shadows have been a lot more tenacious this match.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a complete change in dynamics, in this game as it was in the first. The Falcons, they came out strong and aggressive, and the Storm Shadows, they have been preparing with Stelios. Yesterday, they were talking about their game plans. I was sat in the kitchen, and I was just listening along. I knew this conversation was going to be quite important. And Stelios, to be fair, managing to get the minds of all 3 players together and strategize and formulate something. Ed was in somewhat of a twisted mind, in a bit all over the place.
That's
with
a
his
good Rocket League
thinking. Yeah. Basically what I'm doing now. A bit hesitant with the ideas that were coming up, but eventually he did agree. And there's 3 different ways the Falcons play. I'm not going to say them out loud because I don't want Fezzy to hear this. But there are 3 distinct ways the Falcons play, and the Storm Shadows will be trying to work towards that. So they've implemented that in game 2, and they've managed to take a point off the board.
Absolutely, and every team is going to have their own unique approach to team building, generally speaking. And I know for the British Army side, I think it involved making spaghetti bolognese with each other in the kitchen. And I'm not even joking about that one. I think that was the Wednesday night activity for them. I don't really want to tell too much behind the scenes, but I think they're okay with a bit of that. As Onza moving forward now towards Wormsley at the midline, grabs the 100 boost and tries to float an air dribble all the way infield. It's a lovely pinch, the direction of Envy. It's a great clearance to work with, and look at the control of that player. If there's anybody that you want to take the ball and just carry it the whole length, it's probably Envy.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's, well, as you've said that, he's just flown completely past the ball. Looks Again, you should probably go for a demo there, or at least get a redirected touch, but it's on the rotation back, low on boost, and that tap down's going to be awkward here for the Storm Shadows, as Gids has an opportunity. We'll send that to the backboard, and it's easy pick up for Samez. Alonso quick on that third. We'll send this one back the way it came. Wormsley then with a pinch up and around, and Gids will try and find this. Nope, Samez gets the clear. So still 0-0 at the moment. It's been a bit more reserved in this opening minute or so. Both sides still trying to piece together what they can. What is going on? Piece together what they can do here to gain an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And the play is a little bit confusing at times, but the RAF Storm Shadows are making the most of it at the moment when the going gets a bit scrappy, as Walmsley's going to go for a direct shot on target. It's just above the crossbar, and there is that man in Envy to carry at the distance. Forced into the corner we go for Gids versus Cedric. Cedric wins that outcome and gets a demo on the crossbar to keep the pressure alive. Circled round every corner of the pitch, and the boost won by Falcons there for an eager escape.
Indeed, and Cedric gets demoed after picking up that 100. That is vital there. Samez managing to get a save as the shot from Onza came flying across. Cedric now in the corner. It's looking a bit awkward. We'll have to rotate back here. Envy up high. Onza with a shot towards net. It's a slow one, so Cedric will pick that one up, but it's a pass back. Wormsley tries to find something there. Nothing to come of it. Samez gets a 50 through, and Onza, full tank to work with, immediately denied by Envy, and the counter-attack is on.
Cedric chance now, but he's going to shy away from going directly to the players. He thought that was surely covered away, but he could have had a chance if he fully committed himself there, and Samez at the back goes whizzing on bypass that ball. It's a 1v2 to deal with for Envy for a little bit of time, but 100 boost in the tank makes for an easy escape, I was going to say, and then it looks a bit scary.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Army's pressure causing a bit of trouble for the Storm Shadows back line, but it held strong. Still 0-0, and Envy has a chance here, carrying it downfield, gets a beat on one, will find the net, didn't need the double tap, and Cedric is elated with that one.
Gorgeous carry from Envy, and Walmsley with no boost on the way back could not support Gids where needed. And I think it's a little bit of sloppiness from the Falcons, in the early challenge, but also the recovery in support there was a little bit hesitant, but the RAF Storm Shadows know how to take their advantages.
Indeed they do. And it's all about seeing it through to the end of this game. It's a mistake. Wormsley has a chance to follow through. It's going to find the left-hand side, but Cedric's there to pick it up low on boost. Gids up high now, sent back towards net, and the boost amount for the Storm Shadows looking dire at the moment from this kickoff. And Wormsley has a chance, pass inside to Onza. Onza was a bit too quick on his feet. Back flips, was too far in front of the ball, couldn't convert. So now it's refresh for the Storm Shadows. Get that ball clear just like that and go again.
Gids to hoof it downfield, and Cedric with a quick response and a soft touch to follow from. There goes Wormsley, drawn out of the play, and these first man challenges are becoming so desperate from both sides, it seems. It's just a case of throw yourself up and see what dart will stick. And at the moment, RAF Storm Shadows have landed a lot of those opportunities coming from that individual aggression that we know them so well for, as Cedric makes a very nice read there.
And a pass to Cedric will allow him to send this one downfield. Onza was ready for it. Gids will return the favour with another booming clear back down, but Cedric waiting for it in the corner. Will continue going forward. Wormsley on the ceiling, looks for a challenge. Does get a 50. Who's there to get the ball first? It'll be Envy, and Samez following with another 50. A mega midfield battle here, and you know whoever comes out on top of this one has a clear-cut opportunity. Wormsley up high. Envy reads the ball and will look to get another. Leaves it for Cedric, called there off the ball, and it'll bounce awkwardly. So Gids up now, and it'll drop down. Wormsley with a shot well over, but will Onza be there to follow? Yes, he is. Shot on, and Envy clears away. Final 10.
That could have been the last opportunity for the Falcons, and I think they know that this is surely game done and dusted, if not for one final attack. Onza infield towards Gids, and Envy running back as quick as he dares is able to tip that to the side. And it was incredibly small margins, but BA's Falcons almost had a piece of genius come together at the end of that final game. And I just hope for the Falcons' sake that this isn't a knock to their confidence. They need to remain level-headed because they did have a strong finish there.
Absolutely, and it was always, it was literally margins. It rifled off the crossbar, the corner post, and dropped down. It was too close for comfort for the RAF Storm Shadows, but they'll be looking to take positive in that. The fact that they kept a clean sheet, they kept it as 1-0, and we will be heading into game 4 with immediate effect. No hanging around here from both sides. They want to get this series through, they want to get it underway. And, well, it's a strong start from the Falcons here. They look to capitalize. Onza's 50 was sent high, and it's just missed the back of the net.
Quick start from the Falcons as they launch their next attack. Onza to play a fake there, and I think it was intentional to leave for Gids, as Walmsley's now through with a pinch. Gids chasing and hounding Cedric, but a demo found eventually. It's Envy with the solo play out of defense. We've complimented him all week long on just how much that player has improved in recent times. Of course, the RAF Storm Shadow's brightest spark in the eyes of many, the player of the Interservices, and he's putting up a good showing here.
Again, first minute, all neutral, a lot of back and forth. There's not a lot of control from both sides. It's just trying to find the space to play the ball. And Onza with a pop-up to Gids, and it's a miscommunication in the corners. And that ball will get cleared. Onza and Gids were both going for that same ball, but now Envy has a chance to pass inside. Sammers is there. Can they find it? Not quite, but Cedric with the quick follow finds the top left. And the RAF Storm Shadows have advantage once more.
Envy was bullying them at the side of the field there, and it was a mistake that came early on for the British Army Falcons, but ultimately the RAF Storm Shadows, they worked hard for that opportunity. There was that push down the field, there was the bump on the backboard, the pass in field, all of the pieces connecting in this puzzle for the RAF Storm Shadows, and we've just been wondering when that's going to happen. Well, here it is.
Here it is, and what a time to come in the upper final against your arch rivals in this tournament. And Onza, though, will find the back. Surely no Cedric with a quick rotation back. I was wondering why Envy went for that ball, but it was clearly communicated, and Gids carried that ball. Probably wanted a bit more of a worthy touch to head towards net. Unfortunately, not the case for them. So Cedric fakes it out, and it's a good play because Envy was waiting behind, ready to pick it up. But Onza quick onto that one. Sammers to the side wall. And again, it wasn't the most convincing of touches, so the Falcons will look to capitalize here. Walmsley has a free backboard and will find it. The Falcons equalize.
Walmsley with maybe the best shot of the series so far, and it's a simple goal for a player of his caliber. He would do that 10 times out of 10. Maybe if I'm watching 9 times out of 10. I know he gets a little spooked sometimes, but that was a good shot, buddy.
Yeah, really well composed there, especially when you are one behind. Just, again, you see a free backboard and your eyes light up, and that was almost a second for the Falcons. They're not converting the chances just yet perfectly. So Cedric has a chance here. Lack of boost, though. We'll just play it slow. 50 inside, and Sammers back into the mid. Envy with a shot, and Gids with a save. Again, it's good offensive pressure from the Storm Shadows, but again, it's just uncomfortable from both sides. They're both still trying really hard to get the ball into open space.
And Envy's going to do exactly that on command from Doromus himself. How could you say no as Sammers to the left-hand side of the post, and it's just gone wide. And now Cedric's going to have to bash this off of the wall, maybe a double touch opportunity, and both teams are getting really creative with their offensive opportunities now. It's not one-dimensional in the slightest. It's really high-level stuff.
It is. Onza with a 50. Envy quick to that one. Gids will be up high, and it's a race between Sammers and him. Sammers out the winner, and Walmsley will send this one downfield. It's a wasteful touch. There was no one back, so this is dangerous now. If the ball falls favorably, which it did not at all, it flew straight up and back down, but Envy has control. Wasted it, really, and Onza can clear this one away.
Sammers to keep the pressure going, though. It's just a small touch in the corner, but it's going to try and just unpiece this defence at the moment, who have remained very solid and grounded for the Falcons. So we do have Walmsley up on the backboard to prevent the high option. Gids covering low, pushes it to the side, and Walmsley very deep in third man support. It's structurally really impressive from the Falcons, and they've gotten away with a massive clearance, and Cedric a very equal touch to it.
Envy manages to pop this one up. Cedric follows through and continues to go with this ball. Onza facing backwards, doesn't get a touch, but Sammers is quick to that one. Walmsley with a full tank will send this one upfield, waiting for Onza's presence there. Touches it towards the backboard, and Cedric bumped off the play. Gids with a misplay again. Their nerve, you can see the mistakes, you see the minor errors in the plays, and it's because yeah, words. Words, Owen.
Words. I don't know many. I need a dictionary or a thesaurus or an encyclopedia. I'm not sure which one it's called, but you need one of them. And at the moment, RAF Storm Shadows don't have to look very deep into their sort of pockets of strategies, let's say, to continue the form that they've shown so far. Sames keeping the aggression going in the corner, and a nice dunk from Cedric just to put the ball backwards towards Envy as Sames goes for his strike towards the top corner. Bangs down off of the crossbar, and it's an unbelievable finish from the substitute player on the Storm Shadows side.
Wormsy was given no time on the sidewall, and it was perfectly centered after that challenge. I think it was from Envy, and Sames sends it home, rifling off the crossbar, but with just enough accuracy for it to fall in. But now the kickoff is underway. The Falcons then have 15 seconds to find a conversion. It is cleared up high. Onza will get a beat on one. It's going to drop down. Wormsy with a shot saved away by Sames, but the pressure isn't out yet. Gids has a controlled touch. It's completely wasted. Onza was too far up, and the RAF Storm Shadows, if this ball hits the ground, will have their third game and stare at match point.
Match point to progress through to the grand finals and secure a top 2 finish. And I know that it's not over, but the Kestrels lying in the 3rd place position at the moment down in that lower bracket, they're going to be eagerly licking their lips for whatever opponent comes down, because they owe themselves the confidence after their last performance. We saw the just undefeatable sweep, and it was truly, truly impressive from them. The Storm Shadows looking to follow suit now, and it's just all craziness going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And whoever wins this series will obviously be comfortably in the grand final. If you lose this one, it's a bit of a difficult mental task to pick yourself back up. You've got to hop straight into another best of 7 series with a team that has plenty of momentum of the likes of the Kestrels. But at the moment, I think we have a timeout from the Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the best time to do it and sort of get that energy out there, get the venting over and done with if there is any between the guys. But I know that they're going to be very much focused on what is next to come. Of course, they have Captain Fezzi in the background, I'm sure, reassuring them of just what they're capable of achieving and maybe some of the little things that are slipping them up at the moment. And moving forwards to this next game, I think Falcons, they're going to keep that aggression going. They're going to keep up the demos, keep up the disruptions, keep up the heavy pace in the final third of the RAF Storm Shadows. But the big question on everyone's mind is, can they convert?
Did we not have a timeout? If so, that was the quickest timeout I've ever seen.
It was quite fast, yeah.
Yeah, it was under a minute. Yeah, under a minute. 57 seconds that timeout was. In fact, they could have just sat in the lobby, but it doesn't matter. Sames gets goal number 1 after 19 seconds. That timeout, maybe you should have had a bit more to think about.
Maybe so. And Storm Shadows, they don't need to think about too much. It's monkey see, monkey do when the ball is in front of the net like that. And it's very, very simple stuff. It couldn't have been a more routine goal for the RAF Storm Shadows, and they're going to be extremely happy.
Indeed, as Envy doubles the advantage in their match point game. Gids not with the best kickoff, and Envy another simple flick, a fast flick on Onza. Remember, that was a Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of composure in the commentary box needs to be had as Jonah again just giggling in the background, which set off Psycho here as we get the third kickoff underway.
It's a chain reaction of utter stupidity sometimes in this production suite.
Funnily enough, monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah, it's the way it is, really. We're all just sheep at the end of the day as Envy is going to push that ball to the left-hand side. A lovely chip up high, and now he needs to filter this infield to another option in Cedric. A great shot on target, but Walmsley deep enough as a final third player to remove that opportunity. And Gids with an escape route to the right.
The Welshman does approve of the sheep here as Gids will pop this one up high. Cedric will send this one downfield. Take control here as Onza will send this one to the sidewall after a pretty solid clear, but Wormsy then on the backboard carries this one downfield, gets a beat on one. Gids will send this one to the corner. It looks like an opportunity if a demo comes through. It doesn't really matter. Envy's awkward, and Onza will find the first for the Falcons in this game.
Big goal for Onza, who I think needed a bit more confidence and a bit more of a reason to believe, and it's a great ball from Gids, who did all the heavy lifting to make that happen. But as things stand, RAF Storm Shadows, they're sure to move forward to that grand final situation, but the Falcons have 3 minutes and a half to make their response.
There's plenty of time on the clock, especially barely even gone through a third of a game here as Envy on the back will get a touch. It's a bit of a flailed one. It will be favorably actually from that 50 falling to Samez, and it'll be passed inside, bumped Onza there, and they're all uncomfortable in that net, but they do manage to get it clear. Cedric with a pass inside, Walmsley with a heavy touch, but Onza managed to find it a redirect opportunity, but Envy was back and it was wide regardless.
Great clearance from Cedric, and now it's going to be Onza to make a really difficult jump up and get a great touch as well, and what a 50 that is to control the play too. Cedric with a little tappy tap. And now Wormsley's going to come forwards into the corner. Two players extended past that front post situation as Gids is surely going to barrel this one underneath. Almost a 50 past two defenders. And now finally the RAF Storm Shadows can sense a bit of freedom.
Halfway through the fifth game here, and Envy looking to redirect that one. I guess had no real choice. Samez sent this one to the to the sidewall, but Envy now will pick up the ball. A bit of awkwardness in the corners, a pass towards the middle, it was dangerous. Walmsley was there to get to it, and Gids with the demo will open up space. Walmsley with a pass inside, potentially Onza finds a redirect off the backboard and is cleared away just about by the Storm Shadows, but Walmsley coming in for another bite at the cherry.
Lovely touch from Envy, and now Onza's going to sweep into the mix. He's got 100 boost from the backboard, or the back boost rather, to continue all by himself. He doesn't have many options to work with, but Walmsley's there in a great third man spot. Cedric with the routine carry from his backboard has done very well, but it's straight back to Gids. And now Storm Shadows are struggling to connect with each other downfield and get out of defense as Falcons are going to continue to wage this war. 1 minute 40 left.
The reigning champions need to rein this ball in and send it downfield, which they did, but Onza again picking that one up. Gids will send this one, and it's a double commit by the Falcons. Desperation, will it matter? No, it won't. Cedric gets it clear on the back line. Onza tries another attempt, just completely misses, but Wormsley with a powerful shot towards the back. Well, they are absolutely hammering this net. They just haven't found the final touch. Samez now with a clear on the back line. Gids has another opportunity, but Envy is up high, and it is cleared away, and we can take a minute to breathe here, Saigo.
I think 5 chances back to back to back to back to back. That's a lot of back, but they haven't found the back of the net as a shot comes through from Cedric. It's 3-1 for the Storm Shadows. They've just got 1 minute left, and their job is done. Autoromus to my side is absolutely dying after that comment.
A lot of back. A lot of back. The Storm Shadows got back. 3-1 on the scoreboard. They managed to get out of their own half, and just like that, they managed to quickly convert. That is painful for the Falcons here with 60 seconds left to go. Onza trying to get this team any sort of momentum downfield. Gids will send this one back the other way. Walmsley not getting anything to it. Envy with a 50 up high, and Cedric will look to just drop this down to Samez, but it's a misplay. Walmsley has an opportunity. It's off the backboard once more. Cedric with a miss, but a fantastic save through no choice of his own.
Onza now infield. He's gonna dance around the last defender. Envy with a great save. Walmsley is there. He's given a lick of hope for the British Army Esports Falcons. They might not have time on their side, but they have some momentum coming into the final 30.
30 seconds remain then. RAF Storm Shadows, how are your nerves? Gids fakes out their kickoff. It is a calculated play by the Falcons. Will it be a quickly executed one as Envy manages to get a save, and it's a crucial one at that, and will continue knocking this one forward. And with 20 left, they're on the attack now. A pass inside. Samez looking to pick it up, drops it down, and Cedric with a 50 through. 10 seconds left. Envy's there. Envy doesn't find the target. And the Falcons, they have one last-ditch effort at keeping this series alive, carrying it downfield. Gids will be there. Cedric with a 50. The clock hits 0. So here we are. They're the final moments of this upper final. It's faked away. And the RAF Storm Shadows head to the grand finals. 4-1 on the scoreboard.
Oh, it was tense. Really, really tense in those dying seconds. We saw the Falcons come up with so many opportunities at the end there, but the Storm Shadows, they held their nerve, they held their structure that they maintained so early on in that series, and it was such a impressive display from them. moving forward to that grand final, whatever that does look like, I think Storm Shadows are going to come in with a new surge of confidence, a new surge of belief that I don't think we saw from them in the group stage. And I know for a fact that Stelios is going to be absolutely elated down by the audience, as is the rest of the RAF camp. But for the British Army Esports Falcons, it's certainly not over yet.
Absolutely not, but this is a completely different performance to what the Storm Shadows put on yesterday. 3-2 was the result in that game, and they were 2-0 up with a 3-2 reverse sweep by the Falcons. It has to be reiterated, it has to be mentioned how important that result was and how we thought the way today was going to go. But the Storm Shadows have woken up completely fresh, and they've come out and brought a result. It wasn't even close in the end, series score-wise. Throughout the series, yes, it was pretty damn close. But the Storm Shadows managed to come out and keep fighting through. 4-1 the series score, and this could very well be a sign of things to come.
Absolutely so. And look into this lower bracket final matchup. It is going to be the two remaining British Army teams duking it out for a spot in that grand final. Of course, we have the almighty Kestrels, who delivered such a strong performance in that lower semis to get to where they are now. And British Army Esports Falcons with a chip on their shoulder coming into this next match. It's going to be a really, really interesting one to watch. But I think we're going to see you after this short break. See you then.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health, it's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
Welcome back to the National Esports Performance Campus in Sunderland. We are live now for the lower final of the 2025 Interservice Rocket League Championships. What a story we saw unfold in the previous game between the RAF Storm Shadows and the Army Esports Falcons. It was Storm Shadows who took their place in the final, hoping to retain their championship. Which Army team will join them? Will it be the Kestrels? Will it be the Falcons? Roman joins me in the commentary box to find out.
Yes, hello, Stelios, and hello, welcome myself back to this one. The Kestrels obviously coming through with all the momentum in the world after a brilliant lower bracket run, and well, the Falcons struggling after what was quite a strong defeat to the Storm Shadows. So we're looking for quality from both sides, but I still believe it's going to be quite a tough ask for the Kestrels to get anything out of this one.
It is indeed, and we'll take a look at the bracket then. You can see at the top of your screens, the Falcons succumbing to that Storm Shadow side, who played phenomenally well, to be fair, to get through it. They're in the grand final now. And we'll look at the pathway again for the Falcons. They started off at the top left of your screens there, defeating the Royal Navy Hammerheads, knocking them down to lowers before going through the RAF Tempers with relative ease. Then, of course, they fell down to the RAF Storm Shadows, and now they're in this lower bracket final against the Army Esports Kestrels. They are, of course, favourites, I guess, to make it happen. As you can see them walking out now, they mean business. They want to avenge that defeat. Fist bumps and respects between the Army players. Even hugs there from Fradix and Onza as they come out to an applause from the spectators, with Lord Padius doing what he does best, just being an absolute fan favourite. Roman, which way do you see this one going?
Well, I already expressed my opinions on how the series was going to go, and I believe that the Falcons will take this one. Whether or not it's comfortable is another thing. They're going to have to pick themselves up. But on the, well, I was going to introduce you to the players of the Kestrels. I guess we don't need any introduction to the players of either sides. If you've been watching for long enough, you know who everyone is by now. But yes, the Falcons are looking to claw themselves back, bring their momentum back, and try to take this series, preferably in a 4-0 situation.
4-0, the prediction from Roman, who's played both of these sides, of course, on many occasions, notably the Kestrels today, winning in a dramatic reverse sweep. That was something to watch. I'm sorry to bring it up. It was incredible. And you know what? The Kestrels you have to admit, they've been excellent today. Had a bit of a rough start yesterday for the round robin. They didn't do as well as they would have liked, but they came through the round robin with a relative low seeding, but they are really taking it to the bracket today. Giving really good challenges to some really good sides, and they find themselves here in the lower final alongside their Army counterparts, the British Army Esports Falcons. It is a derby. It is number 1 and 2 of Army against each other for a chance to face the Storm Shadows for the right to be called Interservice 3 vs 3 champions. Here we go.
Absolutely have. They've come alive on stage. Have the Kestrels, whether or not they can maintain that credibility. Gids then will take this one underway after the kickoff shenaniganery. It's now the pass across, and there's going to be nothing more to follow there. Wormsy on the right-hand side with the pass to Onza. Onza again, just pushing that bit too far forward, and that's the second time I've seen him do that now in 2 series. Just looked a bit uncomfortable there on the offense, and Onza will leave this one for Wormsy as we pick things up again, but a bump comes through, and danger lurking for the Kestrels now.
Tell you what, the Kestrels couldn't do it, could they? They couldn't pull off another upset. Surely not. They've done it countless times over this week. It's a fantastic effort, and it forced a save. The follow-up by Gibbs, and the Falcons starting this series, this game, meaning business.
I was going to quote Mick McCarthy there and go, they can, but unfortunately it didn't come through. Falcons get the 1-0 advantage, and the Kestrels now trying to pick up the pieces after 42 seconds of play. The second kickoff is underway, and JDM with a quick follow will allow Frazik to pick up this ball after it trundles towards him. Off the sidewall, 50 to Onza, and Onza with a lot of control there, a lot of boost to work with. Flip reset doesn't come through, and Patster does well to pick that one up.
What a save from Pastor. Had to watch every single inch of Onza's card to see if he would try to fake the reset. Did he even get reset? I don't even know, to be honest. It was a good attempt nevertheless, and it was well saved. And there is the attempt from Pastor. It's crawling across the line, and it does sneak in at that near post, rolling across. Onza couldn't quite get there, neither could Wormsy, getting challenged, strong-armed into the goal. 1-1.
Well. 3 holes in the ground. Kestrel equalise here, what a piece. And it's only been a minute 8. It's not like they've been on the back foot for long. They've managed to come back quite comfortably here. And Padster, who's been my tournament MVP so far, the way he's performed on stage has been absolutely phenomenal. He's been so calm and composed. However, it doesn't matter when the Falcons are pushing at you, screaming at you to let this one go. Unfortunately, just wide of the mark.
You know, that's not a bad shout for tournament MVP. Padster has really been an excellent quantity to this Army side. And there is a shot from Walmsley, and it does sneak its way sneak its way through again. And it is 2-1, and they once again take control of this game.
No Stelia Greek. And for, well, Falcons 2, Kestrels 1, 3 minutes 24 left on the clock. But this first game, absolute quality so far. No team is looking to let up, and JDN has a chance here. Up high, off the ceiling, gets the read. Double tap! Oh my God. Unfortunately, he doesn't find the time. I honestly thought that was going to be the one for the Kestrels to absolutely clip on their older brothers.
This Kestrel side is fearless. They really they're not afraid of just throwing everything at the Falcons, and that's how it should be when you're in this kind of environment. There's Walmsley, Frazit's coming off, he's in his own net. Squishy save, and the counter-attack is there. Will it fall to JDN or Padster? No. An intelligent touch from Monza, and the danger from now at least averted.
So unfortunate the Padster was dry there. Onza, a bit of a flail touch towards his own backboard, but Padster, if he had an ounce of boost there, would have been an opportunity for the Kestrels. Frazik's up high, lacking boost again though, so it is boost management for the Kestrels, their main focus at the moment. It's not really about scoring goals, it's about how you position yourself on the pitch. Onza though, with an opportunity, and it's just tipped by as Walmsley picks up the pieces and scores a third.
It's looping it high, Onza following it through, and do you know one thing Onza is really good at? Is faking plays. He's very good at going for a ball, making it look so obvious that he's going for a shot or a certain touch, and he'll just leave it and calling his teammates on. And a lot of the time, what that does, it commits at least 1 or 2 defenders to the ball, sucks them in, and usually it's an open net for Walmsley or Gids to tap in, and they don't often miss. That's a lovely play though. Frazik's backflip in off the pass from Padster. It was so well crafted. But they didn't get their reward. Instead, they face a Falcon attack, and there is the fake I was talking about. Walmsley into Onza, into Gids, but he was just oriented incorrectly. And the chance goes a-begging.
I tell you what this game reminds me of, Stelios, so I'm going to call you back to the BFBS Pro League round 1 between the RAF Shadows and the RAF Storm Shadows. That game, relatively close between the both sides, and they were both playing their absolute hearts out. And it was relatively close throughout, only 1 goal in it. Hopefully for the Kestrels, they can do a little bit better and push forward, get a couple more opportunities and start building their confidence, because you know that Frazix is a mentality player. If his mental drops, that's it. His ability is gone. So the Kestrels, they need to find something, and they need to not tip their heads here in game number 1.
Tipped away to the left by Onza now. Finding Gids. Loops it dangerously towards the Kestrels net. But JDN, calm enough. I'd like to see him in that 3rd-man role, as he always has been this down. What a finish again by Onza. Loops it slowly towards the net, find its way in, and they are in control just like that. What seemed like a slightly shaky start at first from the Falcons quickly settled into a dominant performance, and as we encroach into the final minute of game 1, this is what they needed, especially after the last series, to resettle their nerves, to regain essentially, and they're looking good.
They are indeed, and it was just constant harassment on that back line. Still, they managed to tear apart the defense of the Kestrels, and they forced back once more with Frazix, trying to get that one to JDN. JDN up high towards the backboard it'll go. Gids will get that one though and send it clear. Onza waited for it, will find the target as it bounces off the crossbar twice for good measure, and Falcons make it 5.
What a finish from Onza. Coming off the right-hand side, well, you've got to meet the ball just over the top of the center of it to get it down, but not A, too down, and B, with enough power in it to reach the net before the rotating man gets there. And it's wonderfully done. And so he's been a real reason as to why the Falcons have success. Enables Onza, Walmsley and Gids to do their thing, to be more aggressive, just like that with the demo. And Gids puts it away from the near post, and it's 6-1. And as far as the series is concerned, it is the perfect way to start it. A convincing win after a convincing defeat. It's the way to respond.
Falcons doing what they do best, they're destroying the mentality of their opposition. They will go 1 or 2 up, and then they will absolutely pummel you for every weakness that you have. Padster though with a ceiling pinch does find the target, and it was a There's a scrambled save by Gitz to get that one out, but the counter-attack is on. Wormsy with a miss. Was it calculated? It might as well be, with Gitz coming with a quick follow. But Padster now going up high, tries to go for a bump, but Fraz again just missing the play, and all of a sudden you can see the lackluster starting to creep through, the disappointment from the Kestrel starting to creep through. You don't want that to happen if you're on the blue side. You want to keep things motivated for yourself heading into game number 2. And with 5 seconds left, this game's very much a done deal for the Falcons. They're like, yeah, right, we can move on. We've won this one comfortably. Let's continue to do that. But with the Kestrels, they've scored a goal. They know what it feels like to play against this team so many times. It's just whether or not they can convert a bit more than what they already had.
Yeah, the Falcons doing a great job at settling their nerves and regaining well after that last series. They started off a little bit tentative, but as soon as they got that first goal, they never looked like stopping. And Padster and co, JDN and Frazix, really couldn't do much to thwart that pressure, to thwart the press. And when they did break out to the side of the pitch, when they did find some glory or some kind of a chance, it was swatted away, like it was never even a problem.
Yeah, Frazix leaving the match there. Looks like maybe a car change and probably a mental reset as well. Smile on his face though. Still has what looks to be a little bit of motivation in this series. There's still a bit of confidence between the 3 players looking to try and get something out of this one. In fact, there's a bit of conversation between Onza and Frazix there. Having a laugh back and forth. It's good to see the camaraderie between the 2 army sides, even though one of them has just been pasted.
These guys know each other well, and they'll know each other's strengths and weaknesses. So there won't be any question in the minds of both teams what they need to continue doing. But for the Falcons, it's just more of the same. Keep them pressed inside their own penalty area, in their own defensive third, and take all the boosts, take the pads even. Go for demos on rotation, nothing forced. And they'll get their chances, they'll get their glory, which is exactly what happened. For the Kestrels, because of the way that the Falcons play, it's so, at times, risk-heavy with how much they commit forward and how much they go for demos. A big looping clearance can sometimes be a good thing. Bonus points if you aim it at one of your teammates as well, or in the general vicinity of a teammate. That's how you counter-attack against this kind of playstyle. Look how in the penalty area the Falcons actually are. It's a risky playstyle, but they execute it so well that when it works, it really works. And if you learn to punish it, it's really punishable.
It's disgustingly aggressive by the Falcons on that offensive move. Like, you had 2 players on the defensive goal line. They were stuck there, the Kestrels. They couldn't really move forward, and once that ball flew past, that was it. You could guarantee it was a goal for the Falcons, and they have the confidence. You could see it on the pitch. It's evident in front of you, and it's whether or not they can carry it now. Because like, if they win this series, which they probably will with my 4-0 prediction, it's just, I'm still standing strong with that one. If they win this series and come up against the Storm Shadows, they're going to be refreshed, and they're going to have a different mentality going into that one. They have momentum, and they're going to be comfortable heading into that game. So it's, they're going to want to get everything they can out of this series.
They're also going to be tired. This has been a very long day for these players. A lot of Rocket League played, and they'll go into that bracket reset, well, the grand final, knowing there's a bracket reset that they face as well. So it's almost double jeopardy. But you're right, they will still be hot off the controllers. They'll still be warm, and that is also a difficult thing that the Storm Shadows have to consider as well. How do they use their time away now? Do they go away and look at replays? Do they stay warm in free play? Do they have even a warm-up scrim? Or do they simply just watch and study this game? Time will tell to see what they actually have done. I'll be curious to find out that one after the grand final, of course. But for the Falcons, yes, they're going to have momentum, but they may have to deal, or start to deal, with fatigue that may or may not be creeping in at this point late in the day.
Yeah, and I've got to agree with you. You are seeing minor mistakes by the Falcons, which are clearly a sign of fatigue as well. Onza, 50s from Wormsy, backwards there on the rotation back. Had a full tank completely eviscerated from the map, so back to 33. Picks up the 100 on the right corner and sends that one back the other way. Still 1-0 to the Falcons, but already a different style of game we're seeing here. They're not taking it to the Kestrels too much, and as I say that, Onza tries to find the bottom right corner. They are high on the press, but it looks like the Kestrels, they found a bit of a rhythm here in their defense because it's not letting up as many goals.
Yeah, you're right. The complexion of this game has somewhat changed with that early goal from Falcons again. This time they're not really chasing too hard after a second. They're content with how they can control the pressure and pick the moments when it comes, rather than going with all-out attack and full risk. And instead, what's happening is the Kestrels are actually getting a bit more confidence, and they're going for a shooting opportunity here with Padster, but he couldn't wrap his car around enough to force it on net.
Yeah, you can see that the Falcons playing a bit more passively. They're allowing the ball to come into their half, and they're content with this 1-0 because the Kestrels are struggling to get in front of their net. It's one of those where you're happy to just sit back and watch and park the bus as the ball is sent towards, and the second is found by Walmsley there to the back of Kestrel's net. All it took was just one quick play, and just like that, the Kestrels were caught off guard. Padster, lack of boost on the back, ended up trying to pre-jump it, but it was just sent too low and too far away.
2-0 the scoreline reads at the top of your screens. A place in the grand final at stake for the Kestrels and the Falcons. Army Rocket League significantly improved over last year, as were the Navy, as were the RAF. The scene is very much developing. And with the backing of the likes of BFBS and British She-Sports, that you can see why it's become such an attractive thing to do for these players. And right now, all that matters is that place in the finals. All they'll be thinking about. Up goes Frazix, down towards Pasta, but Onza just too quick, just too clinical, off the post. Will there be a Falcons player following up? No, not that time. Instead, the attempted counter-attack swatted away by Gids.
Deeble has a great pinch by Padster there with Gids is sent back the other way though, and a quick counter once more as the Kestrels, they want to push forward, they want to eke forward, but every time they eke forward, they're going to think about what's behind them. But that was a decent redirect attempt there off the sidewall by JDN, and it's another pinch into the defensive half of the Falcons. But again, they have a 2-goal advantage. They can sit back, they can allow the ball to come to them as long as the Kestrels don't score. And right now, the clean sheet says everything.
It does indeed. Another disciplined performance by the British Army Esports Falcons. They look good and they forced another own goal. I think it was Padster getting launched into his own net there by, we'll find out who it was now. It was Walmsley with the tuck.
It's with the bump.
Yes, okay, good spot. Good spot. I mean, it seems to be always Gids, doesn't it? He is a prolific bumper, and he is at the top end of that risk-taking playstyle. And a lot of the time, it pays off. So is it really a risk if you're good at it and you make it a playstyle that's consistent enough to pay off a lot more than it doesn't? I don't know. I think it is, but he's a master of it. And Walmsley and Onza are masters of playing around it, enabling it. And that is the beauty of what they do. It is set to be Falcons taking a 2-game lead in about 15 seconds time. Nothing more than a formality now to play out between the Kestrels and Falcons for the remainder of this game. Frazix launches it down in towards JDN. There is a centre, there is a spark of creativity from the Kestrels, but once again, swatted away.
There was hesitation there by Padster. We haven't seen that all day, really. He's just been the one confidently on the back end of those balls, but you could see as the ball was whipped in, there was hesitation, and the mentality of the Kestrels has dropped even further. 2-0 to the good now of the Falcons in the series. My prediction is still very much on. Part of me still really wants to see the Kestrels come back and take a fight to the Falcons.
A couple of stats on your screen there. It is Walmsley bagging a brace. Gids, singular goal that time, enough to do the damage over the Kestrels. Wonder what they'll be thinking. I wonder what the atmosphere on stage is like in the room as the atmosphere continues to build towards the grand final, the business end of things now. And again, it'll be one Army team guaranteed versus one Royal Air Force team. The RAF already took home the 1 versus 1 on Tuesday. Which service will be either crowned double champion or Interservice 3 versus 3 champion? I'm excited to find out. Plenty of people will be in the crowd, adding to the atmosphere to watch. But there is the question of Kestrels and Falcons, and still potentially a minimum of 2 games to play. A minimum of 4 games, 6 games to play. I don't actually know. I can't do maths right now. They're 2-0 up.
Yeah, they're 2-0 up. There's 2 games. Yeah, minimum of 6 games.
Minimum of 6 games to play. If, of course, the Kestrels can mount another reverse sweep. It can't happen again, surely.
It can. No, I'm not banking anything on that one. I mean, the Kestrels have been proficient at just showing up at the last minute in a series and taking you out of the tournament. Yeah. But it's a much tougher ask when you're up against your bigger brother of the Falcons, and the Falcons know how you play as well, even more so than any of the RAF teams, because you've got Frazix, JDN, who are very grounded players. They're quite comfortable on a good day. However, when you start losing and falling behind, you can see it in Frazix's face. You can see that he just doesn't have have that mentality anymore of, right, we're going to go out there and win. In fact, I believe that the Kestrels have gone to this game going, you know, it's the Falcons or the Storm Shadows. I'm not really too bothered by how this is going to go. Jonah, your text is out of line, pal.
We are going through a small tech timeout whilst the players rejoin the lobby. And I will say as well, during timeouts, especially when it's tech related and not a timeout called by either team, it's a bit of free time. It's a bit of free time. And on the odd occasion where I do call timeouts for the RSS teams that I coach, sometimes when there's a high stress environment, when there's a lot being said, a lot of the time in timeouts, I'll say nobody say a word for a good minute of it, for at least half of it. And then pick a dedicated player to then open up the conversation. Hopefully by then, emotions have calmed down. Suddenly we are talking in the correct way as a team. Suddenly we are responding to the adversity in a better way. That's a little sort of nugget of information that I can give to both players and both sets of players on stage right now. Take the time, use the time wisely in this tech timeout, and recover your mentality, recover your abilities, and talk. I think one thing that we're not seeing from the Kestrels that they offer a lot of the time is they're not fighting each other as much. Suddenly their third man, JDN, isn't as prolific, and he's getting targeted and he's getting demoed. They need to rediscover that. They just need to be aware when Falcons are going for the high risk, high press, and know when to just beat it with a big long clearance towards a teammate. That's all it takes, I think. And there potentially is a route back into this for them. If, however, Falcons start off fast, I would say we're looking at a game, set, and match situation.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a quick counter play that you need against the Falcons. You know it more than anyone else. Talking to the Storm Shadows, I brought that up in the previous game. There's three ways the Falcons will play, and it depends on how they choose and what they want to do with that information. But game number 3 is on your screens, and that tech pause is over. I don't think a tactical timeout was called, but Frazix immediately on the start gets a 50. It's a winning one, and JDN will get the first goal for the Kestrels, and they have an advantage for the first time this series.
That's one way to do it. Who is the defensive wall for the Falcons? It is Onza. What's one way to get around the wall? Not necessarily get around it, you just go straight through it, and that is exactly what Frazix did. Took Onza out, didn't need the demo, just needed the bump, and it's a fast start inside 8 seconds for the British Army Esports Kestrels as they look to respond now to this Falcons onslaught. There's the miss by, I think it was, I believe it was Padster.
Yep.
But now the ball, just needs to stay close to Frazix's car. Good flick as well. Demo for his troubles, Onza with a rare miss. JDM will press. It will be temporarily open. Gibbs has the boost for it, and Frazix gets there in the nick of time just to do exactly what I said, which is a massive clearance. And look how far they were able to come forward. But it's a lovely fake by Onza into the back of the empty net. That is pure composure. That is pure clinicality.
Wow. Hadster, who's had a bit of a nightmare in the second game, only scoring 34 points, will add to his tally of disappointing plays there. Gets faked out by Onza, no fault of his own, of course, but, you know, you've got to pick yourself back up. You know, you have a goals wiggle room as Frazix goes to the Octane, tries to find a flip reset, but there were still 3 defenders back, and Gids was there to pick that one up. Onza with the plastic. Gids doesn't find the angle of the shot, but Wormsley there with a follow. Hadster left uncomfortable on the back line, and Falcons have come back through to make it 2-1.
JDN couldn't get to that first ball. It fell to Wormsley, and that man doesn't miss from that range, certainly not often. Not something you could afford to give up too easily, and just as quickly as the Kestrels went in front, they find themselves behind and chasing the game again as they start to kick off fast. Onza will come across, but we'll see Frazix going up. Looks inside towards JDN, who actually does get the beat on both Onza and Wormsley. The shooting opportunity potentially for Padster, but it is away. Gibbs will hunt it down, collect the boost as well. Frazix will be left on none. Someone's got to meet them. Someone's got to meet them quickly and stop giving them the respect that they are given, the space and time that they are being given, because that is where they are most deadly. JDN inside, and Onza takes it away to the left.
Onza carries this one downfield, gets a beat on Padster once more. Gids looking for the opportunity of the shot, doesn't come through. JDN will pick that one up, and back to the corner it goes. Frazix missing the play there, but fortunately Wormsley ran out of boost, didn't really have enough to work with. There's a good second man push by Fraz though to get that ball back downfield. There's a mistouch by Gids. JDN waiting as that ball comes lurking across. And again, just composed are the Falcons. They know where the ball's going to be. They know what they want to do. And as I say that, Onzo was just randomly in the corner as Gids rocked up and gets demoed in the process for good measure. So it's reset time for the Kestrels. Back the other way, Padster with a great 50 up high. Wormsy now with control, drops himself down, but Frazix finds the opportunity to pass the mid-connection there. It should have been 2-2. Thus, such is the life of Rocket League. It was fair as the margins, it should have been level, and unfortunately for them, we are still, the Kestrels still have a one, actually 2-goal deficit as Padster has made himself known on the pitch.
You've got to be making connections with those chances. You're not going to get a lot of them against this Falcon side, who are very disciplined in their approach in defense, maybe not so disciplined in offense because they go so hard at times, and he can leave them exposed, but they are able to recover their cars. They're able to plan their boost recovery strategies. They know where they're going, they know where they're recovering to. They're in constant communication. But when you do break them down, when you do find the space, and they do give you something to work with, you've got to be pretty much perfect to take control of it, to take advantage of it. Fraz has to give up the ball to Gids, has enough boost to make a play. JDN get out to him, and Padster, thankfully for the Kestrels, completes the clearance, but again it's straight back into the defensive third. They're being pinned back. Limited boost on all the cars, barring JDN, who will go up for this on the backboard. Onza looks in field and nobody there, and Padster will carry it out.
Padster, control, flicks up high. Frazix was looking for that follow, didn't quite find it though. JDN pushing forward, no boost to work with. It's a risky play now because you're left in a 1v1 situation with Padster. Does get it clear. It's a solid one of that. Onza managed to pick up the mid boost. Will continue going forward. Wormsy down into the corner. Up awkwardly. And Frazix managed to get that 50. JDN sending this one downfield. Padster looking for a good touch. Does find it. Doesn't find the second though. And he's in the breakout.
Interesting. I mean, I think I have only seen Octanes and Phoenix all day. Unless I'm mistaken. But that is the first time I'm seeing a different car. Going for the meta breaking car with the breakout. I love it. In this stage as well. That says a lot about the character of the player. Extremely composed. I couldn't do it. Maybe he's got something I don't have, which is skill and ability. Yeah, clearly that might be the case. Frazix drops that one off. It's been a lot closer this time round between these two sides. It is only 2-1. The 1-goal deficit, though the Falcons are in control, is not a safe scoreline. It isn't a safe scoreline at all. It's got to be reinforced by another goal, you'd like to think. Or the Kestrels may just sneak something here. They'll smell the danger as Padster will go up for the shot. Plays it, look to play it around Onza, but he recovers his car well enough as well and sets away the Falcons on a counter-attack. Throw must take us through.
Yeah, trying to play it around Onza is not going to be an easy task. Final 10 then as Gids is up, looking for one more attack to rub salt in the wounds. Wormsley will find it. And it is 3-1 to the Falcons, and they will be taking this to 3-0 at the moment. One game left to play. That is them on match point. They haven't really looked to be struggling at all. The Kestrels took a 1-0 advantage at the start of this game. They just couldn't hold their nerve. And the Falcons, when they're on the attack, they can be relentless. They will hold you back, and they will crush you.
Yes, the Falcons, a clinical display, and it is 3-1. It is 3 now chances to get into the grand final, to have a rematch, a highly anticipated rematch, I'm sure, with the RAF Storm Shadows for the right to be called 3 versus 3 Interservice champions. A big one for them now. They need to just do what's right, keep doing what they've been doing, which is controlling the possession, controlling the boost, and then when the time is right, hitting the switch to go for full-on aggression, full-on demos, whilst being careful and cautious of the attacking threat that the Kestrels do carry when they're able to get a clearance.
Yeah, and the Kestrels need a better formula, in my opinion. Their chances come very few and far between. They've had 4 shots to 8 from the Falcons. They've been sat back quite a lot in this series. Once they start pushing forward, they get the opportunities. And of course, they've had 4 shots, which means they could have had 4 goals, right, if hidden properly. But just take a bit more time as we take a look at the screen here. We have numbers instead of player names. Oh, except they're only numbers for the tags. We can see it in the bottom corner. That's JDN there on your screens. But the rest of it, we have number 6, maybe 7, heading towards this ball.
Oh no! We're not. No, we're not doing that. Yeah, we're shutting that down straight away. No. Oh, but we can't even avoid it. We can't avoid 6 or 7 because there is a 6, but there is no 7th man. the room.
No, there will be a 7th man. Guaranteed.
Who's that?
There's 7.
Nah,
7 is on your screen. We have 6 and 7. You want to know why? It's because number 1, who's there, is on your screen. Number 2 is on your screen. Number 3 is on your screen. Number 4, the observer.
Okay. Yeah, fair one. You got me. Anyway, it is Walmsley. It is Walmsley in the centre of the park. Dribbles past one. Looks to fake the second. Shot on net. Will it be enough? No. Pressure from the Kestrels. Relieved that time. Frazik's challenged on his own backboard. There is, I think that is the car of Pasta just rushing the play. And that's Frazik's being challenged as well. Walmsley, fantastic effort. Oh, it's a beautiful fake by Gids. That there is experience. That there is composure. And that is how you do it. 1-0, they retake the lead. And you're right, there is a number 7. I didn't even know that. I thought you were joking.
Oh no, 6 with a pass to 7. Takes out 2 of the players. I'm pretty sure it was 3 and 2 there on the pitch. Stelios is dying on my left, but 6 is up. Pass to 7 once more. We continue carrying this one downfield. 3 will get this one to 1.
No.
It looks like an opportunity for the Kestrels. Unfortunately, cleared away by 5.
Onza down the right-hand side, cleared away by the Kestrels. Down the opposition right-hand side now. There is a looping clearance by Gids. It will fall to the car. I believe it is JDN. Onza faced up again with the Kestrels attack. They are trying and trying to break down the Falcons' defense, unable to do so. Like I said, the strength, in my opinion, of the Falcons is not necessarily their offense, because I do think it's very risky how they play, but it is in the discipline that they have in defense. At times, they can be unbreakable, and it takes a considerable amount of skill and a good play to break through. And then when you do break through, that's when they start to leave a couple more gaps as they begin to chase games. But because they're rarely in those positions, they're rarely having to do that. And that's why maybe when the Storm Shadows are testing that defense, they do find a bit more joy. But for now, 2-0 for the Falcons. They're in full control. And again, 1 foot firmly in the grand final.
Oh, you could have said that at almost the worst time, as the Kestrels had a very close opportunity to getting a goal here, but Walmsley will be quick to challenge this one, and Padster sends that one downfield. Gids has control, 50 with Fraz, and I'm trying to make out names. I'm going to have to say the numbers for the sake of ease, for the sake of ease for us in the commentary box, because I can't keep assuming who the players are. But 7, who is Gids, misses out on that one, and Walmsley has a shot towards net, saved away by Padster.
Onza will take control of the play now, putting it onto the backboard, looking for a teammate, but again, the Kestrels able to clear. Lovely flick down that right-hand side. As you look on the Kestrels side, it's a lovely backboard attempt. He almost connected with the double. So unfortunate. And now they face a counter-attack for about the 18th time this series. It's all in the counter-attacks for the Falcons. They are an expert at applying the pressure at a moment's notice. And the Kestrels survive another one though. Still only 2-0 the scoreline. Not necessarily the safest of scorelines. Not necessarily the scoreline with the most insurance. But it is one that the Falcons have been able to comfortably defend. And add to, indeed, throughout the series. As they're now going for pre-flips. They feel the job is done. They feel that they're going for the kill now with this next goal. It will be the one. But the Kestrels resist yet another wave of Falcons attack.
Final 90 left to go in game number 4. Kestrels required 2 to stay within any sort of touching distance of the Falcons, but unfortunately they just haven't had the opportunities, and they haven't been converting the ones that they've had. Paz had a fantastic opportunity earlier on, unfortunately just ran out of boost in the final moment. But that's a long booming clear. Hold on a minute, Stelios. They've got one back with 60 seconds left to go.
Maybe not done, maybe not dusted. If, of course, the Kestrels, past the JDN and Frazix, who have battled so long, so hard to get to this point, can find another. Will there be at least a glove laid onto Falcons here? Time will tell. Into the final minute now. Good cut by the Falcons attacker there. Swatted away, though. The preflip back into the car of Gids, and Walmsley just swipes away JDN. And it's beautiful attacking play. Every second counts now. It's a reverse of what we saw in the Storm Shadows series. It was the Storm Shadows who started playing low 50s and neutral touches to run down the clock in those final few moments. Pasta climbing the right-hand side wall. Will there be something. That's a really good 50. Swats it past 2 Falcons players, and Frazic storms in. And the Kestrels are level for the first time in the series after going down. And there is life left in the Kestrels. There is life left in the Army second team. Patch to JDN and Frazic still kicking here.
28 seconds remain. We're all level here in game number 4 as the Kestrels aim to send this one for another attack. When it's passed inside, it's intercepted, and Padster needs to get to this, does well, but they now have 2 players upfield. You had a feeling they could have made a cheeky little play there. Lack of boost though, but Padster is up, tries to find something on it. Unfortunately, nothing to be. Will we see overtime in game number 4? Well, we have 5 seconds to find that out. Frazic sends this one towards the backboard, and it's going to be tapped down by the Falcons here. It's kept alive just about, but we do head to overtime from the depths of nothing for the Kestrels.
Where do we go from here? Is that going straight into the back of the net, across the face of goal? And Onza books their place in the grand final. The Falcons come through a late Kestrels push, and it's heartbreak for the Kestrels, but that is Rocket League. Another exceptional series played out by these 2 Army sides, and they now know the competition that lays in front of them. They now know their opponents. The Kestrels eliminated, the Falcons progress.
How on earth do you come back with a 2-goal deficit, bring yourself back up, and then concede a kickoff goal? That is the worst feeling imaginable if you're the Kestrels. You had a glimpse of hope, and that hope was crushed in 4 seconds.
Devastation for the Kestrels, and now they'll look to they'll say their goodbyes to the tournament. 3rd place finish though, not bad at all, as they will now, I guess, sit in the crowd and cheer on the Falcons as they play against the Aria Storm Shadows. And it has now come down to this: 1 more series, 1 more best of 7 to finish off the Interservice Championships. We've crowned our 1 versus 1 service and player. Now let's crown our 3 versus 3 Interservice champions. We'll be back with you shortly after the break.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the way of the warrior sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
At BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
Good afternoon, and we are back one final time for the Interservice Rocket League Championships 2025. As previously mentioned, on Tuesday we crowned the 1 vs 1 championship winning service and player. It was Envy of the RAF Storm Shadows, and right now he attempts to make triple Interservice championship winning history if he can lead the Storm Shadows alongside Samez and Cedric to victory over the Army Esports Falcons, who have been excellent throughout this year and provided Storm Shadows with many beatings in the past. They need 2 of those beatings now to overcome the Storm Shadows threat and challenge. And joining me in the commentary box to witness history again is none other than Sir Pegasus. Welcome back to the booth.
This is the big one. It's been a great day of action. We've seen so many teams step up to the plate and improve, but at the end of the day, Stelios, there are 2 teams that consistently in the Interservices scene have remained at the top. And that hasn't changed. It's not looking to change anytime soon. It's, of course, the RAF Storm Shadows and Falcons, who have, of course, played a few times already in this specific championship. In league play, it was a win for Falcons. In the first stages of playoffs, it was a win for Storm Shadows. And it's quite interesting that Shadows are going to have to actually prevent the score from being equaled if they don't want to lose this tournament. No matter what, Stelios, at least you can have that in your back pocket.
Very, very true. And a quick point to note is Army teams have had 4 reverse sweeps this championship. Now, this is a big point to make, because with the bracket reset, if they can get past it, get past the first series through the Storm Shadows, then all of a sudden it opens up a whole can of mental worms. If, of course, Storm Shadows take the lead early on in the series and get a couple of games in, Falcons still have that threat of reverse sweep, as seems to be the Army gene. As we take a look once more at the journeys of the RAF Storm Shadows and Falcons to the final. Storm Shadows starting off at the bottom of the higher bracket there, taking on and knocking down the Orcas to the lower, before beating the Kestrels, before beating the Falcons, and now they have the rematch after Falcons came through the teams they started with Hammerheads, and then the Tempests, and then the Storm Shadows, then the Kestrels, and now Storm Shadows again. The stage is set for these players, for these teams to make history. Who will it be as we bring out the players? Will it be the Storm Shadows? Will it be the Falcons? Let's get the action underway as you see the players walking out.
Oh my goodness. And can you imagine the pressure that is been felt right now by these both sides? They've been in this position before. They've been at the top of the Interservices side for what feels like forever at this point, Stelios. But the room at the top, it's very tight. There can only be one team to come out victorious in this grand finals. Storm Shadows versus the Falcons. I'm really struggling to go either way on this one. I want to give you a prediction, but it's just going to have to be decided on the pitch this time.
Well, I can actually give you one of my own. I don't know, is my prediction. I just don't know, Pig. I couldn't call it. Now, obviously, Storm Shadows came through the most recent game, but across the year, it is the Falcons that have had the better of the Storm Shadows in the winter qualifier and in other show matches, and it has been that way. Even in the Pro League qualifiers, there was a few matchups there where the Falcons came out on top. So the Storm Shadows seem to be tournament players in the likes of Germany, in the likes of the land today, where they bring the action, they bring and deliver the game plan. Can they do it one last time? Time will tell, Pig. But as far as the prediction goes, from where I'm sat, I just couldn't. I just can't. And I just won't.
Can't. That's fair. That's fair. And of course, either way, I feel like you're going to anger some kind of group of people. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your first kickoff of this best of 7 grand finals.
It's immediately hunting for the ball. Envy hunts it down line. Cedric cuts back and looks to find Envy, who rises high. Sammers will rotate back onto the ball. Just knock it to the side. Nice soft touch. Gids challenging Cedric as Cedric away down the right side. We are well and truly underway for the grand final here.
Absolutely, and it feels like for the Storm Shadows, nothing is really secured until they win that 4th game. Like you said, the reverse sweep potential of the Falcons is always going to be there, which makes you assume if it's less of a deficit, but there's always an opportunity that they can claw back. These are two teams that are really going to have a hold of their mentals. We've seen a few timeouts being used today, but of course, it's going to be that ever more valuable in the grand finals. We've also had a lot of timeouts, which the calling team has actually ended it rather early. I'll be interested to see if that will remain the case, but that's for a little bit later. We're still within the first minutes.
I wonder if that comes down to like a lack of experience and at LAN and not using the time in full. It is such a valuable resource as Cedric comes through into Envy, and there is the opening goal for the RAF Storm Shadows. They're in front early on in the 2nd minute of play. Cedric forcing it through the car of Wormsley, and Envy free just to tap it home into the empty net. The easiest goal that they'll score all day long. The smiles are there, the noise and levels, I'm sure, in the arena are big and building as we kick off again.
The Storm Shadows always give us a performance in the grand finals. I remember some, of course, during the Pro League circuit, during those qualifier stages. A few of those performances actually going the full distance, though with quick starts in Game 1, they look to get it done in quicker time as well. I don't know if it's been mentioned yet on the main broadcast, but as you can see at the top of your screens, it's 0-0, all start on the equal pegging, but of course, it's that reverse sweep that Falcons have to play for, so it's definitely going to be a long road ahead for them and Stelios. You can imagine what effect that can have on the players if they don't take it one game at a time, and that's constantly on the back of their mind.
I don't like it one bit being involved in this as a player. I don't like it one bit involved in it as a spectator. I don't mind it as a caster because casting kind of takes my mind off it, but the pressure is big. Both these two sets of players. Wormsley looks central. Cedric combining with Envy gets a nice skim touch, and he will continue the chase with limited boost. It's there. Samez cut in by Onza. Cedric risking it, but it's a calculated risk again. Samez looking inside. Wormsley's there. Envy will go for this ball, and he's been so electric, Envy, by the way, since Tuesday. Has played phenomenally well in the series earlier. A real danger point for the Storm Shadows.
I've always called him a sharpshooter. I think he's one of the best strikers off the ball in the Interservices scene, but Gids showing what he can do offensively. The first real chance for the Falcons, and he's made sure to take it. That is a wonderful power shot off that side wall. Those are deceivingly difficult to find, and it's not a position that the Storm Shadows necessarily expected a shot to come. That's why it's undefended, but you've got to be able to patch down all of these holes when you have two teams that are so strong in that final third. They will constantly go for those heads up. Long shot, Salmon's going to attempt one here on Zabo. Will get that save off his own line. Has to try and control it in the corner. Did not get that 100 boost and looked like it was going to be conceded to Cedric instead. He's going to decide to chase his way back. Lots of threat in this initial attack. A lot of respect given to Falcons.
Cedric, good 50 by Onza. It's dangerous times here with the Storm Shadows, living dangerously inside their own penalty area. Samez will take the boost and leave it for Cedric. Smart play by Samez, who is of course a substitute for the RAF Storm Shadows, filling in phenomenally well, forcing the play through Onza. And then be demoed as he was lurking for the finish. Cedric gets a good first touch, going for a demo of his own. Nobody there to connect with though. Envy with the shot, drops it high, Onza away.
Walmsley looks for that redirect, takes it off that back haul. Cedric does well for the backboard read though. Onza's going to have to start again from his own third with one less player available, but Envy gives him a further chance. This time it's that double commit, and I mentioned it earlier today, you do not want to give the Storm Shadows the slightest of gaps. They're such a fast-paced team and they will punish you really quickly. In fact, that just feels like it's in the blood of the RAF sides, because the Shadows are frankly the exact same as well, but there's a higher quality with this Storm Shadow side, and you've got to give them compliments about how they've been able to bring in Samez into the side and still face that same level of success.
Yeah, Samez is a player who has been on the cusps of Storm Shadows level for a while. He thought he was ready for this, and he has so far proven it. He's walked the walk, and after talking the talk, then he flicks high. Onza will go high of his own. Wormsley drops it down, a bit of a double commit. Kids has to play aggressive to keep the pressure alive now. Inside the final minute of play, Samez playing it slow and limited. Kids challenges, but a good 50 by Samez. Envy though beats into it, Cedric temporarily alone. Kids into Wormsley, fantastic shot, fantastic save by Cedric. 41 seconds on the clock.
Falcons though, they won't let off now. Still 35 seconds and they'll use every single bit of it. They've got to be efficient. They're starting from their own thirds. The demo comes out. It's a 2v1 versus Envy, but Cedric is able to dive himself back in time. And I spoke about those precious seconds. They're looking to be spent by the Storm Shadows. The Falcons are trying to see the full value in it. Cedric clears out once more. He's been that main defensive threat in these dying lines. The ball's on the wrong half of the pitch, but Gids will soon chase that. Onza and Wormsley though, they've got to be able to keep their composure, got to keep their spacing, but got to pounce on every ball should it be available. It's not in this occasion. Storm Shadows take away game one.
They kept their calm, they kept their composure, and they've got one on the board. That's 3 games now left for the Storm Shadows to claim the championship. The Falcons, Sir Pegasus, looked dangerous. They really put the pressure on, and you could argue, you could make a case for them being unlucky, slightly hard done by not to have another goal. But for the Storm Shadows, the plan executed perfectly. They got in front, and the solidity was there, the comms were there, and they backed each other up, and they got game one on the board.
Storm Shadows are so good at getting themselves ahead early. They don't need that time to warm up in a series. They've been an established side for quite some time. And saying that, of course, with that substitute, Samez in this occasion, you expect that to complicate things for them, but that truly has not been the case whatsoever. Clearly, there has been a lot of experience previously between these 3 players regardless, and of course Pierce is going to be a player that is eternally missed, but after a game one like that, you assume that they can reach those same heights, but that's not the greatest touch in defense. Gids this time will open up the score, and that's when I was talking about how good Storm Shadows can be off the start. There's actually another one sniped near the halfway line, which feels like it's part of a game plan here for Gids.
Yeah, he's very good at making awkward plays and getting bounces just like that. That cause all kinds of havoc as the Storm Shadows look to respond. Wormsley looking to be left a little bit awkward. Gids has to turn. Cedric with a shot on limited boost. And then we will watch this one sail high and somehow gets the read. Somehow gets the shot on goal. Onza on his own backboard, limited boost. Cedric cuts it across the face of goal. And it's a good save by Wormsley. Gids with a whip or fake, depending on how you want to see it. Wormsley with another one of his own, shot by Envy, but of course Onza is there. He seems to be always there. He is a defensive wall, and if the Falcons are to have any joy in the series, they're going to rely heavily on that.
Has Gids lost a 50 in these first 2 games so far? He has been stalwart in the midfield, constantly able to advance the play, and he's easily going to be my best performing player of Falcons. Already a second goal picked up. It comes from his second shooting opportunity. Pure efficiency, and that is a high requirement when Storm Shadows get themselves in the swing and force you into defense. Not saying that's been the case though whatsoever. Falcons are taking control.
Yeah, it's a good press by the Army Esports Falcons. They've got, I would say, a deserved two-goal lead in this series, and they're beginning to link up, beginning to find each other a little bit more now. Cedric on limited boost, centered by Gids, and it's a fantastic save. Envy and Samet will watch it come down. Onza lands the wave dash and Gids cuts again. They're trying to play that risk-heavy playstyle, which at the moment they're executing wonderfully. 50 between Gids and Cedric. Another one for him. Going for the second as well. You might be onto something with those 50s. He is playing every single one of them like his life depends on it.
Oh, so fast to that ball as well. Pops it up lovely here to Walmsley. And that will come off that back corner. Onza has a shot to snipe. Awkward from the corner, but still provides so much pressure. And you can see how low the boost is overall, and those mistakes are going to start to squeak out now with the reduced resources. Still, Cedric manages to push this one to the corner. That's another warning from the Falcons. They have really stepped up in this second game, and Storm Shadows have actually been the team somewhat brought to the ropes. They definitely slowed it down at the end of that first game. That felt like them trying to just ride out their lead they already had, but that's when you've got to get yourself back in the mentality that's front-facing. But Onza steals it once more inside, and these interceptions have just been so consistent from Falcons.
They seem to be there in the right place at the right time. Envy left stranded there at the back. Couldn't react to the shot. Well placed. The British Army Esports Falcons, 3 goals to the good and in full control here of game 2. This is only 2 of potential over 14 if things go a certain way. Samet's 50s and Gids wins another, and another he wins. He is a 50-50 machine at the moment, and it is getting and stealing yards up the pitch for the Army Esports Falcons.
Onza watches this ball go down. Samet will be able to get that clear once more, but I feel like there's been a few opportunities like this now where Storm Shadows have all been left to no real resources out of their defense, and they just boom that ball forward, try to give themselves some time to pick up pads, and still with what limited they have, they look to maintain that press so that they can build once more. They did that wonderfully with that previous clearance. Beforehand, they were not finding much success, but now they're finding a new groove, a new way to play, and Falcons are still reading through it. That's an opportunity for another goal. Inside pass, it's gorgeous!
Phenomenal play again from the Falcons. This is what they do best. Linking up together like that. Gids seeing Walmsley in space, and the finish just as exquisite as the pass. Storm Shadow 0, Falcons 4. We're looking to be all squared up here in the grand final. Course bracket reset rules still in play. Envy way to his right now. Cedric has to get hold of the ball here. A slight whiff from him can happen. Samet bits away to the right, looking into the final minute and 15 now of this game. It's 5, and now it's emphatic. This result is a big one for the confidence of the Falcons. And now it's going to be how do the Storm Shadows respond mentally. That's going to be the key here.
By the way, not a single goal going unassisted from Falcons, and that's obvious to see on the pitch as well. It's not the one that you get given for free by Rocket League as the last man who touched the ball or whatever. No, these have all been very calculated from them, and whilst you have 3 players that can, of course, mechanically and individually contributes to the game, it's more been that togetherness, that chemistry that has seen them over the line against the RAF so far. It's honestly wonderful to watch. It's a very tiki-taka style, pretty Dignitas-esque from back in the day, and of course that was a prodigy roster. We'll see if Falcons will be able to pull off those similar kind of feats.
40 seconds of time. Envy hunting for the boost, for the bump, sorry. Samet keeps the pressure inside the Falcons half, at least for now. The game pretty much done and dusted at this point. It's all about at least finishing off in the right way for the Storm Shadows. The Falcons, if you're the Falcons, you want more. You want to just keep crushing them as much as you possibly can. Keep putting them off. Keep doing anything to disturb the momentum that the Storm Shadows carried in from the last game and indeed the last series. Can they maintain it? 10 to play. It will be 1-1. But will the Storm Shadows finish off in style at least? Good defending more from the Falcons. They keep doing it so well. The ball flattened across the face of the goal. And it is 1-1, and the Falcons back on level terms.
Well, how do you build off the back of that performance? That was close to pure perfection from Falcons. I genuinely could not pick a hole in that game. As for the Storm Shadows, I've never seen it before, Stel. This is the type of play that they would inflict on another team where they are just stuck on their own lines. There's no vessel to escape. They don't even have the performance. They don't even have the opportunity, to take that individual effort and dribble forward, because typically, you've got three very mechanical players on the pitch. Cedric and Envy can completely change the course of a game by themselves. But is that correct, Stel? Has there been a timeout called?
Indeed, there is. Tactical timeout called by the RAF Storm Shadows. They'll be taking a moment to reflect on that last game and see what they can do to restore mentality. I think that is probably why and where they are using their timeout, and they'll probably look to use all of it and ensure that they are talking about what went wrong in that last game and ideas to bring themselves back to a certain level of play. It's something that is spoken about a lot, spoken about heavily, and something that they're used to doing. It's something that's been worked on in scrims where players, the manner in which you talk to each other in scenarios like this impacts a lot. If you can be a good teammate, if you can be good at discussing problems in the correct manner, it goes a long way in solving issues in exact moments like this and then coming out of it better and back in the series.
What would you say to those at home? We've got a wonderful crowd watching over in your venue. We've also got a collection of people in the Twitch chat as well that would say that this is a bit of an early timeout. It's after game 2, and it's not like they're 2-0 down. It's an equal pegging. You usually see it's after the 2 game losses in a row that starts to be put in place. Do you think that was the right time?
Well, time will tell if that is the correct decision. It certainly isn't orthodox. Usually it is when there is a 2 game deficit where timeouts are called. Of course, there's no rule that says it can't be called at any other point, basically. And, oh, that's an awkward bounce. Will it be a Falcons player there to slot home? No, there isn't. And I'll have to come back to you on that one, Pig.
Gonna be decided on the pitch regardless, though, Stel. We'll learn very, very quickly out of these first 30 seconds. It has been a brief attack there from the Falcons, but no point over analysing so quick into the game. It's about that consistency, maintaining for those full 5 minutes. Cedric will get that clearance out. Gids will hold it down lower now. Samus has a chance with 100 boost. Needs a teammate, though, to pick this ball forward up first. It's a slight Ronzi forward, and Walmsley didn't quite expect the amount of power that was put behind the ball, so instead they go to their own third, and this is where Storm Shadows really ignite. They step forward, shot from Envy, and this is what he does. That's a prime angle for the shots.
Beautiful work by the combination of Cedric, Envy and Samus. Samus starts it off, puts the pressure, cuts across space, the goal, steals the boost whilst looking for bumps. Cedric puts it literally on the car of Envy, and a shot from that acute angle. Very, very difficult to pull off. And now Cedric, 1 versus 1 with Onza. The flick good, the save better, the finish deadly. Envy, it's 2. The Storm Shadows replicated their success early on in the first game.
Stelios, I think my question has been answered rather quickly. It only took a minute and 9 seconds. But this team looks awake. They needed that moment to just have a bit of a breather, get themselves back in the swing, calm themselves down. And I called it. As soon as that ball was pinched forward and it was in the Falcons' third, you just see that switch just flicks in the mind of the players and they go, okay, it's high press time. But when they're out of possession, now they've got to worry more and more of these Falcons infield passes. It's a cheeky 1-2 between Onza and Giz. That's so hard to predict, especially when he puts it down the center. Envy's on that back wall and he's just not able to re-angle himself. That's gorgeous.
Yeah, the response instantaneous for the Falcons. It needed to happen. Had that gone any other way but a goal for the Falcons there, and you began to fear for their success in this particular game. Instead, now the complexion of the game entirely different. Cedric drops it just behind him and will take the boost. Gids rises. Samus has to try and get to it. Envy can on limited as well. Now Cedric will go for this and try to put off the car of Onza. He gets there first. The shooting opportunity is there. Calmed away by Walmsley.
Gids across now to Cedric. He'll just send this ball back down to safety. Samez is just going to rotate over. There's no one to pass this ball to, but Cedric, so good at taking a ball on his lonesome. A musty flick will go inside. It was actually on target, but Walmsley not beating that accord. Also goes for a sidewall read to progress the play. Both teams looking to show off that little bit of mech that we know they have. That's the first time in a long time an infield pass has gone unanswered, but Envy looks to create one for himself, and the player's position any differently there. That was going to bounce in for an own goal. A very cheeky attempt. Walmsley picks their pocket, and it's back to equal once more. The Falcons don't know the definition of quit.
Beautifully done, and you can see the ball, unfortunately for the Storm Shadows, and Samez skim off of Samez's car into the perfect position, and it was forced home, and the lead splashed into half and then into nothing. Falcons are right back where we started now.
And the up, Gids has to pop it back up onto that sidewall. Samez looks to pounce on that early opportunity, and I feel like this is going to be the swing goal, that goal number 5. It's either Falcons re-establishing themselves or Storm Shadows cementing that this is going to be a game you will not steal away from them. A flick over, Cedric's caught off, and Gids will take it. He's always going to challenge there, and I feel like he was expecting a 50-50. But the slightest of mistakes there from Cedric. It's a heavy touch off first, but it's always the second that's the killer. That backflip just on his own lines as a result of that panic has given it back towards the Falcons. And I said it was an important swing. The has settled. Falcons look to steal this.
Poacher play, expert poacher play by the Army and Gids. I've been saying all year round how good he is in front of net, in the penalty area, poaching goals left, right and centre, and he does it again right when his team needed him. 3-2 the scoreline now, and the Falcons looking to take a foothold in the series. It's 4! Oh. 2-goal lead now established, and with not a lot of time left for the Storm Shadows to respond, they have it all to do.
The wheels are warm. It took some time on this map. They were refreshed from the timeout, but it really didn't give them much time to get themselves back into the series to beat down the Storm Shadows. Envy's got to try and pick something back up for the team. When so much time was left, they had such a lead, but now with that same 2-goal difference now against their favour, as is the clock.
One chance maybe, if you feel it's coming for the Storm Shadows, it's got to be now. They've got to get something back now, or be 2-1 down. The Falcons looking really, really solid. They've recomposed and stabilised after that first game defeat, and they're set to go 2-1 up. Unless, of course, there's something left in the game for the Storm Shadows. Little bit panicky now from both sides, as this one ticks down into the final 45. Cedric lobs it high. Onza will take over the play. Sam is challenging, but it falls to Cedric now. Demoed. Double demo. Triple demo. 3 players off the map in just as many seconds. Cedric will come onto the ball. Challenges Gids over the top. And that might be the only 50 that I've seen Gids lose all afternoon so far. Cedric goes high. It's missed. It's Samez. Saved by Walmsley. That would have been the chance. That would have been it. It's now going to be Falcons' game. Walmsley onto the backboard. It's sniffing the danger, just waiting for the touch. Knows they don't have to commit. And it is smart play by the Falcons. Professional stuff as they go 8 seconds away from 2-1 lead.
Every single resource of their opponents burnt. Their boost in defense, their mentalities, and most importantly now, Stelios, their timeout as well. That goes to waste. That's unavailable for the remainder of this series. Falcons look to reverse the brackets.
They're on the way. The mission has begun for the Army Esports Falcons. Good spirits on the stage right now. They've just got to keep it composed. For the Storm Shadows, they have a minute. They have the time to restructure, restabilize, and go again and begin to find the form that they found in the series before, and indeed in game number 1. It's all about going into the lead and being stubborn for the first couple of minutes after, and have a stable lead rather than a leaky one. Suddenly the mentality is different as we kick off game 4.
They wasted no time getting into this game either. Like you said, that 1 minute post-game is free for the players to use should they wish, but they don't need it. Early goal for Cedric. but they've been in this position before. It's the next 30, 45 seconds. I need to remain impressed.
Good start again from the RAF Storm Shadows, but again, the Falcons simply won't be phased. They've been in this scenario countless times now. The first time it didn't go well. The second and third, they converted into clean wins. As the series progresses, this grand final heating up. The neutral crowd is enjoying it, I'm sure. The RAF crowd contingent and the Army contingent maybe not so much, as this nail-biter continues to excite everybody involved. It is the culmination of 1 year of play for these sets of players. Online qualifiers into LAN. Up goes Envy, drops it down, and Wormsley will clear. Cedric back into his own half.
Picks up that 100 boost as well. Wormsley's going to have to bail away from that one, and Cedric loves to go for these coast-to-coast plays. That flip reset lands nicely for him, but Onza takes that ball back to safety. Samez pitches it off his own teammates, and that was a play that could have gone very, very well should the fortunes favour him. Instead, rather neutral position. Envy's going to be able to take it across to Samez. Some composure needed in the corner, but luckily, despite the lack of it, Envy was waiting right behind. Is it going to be able to get that 50 afterwards, though? One inside pass is made, not as dangerous as the ones we've seen before. 9 frees that shot from Wormsley. Cedric will take that to safety and take a soul as well.
Onza, big, lengthy clearance. Cedric is waiting though. The position now from the RAF Storm Shadows is a lot better, a lot more composed. He'll beat Gids to it, goes underneath both. Envy onto the backboard. A chance for Samez maybe, but no, couldn't quite get there in time. Onza brings it away now, limited boost. He will have a second touch. Cedric will realise surely that he's got nothing and will have to challenge, and he does. But onto the 50 is excellent. He gets it inside the Storm Shadows defensive third. Wormsley loops it high. Away goes Envy, leaves it for Cedric. Slight mistake. There needs to be someone there to get it away. Even more confusion. Forced to Wormsley. Can he find the net? No, he can't. Instead, it's Samez. It's onto the back of the net. Defense to attack in one single touch. The Storm Shadows double their lead.
This is how you hold your calm. This is how you keep your head in the game. It's not always going to go right. It's not always going to land in your favour. But you've got to have your contingency plans, and they certainly did. Falcons got a little bit overzealous. Underestimated the recovery time of Storm Shadows, and oh, how recovered they are.
Much better from the RAF Storm Shadows, now beginning to control things and expressing themselves in defense. And for once, the aggressive style is coming from the opposite side of the pitch to the BAE Falcons. That is what they are known for best. And the benefit of having a buffer of a couple of goals lead is you can go for the odd risky play here or there, knowing that if it doesn't work, you still have a buffer to work with. An insurance policy! And is this a sign of weakness here from the Falcons? Unheard of all week long. They've not done stuff like this, and unfortunately for Wormsley, he cut across well-intentioned. You could see what he was trying to do. And unfortunately for him, it just ended up in the back of his own net. The Falcons, I'm sure, will not be phased. They have to continue to play out the series of the game and recover. Now it's their turn to restabilize, their turn to go back to the drawing board mid-game, because there is still time left to play. And do you know what? Come back from 4-0 down at this level. It's not impossible. It's not the strangest thing in the world to happen. But you've got to be perfect, and it's got to be done now.
Absolutely, half the game still to go. If one team can do it, why can't you? They're both of relatively equal skill level from what we've seen from the previous day's action, but that misread from Wormsley doesn't fill me with confidence still. Going to make the most of this extended position. Pounces high, plays off the back of that pass. Gids can't take that through. Instead, it's Envy with a flip reset. Would have liked him to hang behind that ball instead, because now they're in danger. That pass not quite landing though. Cedric just has to keep this moving. He sees Wormsley step up, so tries to put it over him. Does well. Despite the awkward position he was put in, Cedric once more tapped behind, but now it's Samez in this corner. There's been a few times where he has misread that position, not in this occasion. And notice how I called 2-minute 30 some time ago. It's already been a minute, and that feels like it's gone fast.
Yeah, they've been playing smart Rocket League, using possession and low 50s and collecting pads just to run the clock down, playing smartly. Every time the Army do not score from their attack, it's another 10 seconds gone from the clock. If you told me 3-4 weeks ago when, oh my God, that is disgusting by Onza. What A phenomenal finish. Gets the first touch over one. Gets the reset. And the reverse flip.
Oh my goodness.
Phenomenal.
Unbelievable. And that's what you call a momentum builder. That rallies your troops. That's a timeout without burning your timeout. The confidence is back in the side of the Falcons. Now to see how they carry themselves forward off the back of it. I said that all of these players were capable of that individual prowess, but when they connect as a team, they can beat that next group of players in front of them. But now Wanza has galvanized the side. This has been a tough performance to face against. Storm Shadows has been strong. Cedric has got himself a hat-trick as well. But you'd feel like after this game, after a goal like that, after the troubles they have faced in days before and still been able to come back from, even if a fifth is added by the Storm Shadows, the Falcons shouldn't be too phased.
Not at all, not at all. I mean, they showed a glimpse of their quality on an individual level with Onza's goal there, but it was answered back by the Storm Shadows. And that is a mental boost for them as well. It's always not a nice feeling when you get pretty much clipped on, but the way to deal with it is to respond exactly like that. Get the last goal of the game. And it's almost like a mental game of, I've got the last word almost. That's essentially what it becomes. And the Falcons will want to respond by themselves, and they might do just that. And they do respond. 5-2 the scoreline. No, we've got the last word.
It's the classic, right? When you're playing with your younger brother, you're only as good as your last game or your last goal after you've been beating them all day, and then they log off and never come back. Unfortunately, they will have to return for the next game, but Falcons at least can have that on their back. Those Storm Shadows, they got a strong kickoff. Kids has to hold it down on the 50. Is this battle going to be won by Falcons? It will be if they let this one hit the floor, but they're looking for free. It won't happen for them. The war is won by Storm Shadows, but there's still a wider battle to go.
You can see them now just having a little bit of a conversation, making sure they're all in good spirits. A little sip of Lucozade is that from Envy. Other energy drinks also supported. Cedric down the middle, just making sure his team's calm. The other side of the stage, I wonder what they're like. 2-2 now the series. The room, you can cut the tension with a knife, I am sure. You can see the people leaning back on one side. You've got the Navy there as well on the left, cheering both these sets of players on as we head into Game 5.
This is the swing. This is the one to put yourself on match point or tournament points, of course, if you look at the side of the Storm Shadows. That best-of-3 format can be so brutal. Both teams are warmed up, and Envy once more finds the back of the net. This time, a drilled shot into that bottom corner after a gorgeous double B. That's a one-man army.
Again, this happens. Again, it's a rinse and repeat of the start of about 3 of these games now out of the 4, where the Storm Shadows take the lead. Usually, another one follows soon after. Can the Falcons respond early enough where the Storm Shadows can't gather enough momentum? Envy goes high. Samuels 50 with Wormsley. And Wormsley does enough. Wormsley, an incredible asset to this side. Kids comes high and towards Envy. Envy smartly plays it slow. Almost drops the shoulder. Kids getting bumped and Cedric away.
Kids going to leave this one to Wormsley. Comes off that waterfall and Envy gets such a great read on it. That's going to force out a touch from Gids. He'd prefer that to stay closer to his car. Summers, though, make sure there's no car there in the first place. Envy, tight angle, goes for net instead of that back wall, and Cedric will tap it up. Summers is up early. Wormsley, though, still able to get this one on the catch. Has a few extra touches to go. Will come off that back wall. Envy once again playing high. Bells away for Cedric to creep in the corner. And this is Storm Shadows. This is their bread and butter. It's in that front 30. You're going to see all 3 players hunt around that halfway line. They don't like it to return to their side, and if it does, it better come with that boost advantage. Cedric certainly has some. This is the play you want to go on that coast to coast and puts you in that prime position. It's the sharpshooter again.
Cedric, the danger man there, creating the play. And of all the players in the world in Military Rocket League that you're comfortable for that to fall to, it is Envy. And he slots it home top right. And the Storm Shadows extend the lead. But again, the Falcons are dangerous, and they come straight back. It's 2-1. This is why you can never, ever relax in Rocket League. There's the instant response. It needed to happen for the Falcons. They got it. They restabilize, and they'll go again.
And you can see the concentration on their faces. They know the situation at hand. They know they cannot allow Storm Shadows to run away with it. It's another kickoff strategy, and it fell to Onza once again. This time, though, they've ended up leading that one back to Cedric. The ball goes back into the danger area. Onza, make sure it isn't as dangerous as that initially seemed. Walmsley takes it over one. Samez is that Lone Ranger in the corner, but the substitute steps up, gets that touch. Cedric takes this ball over, looks for that second ball, but Onza plays for that miss regardless. Knew he could trust that third man behind him should that connection have been made by the opponents. And this is what they're so good at doing. Covering all their angles, keeping that fight going despite the deficits. Onza's 50 will not land in favour. Envy will take it over, and despite the target found, Walmsley makes sure that ball is cleared out to safety. Gids looks to snipe. No.
That was dangerous. You've seen them do that move countless times, and it works. Where a pass on the counter-attack lands and it connects, and that's a lovely pre-jump from Onza, but actually, rather fortunately ends up in a path. Cedric demoed Envy, going for the flicked effort. Sammons has to dive and does, but now leaves Onza 1 versus 1 with Cedric, but he just ices him out. Ices out 2. Onza demoed 1 versus 1 with Walmsley. The 50 was good, and Onza recovers.
Over half a game to go. And you're seeing Falcons in a completely different light now. They face a heavy defeat off the back of the Storm Shadows. That pace is starting to return to them. It's going to be Gids to turn on this one. Great 50-50 leads out. Envy, though, surely going to leave some control. That ground game has been such a vital aspect of this match, but it's another inside pass attempted. It's a team pinch between Envy and Samez. From box to box, goal to goal, Storm Shadows extend. The scopes are calibrated.
And that would have been commed. It's something that they have done countless times. And under that kind of pressure, under that kind of, well, where the stakes are so high, you need a goal like that. You need it to go your way to re-establish your presence. Up goes Envy, in towards Cedric, and Onza, the defensive machine, continues to keep the army in it.
All out to Onza, backboard, looking for a mechanical play of its own. It goes inside. Walmsley is available to tuck in. Won't be able to find that angle. Gids definitely would have been able to, but Cedric got that save already, having contributions in the offensive half as well. That build up from the back now starting to come together. Samez gets that crucial touch. Gids, though, so good with these clearances. Gids has one mentality, and that's get the ball forward. Whether it comes from the 50-50 or these long touches or just straight at net when that opening is allowed, he is really not a player to be messed with. So good at finding those little gaps, but those are moments where you need that support. You have to have that follow-up play, otherwise you're going to be sitting with 1 minute remaining and a 2-goal deficit still to chase.
Let me set the scene for you, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, and indeed for you, Sir Pegasus. The commentary box at the moment, it has an RAF personnel present, Psycho, and an ex-army veteran, Chono, who's also our producer. And I think we're all making shapes with our bodies that I've never honestly seen before in our lives. It's a bit crazy in here as we follow the action with two different mindsets, of course, being as respectful and unbiased. I'm calling down the middle as best as I can for both of these two sides who have been phenomenal to work with across these last few weeks. 18 seconds on the clock, a chance for Onza, the shooting opportunity, the save by Samez, and the substitute man has been excellent since coming into the Storm Shadows.
And that's a game-winning save. This is it. That's tournament points secured for the Storm Shadows. Falcons need a perfect 2 just to reset the bracket. But what a performance it has been all around. You'd call it perfect for the neutrals, and a doctor's appointment for any supporters of either side.
You really aren't wrong with that comment, because a doctor's appointment is exactly where I'll be heading tomorrow morning before heading back to base to get work for ready next week. And there is now a tactical timeout for the Army Esports Falcons. You knew it was coming. It's certainly the right call now for them, and they have to be perfect with this. They need to talk about things in the correct manner. They need to present the problems in the correct way, where they all can give an opinion, where they all can have an input. And if they do that right, Pegasus, there is a route back into this for them. But for the Storm Shadows, more of the same.
It was 12 shots to 10 in that last game. 12 favouring the Storm Shadows, 10 for the side of Falcons. An even more fascinating stat is 8 saves total from the Storm Shadows and 8 saves total from the Falcons. So one thing's for sure, Stelios, it's not a lack of opportunities whatsoever. Both teams have been able to find that. Both teams have been able to find the target as well. They're not blasting it high. They're not blasting it wide. It's just that it just hasn't come together for them. That defense has been too tough to beat. Cedric, Envy, and Samez is a dangerous combination in that regard. And now, moving forward with that Game 6 and that Game 6 waiting to start, Stel. And it looks like Game 6 has started despite the timeout call. Falcons decided that actually post-match was going to be enough for them. We've gotten ourselves underway, and there is a lot of stress on the side of Falcons, but when has that ever stopped them?
Never before, and probably won't now. They'll give it everything they've got. They're in the last chance saloon. Envy already forced into a cycle of his own post. Incredibly, in the first opening moments of this game, it will bounce. It's Envy. There's the shot into the top left. And the RAF Storm Shadows open the scoring. And it's 2 championship points to work with. That's the start they needed. And you have to wonder, why was the full timeout not taken? I don't know. Potentially, they had spoken about whatever they need to speak about, and maybe they felt like they were ready. But sometimes you just got to quell the momentum. It's a textbook thing. Well, what an opening goal for the Storm Shadows. That's a nerve setter here in Championship Point.
But it's Envy. This is just what he does. This is his place on the roster. When those loose balls come down, he doesn't need to take a touch. These volleys are consistently finding the top corner. It doesn't matter the angle. It's that ground game as well. Of course, your 1v1 champion looking to double, even triple up if you look back in Interservices history. Samez wants to tuck it on target. Outpost a nice Cedric's there. Crossbars added. One more remains for the Woodwork challenge. And of course, Envy not involved with both flurry of Woodwork hits. That's why he's there on the roster. That's the difference between him and the rest of the team. It's another miss from Cedric, but Samez doesn't make the same mistake.
Unbelievable finish from, I think it's Samez this time, the substitute for the RAF Storm Shadows. He believed he was ready for this moment. He sees this moment. Can the Storm Shadows see it through? This is far from over. This is not going to be it for the Falcons. They will give it everything that they've got. They are passionate players. They care so much. They put in so much hard work. They've had, in all honesty, the better of the RAF Storm Shadows across this year of inter-service action. But when it matters the most, when it comes to the LAN, can they recreate it? 3 minutes to bring themselves back in.
And it's up to the Falcons to decide whether these 3 minutes are the countdown to their deaths here, or if they will be able to achieve another insane feat throughout this tournament. Cedric looks to find Envy. Instead, the 50 comes off Onza. Still, Envy gets his touches. Samez tucks it in from the corner. That super sub that we've mentioned so many times today slots into his position so naturally, but that is a heavy touch out from Cedric. Samez is able to pick it up instead, and that ball is out wide once more. Another opportunity looks to build for the Falcons, but Storm Shadows have been left with one shaken chance.
There was a warning shot. There was a warning shot from the Falcons. They're still alive. They're still dangerous here. Cedric goes up, gets the flip reset. Store, what is that? It paid off. With a really nice shot. That was goal bound. Cedric down towards Envy. Hits away. Samez will consider going for it, and it was the right call. Cedric rises into the back of the net. Storm Shadows 3 to the good. And the year-long journey is about to end. Should they maintain composure? Should they maintain the strategy that they've worked so hard on? Only becoming a team 2 or 3 weeks ago. The prep levels were insane. The replay analysis was there, and they've just got to see it through. The Falcons now, it's do or die. They must fight back. They've got to throw caution to the wind or face defeat here in the grand final.
Unrelenting. a word to describe the Storm Shadows, but many have felt the same against the Falcons. It's time to beat them at their own game. It's all-out attack for these 100 seconds, and Gids looks to ignite exactly that. Cedric gets that high beat of 50 past a second, only lands the way of Envy. Sidewall read attempted, and Onza knows to respect it. Instead lands that ball against them. Players have to step forward. The second and third are deep in that occasion, and Gids' target still blocked off here by Envy. And that player who have contributed so much for defense turns it to offense once more. But Samez, it's an unruly touch. It's back to Walmsley. The first goal goes into Falcons. It's still a long journey, but a Storm Shadow still with a smile on their faces.
I'm glad they're not phased, because I am 1 minute to play. 3-1 the clock on the 3-1 on the clock. You see, I'm saying there's a scoreline on the clock. That's how far my head has gone. One more minute of action. Cedric, great interception by Walmsley. That was an open net. That was an open net for Cedric, and Walmsley somehow got there. This is what he's been doing all along, all year round. There's a chance there for Samus. Will he go for it? The ball hangs high. 50 seconds now. All that separates history and the RAF Storm Shadows. There's the shot from Envy. Saved by Onza.
And that's the save to keep the chances for Falcons, but they need to make the most of every single opportunity. This basically has to be a goal, unless that reliance is going to land on the kickoff that essentially is at this point. Onza off that back wall gets the second touch. Walmsley tugs! And the post keeps it out. Gids is patient, composed for the strike. 22 seconds. Falcons won't let it be their last.
This kickoff is vital. They must try something. They must do anything. They may go for a Spanish in threes. Who knows? I've seen them do it countless times. Will it be a fake kickoff? No. It's away to the left. It's inside towards Unsa. There's the shot. Cedric away to the left. Inside the final 15. Will it be the Storm Shadows' day? Envy finds Cedric. There's the shot again. Another save by Samet. Into play now. Take us through.
Envy up once more. The ground is heating up, ladies and gentlemen. Cedric will take the final strike. It's on the final touch. Walmsley tucks it over, and Onza watches that ball hit down, and the championship handover to RAF Storm Shadows again.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Interservice Rocket League 1 versus 1 and 3 versus 3 champions, the RAF Storm Shadows. But please give it up for the phenomenal British Army Esports Falcons. They have been incredible and will look to build again. But for the Storm Shadows, more history. 3 Interservice titles won. They've done it.
And it's a grand final that leaves you begging for more. It was such an entertaining fight throughout. It's one of those grand finals that secures once more that RAF Storm Shadows have done it. They are your Interservices champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, producer Joan here on the mic now while Stelios makes his way downstairs to meet his team. One excellent performance, Pegasus. I mean, Stelios is absolutely overjoyed. I mean, I could see how much it meant to him and the team, but nonetheless, the British Army with the best performance I think we've seen this week. We're speechless here in the commentary box.
They are amazing. I mean, both of those teams are deserving of that first and second place spot, of course. There's also that story in the lower finals that came to an end. The Kestrels really being a side that has stepped up to that Interservices plate. They had a whole day where they had to play that RAF gauntlet. They had Storm Shadows first, face defeat. They had the Shadow second. They got a series victory. And then, of course, the Tempest they were able to eliminate as well. There does feel like there's something brewing in the scene where the RAF, which have long dominated and of course continue to dominate with another championship, might look to be a little bit more contested in the future. But hey, that was one of those performances, Jonah, that makes you fall in love with a lone player. What a step up from Samez. Pierce is no easy player to replace.
Absolutely, and I think we can all put our hands together for him and stepping up again at the last moment. You know, wow, what a performance. We don't need to say anything else, really. As we can see the full team here getting ready for the prize ceremony. We're going to go to a short break and come back as soon as we're ready to go.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad. And there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on this ship called the way of the warrior sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
I didn't expect the military to be so welcoming and so forthcoming of esports.
So esports is becoming more pertinent now as we move towards a digital future. We only have to look at current conflicts to see that it is all about drones and AI.
The future of esports in the RAF is winning. I see us sitting on the top of some leaderboards.
The guys that come down here, I see all the positives that esports gives them.
And hopefully, me doing this, I can push it out that esports is there to help mental health. It's there to progress you, boost your morale, boost your confidence.
UK Veterans Gaming has had a really good impact. We've helped so many people.
And we are back. As we can see, the teams there getting their photos taken with the trophy. The RAF, very excited. Commiserations again to the Army. What a fantastic performance they've put on.
Absolutely, that was a wonderful grand finals, but of course they didn't earn position just from one series. They had that hard-fought group stage, and then of course they had to qualify through that upper bracket. It wasn't their first time beating that Falcons side today, and they are no easy team to beat. It feels like a coin flip in their best moments, but this time, even with their substitute, they just proved they were better on the day.
Absolutely, and if we just look back at the journey that both these teams have had here during this competition today, we can see it's been no easy feat getting to that grand final. They've played each other once, and in that rematch, unfortunately, the Army came closer, definitely, but not quite being able to put everything over the line. But nonetheless, what a performance from all the teams involved today.
Say what you want about the best of 5 stages, Storm Shadows do typically lose a game or two when it comes to that point, but then when it is do or die time, when you're in that double elimination or even single elimination, which a lot of these tournaments follow, it just feels like they do unlock the extra echelon and they are close to untouchable. And that definitely was the case today. Falcons were certainly the closest team towards that mark, but there can only be one champion, and Storm Shadows will be that champion.
Absolutely. And to Pegasus, in terms of the best goal you've seen today, which one takes your fancy?
Oh, it was that flip reset to backflip goal we saw in that grand finals. It was actually on the side of Falcons, and sure, it might not have the whole moment aspects behind them. They had very much lost that game. It was very unlikely for a comeback. But if you're going to put it in a vacuum, that has to be it for me. Otherwise, the Storm Shadows team pinch, because that definitely did have an impact on the grand final, and that was electric.
Absolutely. I think for me, I'm very torn between Onza's goal, as you say, with that flip reset, with the rear. It was absolutely stunning. But then also Frazik's earlier on in the competition, the low bracket quarterfinals against the Storm Shadow. The Shadows. My apologies. An absolutely stunning goal in that quarter. But wow, what a fantastic event. And I think from all of us at BFBS, we want to say thank you to British Esports for hosting us, to all of the services for making it happen, and all the service leads who have worked tirelessly over the last, full week essentially to get this event up and running. And that's from myself and the team at BFBS. We want to say thank you again to Pegasus for joining us, and we'll see everybody in the next one.